Warrior Lore. Chapter 1094. Feng Yuan traveled day and night without rest. When he saw the thick clouds, he used Blood Torrent. Most of the time, he used Sword Escape Immortal Goo. Along the way, he passed through several dangerous areas. There were lone cultivator Goo immortals or super forces. Feng Yuan did not dare to use Immortal Goo openly. He used mortal killer moves instead. His strategy was correct. After the incident with the horned six-winged Pegasus and the wild dragon centipede, there were no other incidents. Providence needed time to make arrangements. On the other hand, Providence's influence on other life forms was limited. Like when it affected the horned six-winged Pegasus and the wild dragon centipede, Providence could not directly order the dragon centipede or Pegasus to attack Feng Yuan. Providence's influence was mainly based on the situation. Feng Yuan was very fast. Providence could not make arrangements. But Providence could still think and scheme. This was mainly due to star constellation Immortal Venerable. According to Shadow Sect's information, Providence was much easier to deal with before star constellation Immortal Venerable. But after her, Providence became very crafty. Thus, Feng Yuan's route was not a straight line. He moved forward in a zigzag manner. If he moved in a straight line, Providence could easily deduce his route and make arrangements along the way, waiting for Feng Yuan to enter. In fact, Providence could even deduce Feng Yuan's true destination, Taichio, and set up arrangements there. That was too dangerous. Not only could Feng Yuan's sect mission not be completed, his own life would also be in danger. However, as Feng Yuan moved forward like this, he could not move. Providence could not stop him in time. Of course, Feng Yuan would not purposely turn back. If Providence's arrangements were formed behind him, when it formed behind him, he had already flown away. It would be foolish to charge in now. This way, the distance was already very far, but now it was several times longer. But overall, Feng Yuan's speed was still very fast. Thus, 3 days after encountering the wild dragon centipede Immortal Goo, Taichio slowly entered his vision from the horizon. Taichio was in sight. A vast expanse of ordinary weeds formed a huge yellow plain. The appearance of Taichio. It was like a dense green forest with towering jade towers and buildings. On this yellow plain, it was extremely eye-catching. As Feng Yuan got closer, the dense green of Taichio continued to spread on the horizon, expanding in Feng Yuan's field of vision. It was like a pool of beauty being rapidly painted on rice paper. Finally, Taichio covered the entire horizon and covered Feng Yuan's entire field of vision. A vast amount of giant grass covered this piece of land, and the shadows of beasts could be seen everywhere. The roar of a tiger and the howl of a wolf reverberated through the air from time to time. It was a vast and desolate scene. At this moment, Feng Yuan was no longer hiding anything from Providence. It was already useless. He slowed down and stopped using the Immortal Goo, directly entering Taichio. Compared to the giant grass, he was short and small. Compared to the entire Taichio, it was like being in a palace. A mosquito flew in. The dense giant grass blotted out the sky. The entire Taichio. Not only did it hide many fierce beasts and plants, there was some commotion ahead. It seemed like a terrifying beast tide was about to happen. Feng Yuan snickered, activating Dark Limit Immortal Goo. Immortal Goo Dark Limit. It could conceal one's aura and prevent deductions. To a certain extent, it could hide from Providence. Change form Immortal Goo. Feng Yuan turned into a coiling mountain goat, fusing into Taichio. The commotion ahead was chaotic for a while before dissipating. If Providence had emotions, it would be shocked and furious now. Warrior Lore. Feng Yuan smiled, shaking his head and sighing. It is a pity that Providence is heartless. Dark Limit Immortal Goo helped Feng Yuan greatly. Back then, when He Lulan was still Immortal Goo Master, she used this Immortal Goo to conceal her great strength true martial physique's aura and survive. Why were the calamities and tribulations of the 10 extreme physiques so extraordinary? It was because Providence did not want the existence of the 10 extreme physiques to affect the balance of the world. Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture far surpassed the 10 extreme physiques. His calamities and tribulations were many times greater than the 10 extreme physiques. Even Dark Limit Immortal Goo had limited effects. Fang Yuan suddenly thought. Fairy Jiangyu is a member of Shadow Sect. Shadow Sect is fighting against Providence. They must have many tools like Dark Limit, Immortal Goo. If Ing Wuxia can escape from this predicament, with the help of Shadow Sect's remaining forces, he will have a bright future ahead of him. He had turned into a coiling mountain goat. This desolate beast was very common in Taichio. Even though it looked weak, it fused perfectly. It was not like the Gu immortal body from before, which was out of place in Taichio. Soon, he encountered a desolate beast. It was a golden sand dark horse. It was a huge horse. It was even larger than the coiling mountain goat that Fang Yuan had transformed into. Its muscles were bulging, its bones were strong. Its skin looked like it was made of dark gold. It had 6 hooves that were dark in color. The golden sand dark horse was eating grass. Sensing Fang Yuan's coiling mountain goat transformation, the golden sand dark horse raised its head curiously, looking at this uninvited guest. Desolate beasts had their own territories. Fang Yuan's coiling mountain goat form entered the golden sand dark horse's territory. But the golden sand dark horse did not eat meat. It had a calm nature, while the coiling mountain goat was also a herbivorous desolate beast. In the golden sand dark horse's survival instincts, the coiling mountain goat posed no threat, but it was still very vigilant. It stared at Fang Yuan. Until Fang Yuan went around it and left, it lowered its head and continued to eat grass. Fang Yuan chose to transform into the coiling mountain goat. He had naturally considered it carefully. Actually, in northern plains, there were many wolf desolate beasts. But if he transformed into a wolf desolate beast, the golden sand dark horse would react intensely. After crossing the golden sand dark horse's territory, Fang Yuan continued to move forward. He had already memorized the map of Taichio. Even if he could not remember it, there were many information path Gu worms in his immortal aperture. The first location is in the southeast direction. Fang Yuan looked ahead, but the giant grass grew taller. The edge of the giant grass was as tall as a tree, while the deeper he went, the giant grass was like a tower. The giant grass at the center of Taichio. It was like a mountain. The coiling mountain goat was not small, but as Fang Yuan went deeper, the surrounding giant grass became taller and denser, making the coiling mountain goat look smaller. Along the way, Fang Yuan encountered many desolate beasts. Some of these desolate beasts moved alone, while others moved in groups of 2 or 3. Most were herbivores, but there were also carnivores. Fang Yuan used his brain. His intelligence was not something desolate beasts could compare to. Thus, after some effort, he managed to cross all of them. Ba ba ba! The incessant cries of the sheep entered Fang Yuan's ears. In the bushes ahead, there was a large group of coiling mountain goats. Fang Yuan sighed internally. It seems that I have entered deep into Taichio. This is the first time I have seen such a large, desolate beast group. There were close to 100 goats in this group. Some were eating grass, some were lying on the ground and basking in the sun, while the younger ones were playing with each other. Fang Yuan walked into their field of vision. The wild coiling mountain goats looked at him. This was the first time they had seen someone of the same species. Fang Yuan was careful. Even though he had changed form Immortal Goo, there were hidden dangers. If one of the goats in this group had some investigative wild Immortal Goo on it, if they could see through Fang Yuan's disguise, they would be unlucky. To be safe, Fang Yuan secretly used Attitude Goo. Immediately, the goats sensed Fang Yuan's attitude. Their gazes towards him became much more gentle. Fang Yuan walked a few steps. There were even 2 or 3 young coiling mountain goats that ran towards him. Its curious eyes stared at him from a close distance, while 2 others ran around Fang Yuan. They jumped and jumped. Fang Yuan walked out safely, leaving the goats' field of vision. The young coiling mountain goats followed him for a while. When they gradually moved away from the flock, they were called back by their parents. This made Fang Yuan feel that it was a pity. If he could kidnap these 2 or 3 young goats and bring them to the sovereign immortal aperture to raise, that would be great. Regretfully, he did not have the chance to do so. After leaving the coiling mountain goats' territory, Fang Yuan was already very close to the first location marked on the map. He was not careless. He inspected himself. Dark Limit Immortal Goo's concealment is weakening, but it can last for some time. Fang Yuan made an accurate estimation. Dark Limit Immortal Goo needed to rest for a long time after being used once before it could be used again. Its power was left on Fang Yuan's body, concealing his aura, but as time passed, or due to other external forces, it would weaken. And depending on the target, the effect would be different. For example, it was used on He Lulon. The effect was very good. On Dark Path Goo Immortals, the effect would be lower. On Goo Immortals of other paths, the effect would be even lower. Thankfully, Fang Yuan's Dao marks did not interfere with each other, otherwise, the effect would be very bad. In short, Fang Yuan had to complete this mission while Dark Limit Immortal Goo's concealment was still around. Otherwise, if the concealment dissipated, Providence would notice. Countless desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts in Taichio would attack Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's outcome would be dire. A moment later, Fang Yuan got close to the first location. Before even reaching it, Fang Yuan knew that this location had changed. Because it was recorded on the map that there used to be an immemorial desolate beast-level energy Grand Lion's corpse here. The corpse was guarded by a large group of Qi Grand Lions. There were desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. But now, the mountain of corpses had already disappeared without a trace. The Qi Grand Lions were gone too. Fang Yuan used his investigative killer move and heard faint wolf howls. Fang Yuan's heart sank. Desolate beast black blood wolves. In this scale, there are at least 30 of them. A small desolate beast wolf group. Even though there were few of them, they were carnivorous beasts. The territory of a wolf group was even larger. Fang Yuan did not need to observe closely. He only used mortal investigative methods and his hearing to obtain a lot of information. This was human intelligence. These desolate beast wolves might have immortal goo inside them, but they could not be used. Compared to Goo Immortals who had immortal goo, they were completely different. Fang Yuan thought, the first location is gone. Be it the immemorial desolate beast-level Qi Grand Lion corpse, or those desolate beasts and ancient desolate beast-level Qi Grand Lions. I don't know how or when they disappeared, but 300,000 years later, this place is occupied by a small black blood wolf group. Fang Yuan did not hesitate. He gave up on this place. Chapter 1095. One day later, Taichio. 1 Book 1. K. A. and Shu. Here. Fang Yuan held onto a giant grass that was 600 to 700 feet tall. He looked into the distance. The remains of a huge tree were like a huge ship stranded on the beach. But only half of it was left. It was black and broken, as if it had been struck by lightning. Fang Yuan's current appearance had changed greatly. He had turned into an ape. Fire-swallowing ape. Ancient desolate beast. Although it was not big, it was not to be trifled with. Fang Yuan had long stopped using the coiled mountain goat form. The coiled mountain goat could not go deep into Taichio. This was a place where ancient desolate beasts often appeared. The fire-swallowing ape was one of the more special ones. It was strong, but it only ate flames. Hence, it roamed around. It did not fight with other desolate beasts for food. Hence, it was a suitable target for Fang Yuan to disguise as. If he did not turn into a fire-swallowing ape, Fang Yuan would not be able to move an inch. Thousand Snakes Haze Tree. Fang Yuan looked into the distance and murmured. This was already the third target on the map of Taichio. The first location was now occupied by a group of desolate beasts, black blood wolves. The second location had been completely abandoned. It had become the gap between two large groups of carnivorous beasts. Fang Yuan's current location was the last marked destination on the map. 1,000 Snakes Haze Tree had once fallen here. This tree was as big as a mountain. It covered the surroundings. It was of the immemorial level. It had 77,770 branches. They were like willow branches or long snakes. At the end of the branches, there were snakes. The roots of this tree were deeply rooted in the ground. They were thousands of feet deep. It fed on passing desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. When it hunted, the tens of thousands of branches would dance. They were like 10,000 pythons slithering and entangling. After it was entangled, it absorbed blood to survive. After a long time, countless living beings died under the tree. Their flesh rotted and their bones piled up. It was filled with resentment. 1 Book 1. layers of yin qi. Yin and yang attracted each other. Every time there was a thunderstorm, the thousand serpents haze tree would attract mighty lightning to strike down. It would be fine if they encountered an ordinary thunderstorm, but if they were unlucky and encountered a heavenly thunder formed by an extraordinary phenomenon, they would not be able to withstand it. That would be terrible. The thousand serpents haze tree had almost no natural enemies. It was a primordial desolate beast that dominated an area. Perhaps it had attracted the attention of Providence, which led to the lightning tribulation. Anyway, 300,000 years ago, Taichio was engulfed in a sea of fire. The thousand snakes haze tree burned like an erupting volcano, illuminating half the night sky for several months. However, this thousand serpents haze tree, he's not dead yet. Feng Yuan's eyes flashed with seriousness. When long-hair ancestor was alive, he had left behind this Taichio topographic map. It had been more than 300,000 years since then. The thousand snakes haze tree had been struggling at death's door for more than 300,000 years. It was actually not dead and still showed signs of life. Although humans are the most intelligent of all living beings, their vitality, lifespan, physique, soul, and so on are far inferior to other living beings. The life force of the thousand snakes haze tree was absolutely formidable. It was struck by lightning, burned by fire, but it's still alive. Feng Yuan sighed in his heart. The thousand snakes haze tree was now completely collapsed on the ground. More than half of its thick trunk had rotted away. There was only a section that was a few miles long left. In its complete state, the thousand snakes haze tree was as tall as a mountain. The attack range of its branches covered a radius of 100 miles. Feng Yuan acutely observed that there were still dozens of branches moving about on the broken wood of the thousand snakes haze tree. There were still dozens of branches moving about. They were like dozens of pythons, entangling and wriggling slowly. Once a prey entered their hunting range, they would attack with lightning speed and kill the prey. Although the thousand snakes haze tree was in such a miserable state, it was still a primordial desolate plant. It could easily hunt ancient desolate beasts and groups of desolate beasts. Feng Yuan observed for a while and had a new discovery. Fortune and misfortune really do exist together. A complete thousand snakes haze tree killed a large number of living beings, causing the corpses under the tree to pile up like a mountain. But this thousand snakes haze tree only has this small section left. There is not even one left. The prey it hunted was limited. It did not accumulate any yin qi or grievance energy. There is no more heavenly lightning. This was the reason why this thousand snakes haze tree was still alive. Feng Yuan gradually frowned. He took a huge risk to come to Taichio. He wanted to find a suitable location to set up a teleportation goo formation. 1. Read books. 1. Taichio's map gave Feng Yuan 3 targets. But the first 2 were gone. The third was not suitable. Because the thousand snakes haze tree was still alive. This was an immemorial desolate plant. It had shocking battle strength. It could fight rank 8 goo immortals. Even the weakest rank 8 was not something Feng Yuan could take down. Even for the huge Langya sect, it was a tough nut to crack. And if he fought here, he might attract a terrifying beast tide. In that case, I've succeeded a small part of my mission and failed a large part of it. Even though I completed some parts of Taichio's map and eliminated 3 targets. But I did not find a suitable location for Langya's sect to set up a teleportation goo formation. There is no choice. Dark Limit Immortal Goo's power is weakening. I need to leave now. I will explore Taichio after some time. Feng Yuan sighed to himself. If he could succeed this time, it would be great. After all, Feng Yuan was doing well recently. Internal and external problems were not urgent. But if he did not succeed this time, Feng Yuan would not have much time and energy next time. After all, he was very busy. Managing an immortal aperture was a huge and complex project, not to mention his own cultivation, the problem of his immortal zombie body, and teaching Feng Yuan. But there was no choice. In this world, there were many people who did not live according to their wishes. Feng Yuan quietly retreated. He chose the closest direction to retreat. But the bad thing was, after walking for a while, Feng Yuan found many peculiarities. First, there were 2 ancient, desolate beasts fighting. The commotion was huge. Next, For some reason, 3 desolate beast groups were facing each other. They were restless. A huge battle was imminent. Coincidentally, these 3 desolate beast groups blocked Feng Yuan's path. These are all signs of a beast tide. So that's it. The protection of my dark limit immortal goo has already weakened to this extent. Although Heavens will couldn't pinpoint my exact location, it had already sensed the general area. Thus, it is preparing to create a beast tide in Taichio. It wants to use this chance to expose me. That's right. I still have spring-autumn cicada and a large number of snow monsters. Both of them have providence. Even though they are restricted to my immortal aperture world, they are one with the outside world's providence. They seem to resonate with each other. Feng Yuan's frown deepened. He had underestimated providence's power. According to logic, any immortal aperture world, be it blessed land or grotto heaven, they were independent. They had nothing to do with the 5 regions and 9 heavens. Providence could not control these small worlds. But now, Feng Yuan knew. If small worlds also had providence, then they would be able to resonate with the outside world's providence. They would be able to work together from the inside and outside. By relying on providence's cooperation and the weakening of dark limit immortal goo. Even though providence could not find Feng Yuan's location, it could create a huge beast tide to find Feng Yuan and eliminate him mercilessly. True knowledge comes from practice. Or rather, Shadow Sect did not give me enough information on providence. I cannot stay here for long. Feng Yuan thought of this and immediately moved. He stretched his arms, jumping on giant grass, trying to avoid the beast groups in front of him and get away from the traps set by providence. But heaven did not grant his wish. He was too late. The 2 ancient desolate beasts fought their way into the beast groups. Immediately, an earth-shattering chaotic battle ensued. The aftermath of the chaotic battle affected the surroundings, causing even more chaos. After layers upon layers, a beast tide was formed that engulfed Feng Yuan. The beast tide was terrifying. Be it desolate beasts or ancient desolate beasts, they were all in an extreme state of chaos. They lost their usual rationality. They listened to their survival instincts. They roared and screamed in their bodies. The prey actually dared to attack the hunter. Many of the beasts that usually lived together had fallen apart. There was no order left. Large numbers of desolate beasts ran in panic, forming a strong force. Other ferocious beasts were also involved in this force. Even if the fierce beasts did not want to be trapped, they had no choice now. A moment later, this force became stronger and stronger, forming an unstoppable force like a flood, engulfing everything. Anyone who dared to block this force, no matter how many desolate beasts or how strong the ancient desolate beasts were, would die on the spot. At this moment, Feng Yuan felt like he was a small boat in a raging sea. He had no choice. He could only be trapped by the beast tide. Charging forward, he had to continue his disguise. Once he was exposed, providence would cause the surrounding beast tide to engulf him. By then, even if he had immortal essence and large numbers of immortal goo, he would die. After all, he was only a rank 6 goo immortal who had passed one earthly calamity. Even though Feng Yuan had transformation, attitude, and familiar face, he could not keep up the disguise. Dark limit immortal goo's power was weakening. At a certain point, Feng Yuan would be exposed under providence. He could not expose himself. That would be courting death. He could not endure it. That would be waiting for death. Feng Yuan was in deep danger. He could not think of a way to resolve it. Maybe I can take a risk. This thought flashed in his mind. If there was no other way, this was his only choice. He placed his hopes on Blood Torrent and Sword Escape Immortal Goo. But this was deep in Taichio. There were desolate beasts everywhere. Even ancient desolate beasts were everywhere. Providence had too many targets. He could choose and influence them. He could easily block Feng Yuan. Right at this time, the beast tide suddenly changed direction. It was moving in a straight line. But now, it turned into a slight arc. This is... Feng Yuan looked far away. His eyes were wide open. He was overjoyed. In the distance, he saw a mountain of crimson skeletons. The bones were burning with blue flames. The temperature was reserved. There was no heat at all, but it gave Fang Yuan an extremely dangerous feeling. This was the corpse of an immemorial desolate beast. It seemed to have died not long ago. The immemorial aura was surging. Even the beast tide avoided it subconsciously. Chapter 1096. Leap. The fire-swallowing monkey's figure turned into an arc in the air. It jumped up and flew away from the beast tide under the cover of the dust, rapidly approaching the immemorial desolate beast corpse. From its appearance, this was the corpse of an elephant. The grayish-blue elephant skin was tattered, and the flesh and blood under the skin had already been completely wiped out. The white bones formed a frame. Together with the huge elephant skin, they formed a huge tent. This was a half-collapsed tent. It gave off a terrifying aura. This immemorial desolate beast had clearly gone through an intense battle when it was alive. Fang Yuan could not help but have a doubt. What is the existence that could kill this immemorial desolate beast? Right now, he was very close to the center of Taichio. This was one of the 10 great fierce areas of northern plains. It was truly dangerous and unfathomable. Immemorial desolate beasts were hidden here. They were a headache to the super forces. After all, immemorial desolate beasts had battle strength comparable to rank 8 Gu immortals. And among the super forces, only a few had rank 8 Gu immortals. In the huge northern plains, there were only 4 or 5 rank 8 Gu immortals on the surface. Even at the periphery of Taichio, a slight carelessness could cause a beast tide. Immemorial desolate beasts and beast tides. These two factors prevented Taichio from being disturbed by northern plains Gu immortal forces. Fang Yuan got closer to the immemorial desolate elephant corpse. Compared to this huge corpse, Fang Yuan was like a fly, flying towards a tattered gray-blue tent. There was no wind at all, but Fang Yuan felt the resistance gradually increasing. A formless force was resisting Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan felt like he was going against the tide, going deeper into the sea. As he went deeper, Fang Yuan even had auditory hallucinations. Swish, swish, swish. His ears were filled with the sound of the rising and falling tides. Water path Dao marks. Fang Yuan's heart shook. Undeniably, this immemorial desolate elephant had an abundance of water path Dao marks. Although the immemorial desolate elephant was dead, the water Dao marks remained with its bones and skin, silently influencing the heaven and earth in this domain. Fang Yuan had previously come into contact with primordial desolate beast corpses. Take Dongfang Naganori's tribulation, for example. However, the primordial ruined bat's corpse had already been modified by Dongfang Naganori, so Fang Yuan didn't feel the way he did now. In the supergoo formation of the Earth Trench, Fang Yuan also obtained many immemorial immortal materials. Some immortal materials had extremely dense Dao marks on them, and they even produced a halo of Dao marks that could be seen with the naked eye. However, these immortal materials were only a small portion. In terms of the total number of Dao marks, PBTT could not be compared to Fang Yuan's almost complete immemorial desolate elephant corpse. The primordial desolate beast's accumulation of Dao marks. It was quite terrifying. Most importantly, this primordial desolate beast did not seem to have died long ago. Thus, Fang Yuan felt uncomfortable. He could not get close to it. Immemorial desolate beasts and desolate plants. Whenever they stay in one place for a long time, the vast number of Dao marks on them will affect the surrounding environment, slowly transforming it. A thought flashed in Fang Yuan's mind, but his feet did not stop moving. His body continued to move as he tried to get closer. Because of these water path Dao marks. Thus, there was no wind. The surroundings of the corpse were quiet. There were no signs of life. When this area is completely transformed, there will be clouds that will not dissipate. There will even be a lake that will give birth to all sorts of plants and beasts. Fang Yuan deduced that this area was not stable yet. The immemorial desolate elephant's Dao marks were subtly changing the surrounding environment. This process could last for decades, centuries, or even millennia. During this process, many of the immemorial desolate elephant's water path Dao marks would dissipate. The surrounding Dao marks would also be pushed out. Water path would dominate. Eventually, the The surrounding water path Dao marks and the remaining water path Dao marks on the immemorial desolate elephant corpse formed a new balance. The desolate elephant corpse was no longer damaged. The remaining water path Dao marks did not decrease. Instead, they seemed to be nourished by the surrounding environment. Except for Feng Yuan. There were no signs of plants or animals. Feng Yuan immediately became very eye-catching. The beast horde suddenly fell into chaos. Their originally orderly pace was now in an unusual state of disarray. Feng Yuan's heart thumped. He turned to look. But the beast horde was only slightly chaotic. It quickly returned to normal. It was like a huge wave that went around the immemorial desolate elephant corpse, rushing to another place. Everywhere it passed, plants fell, dust rose. It was a messy scene. Feng Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. He thought, it seems that Shadow Sect's information is correct. Although desolate beasts are easily influenced by providence, the influence is limited in a short period of time. The beast horde's momentum is already set. Even if providence finds out about me, it will not be able to control the beast horde to attack the immemorial desolate elephant corpse. As long as I am within this range, I am safe. A moment later, Feng Yuan stopped moving. He looked around, nodding slightly. This distance was perfect. It was not too close to the center of the immemorial desolate elephant corpse, but not too far either. And most importantly, the goo worms in Feng Yuan's hands reacted. Before leaving, Land Spirit of Langya gave him a set of goo worms to set up. The goo worms that reacted now were specialized investigative goo. As long as they sensed a suitable environment within a certain range, they would emit sounds and vibrations that only goo immortals could sense. Set up the formation. Feng Yuan stopped moving. He stood still and injected immortal essence, activating the goo worms. Immortal goo after immortal goo were activated one after another. Some flew out of Feng Yuan's immortal aperture, flying around Feng Yuan. Some stayed in Feng Yuan's immortal aperture, dancing around. Immortal light lingered. Rainbow aurora rose. A vast amount of his consciousness was drawn in. Feng Yuan had no choice but to remove his transformation and show his true body. Providence was furious. It discovered Feng Yuan. Thunder rumbled in the air. But it was useless. The time when Providence could make a move was during the Goo Immortal's tribulation. Right now, Feng Yuan was not undergoing tribulation, nor was he using the Hairy Man Path's natural goo refinement method to refine immortal goo. Propitious chi danced in the air. Profound sounds echoed endlessly. With Feng Yuan at the center, a huge rainbow-colored whirlpool formed. It was like mist, like a tide. It was grand and beautiful. The whirlpool continued to expand. It expanded outwards in an orderly manner. Goo worms were arranged in the rainbow aurora. Some were buried deep in the soil. Some were left on the ground. There were even more phantom goo worms that stayed in the air. Some were engraved in the air. They could not be seen with the naked eye. A vast number of goo worms moved at lightning speed. They were arranged. Feng Yuan was the main provider of immortal essence. The one who set up the formation was an immortal goo. Rank 6 formation plate goo. It looked like a round plate, similar to the ceramic plates used in the mortal world. Right now, it was quietly floating above Feng Yuan's head, controlling all sorts of goo worms. The entire process of setting up the formation lasted for more than 6 hours. Only when the sun set and the sky turned dark red did Feng Yuan put away his goo worms. A vast number of mortal goo were arranged. All the immortal goo were retrieved. All the goo worms. They formed a mysterious and complicated goo formation hidden in this world. When it was not activated, even Feng Yuan could not detect it. Such amazing attainment. Feng Yuan sighed. He had benefited a lot from this formation arrangement. Even though his formation path attainment level was ordinary, he had great insight. If a formation path goo immortal has great grandmaster attainment level, they can use the Tao marks of heaven and earth to set up formations. This goo formation is the same. This reminds me of a historical figure. This person was called Immortal Empress Jiuhua. She was a famous formation path great grandmaster in history. Her style of setting up formations. 10,000 rays of multicolored light, magnificent and extraordinary. Most importantly, she and long-hair ancestor were from the same era. Oh, more accurately speaking, Long-hair ancestor had lived for too long. Maybe this teleportation goo formation is the result of a transaction between immortal Empress Jiuhua and long-hair ancestor. Fang Yuan guessed. The goo formation was set up. Fang Yuan hesitated for a moment before activating this goo formation. According to his vigilant nature, he would naturally inspect the goo formation. But he had no research in formation path, and this goo formation seemed to be the work of a great grandmaster. It was too complex. Fang Yuan wanted to check if there were any flaws. He did not have the ability to do so. The goo formation slowly activated. After about 5 minutes, the first step was completed. Light and shadows flew, forming an illusory formation that covered the surrounding Li. Fang Yuan was at the center. He could hear the sound of tides becoming more frequent. But there was no formless obstruction around him. This goo formation uses the immemorial corpse's water path Dao marks. No wonder Land Spirit of Langya chose this location to set up the goo formation. Goo formations that can teleport goo immortals are very rare. Even though this goo formation can teleport, the activation time is too long. It cannot be used to escape quickly. Fang Yuan evaluated in his mind before activating the crucial immortal goo in his immortal aperture. The power of this immortal goo spread out from his body, causing a rapid change. The surrounding light and shadows gathered towards Fang Yuan, turning from phantom to solid. They gathered around Fang Yuan and condensed into a lump. Fang Yuan suddenly felt an intense pressure. But in the blink of an eye, the huge pressure vanished without a trace. Boom! With a loud sound, the lump of light exploded, turning into specks of light in the sky. But Fang Yuan had already vanished without a trace. After a long while, everything returned to normal. It was as if nothing had happened. I'm at Langya Blessed Land? Fang Yuan's body shook. His vision was filled with all sorts of colors. The world was spinning around him. Suddenly, he felt his feet touching solid ground. He looked again. His vision was clear. He was back in Langya Blessed Land. He was at the center of a huge goo formation. He had come into contact with this goo formation long ago. Back then, when he was transported from Feng Bo Cliff's goo formation, he landed here. Fang Yuan had a deeper understanding. It seems that this is the main formation. The goo formations in Taichio and Feng Bo Cliff are the sub-formations. To activate the super goo formation, the crucial immortal goo is needed. This is the key. Land Spirit of Langya's figure suddenly appeared. Chapter 1097. The matter of entering Taichio and setting up the teleportation goo formation ended with Fang Yuan successfully leaving. Land Spirit of Langya did not mistreat him. He was rewarded with a total of 600 sect contribution points. Using these contribution points, Fang Yuan could exchange for many things. What attracted him the most were the transformation path immortal goo recipes in Langya sect's treasury. Langya sect had 3 true inheritances. They came from the 3 legendary great experts: Giant Sun Immortal, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, and Long-Hair Ancestor. They did not have any transformation path true inheritances, but Langya sect had a huge number of immortal goo recipes, including many transformation path immortal goo recipes. However, Fang Yuan was not in a hurry to use his sect contribution points to exchange for them. He chose to keep these sect contribution points for himself for the time being. Now is not the time to exchange for transformation path immortal goo recipes or refine other transformation path immortal goo. The time was not ripe yet. After the secret transaction with Shadow Sect, as well as his trip to Taichio, Fang Yuan had a clearer understanding of his current situation. Even though he successfully set up the teleportation goo formation, allowing him to travel between Langya Blessed Land and Taichio. But Fang Yuan did not want to enter Taichio again. It would be too dangerous if he went there again. Dark Limit Immortal Goo's power has already dissipated. Even if I can use it again after some time, it is not safe. Heavens Will could also think. Previously, he had caught Heavens Will off guard. Moreover, the goo formation cannot be concealed. Providence also knows about this. It will definitely influence the surrounding desolate beast groups, ancient desolate beasts, and even immemorial desolate beasts. Since Providence wanted to get rid of Fang Yuan did not need to guess. Next, Providence would definitely surround the immemorial desolate elephant's corpse in Taichio. They would set up all sorts of traps. It was better for Fang Yuan not to go there. However, even if he did not go, Langya sect would go there. Since the land spirit of Langya has accepted my suggestion, he will mobilize many hairy man Gu immortals to cultivate transformation path as well. To cultivate transformation path, one needs to refine transformation path immortal Gu. And refining immortal Gu requires immortal materials. Langya's sect's treasury is rich and has many immortal materials. But the previous land spirit of Langya had already been in charge of the blessed land for many years, and was most diligent in refining Gu. Even though there were many immortal materials in the treasury, most of them were rank 8 and quasi-rank 9 immortal materials. But rank 6 and 7 immortal materials are rare. Therefore, the land spirit of Langya. Not long after, they would issue sect missions to encourage hairy man Gu immortals to go to Taichio and kill desolate beasts. On one hand, it was to gather immortal materials to refine Gu. On the other hand, it was to train the hairy man Gu immortals' battle strength. Especially the second point, which has always been the biggest worry of the land spirit of Langya. Let these hairy man Gu immortals become my lackeys. Providence could think, even if they were being targeted, it would be better than me being targeted by Providence. A cold light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. Even though Langya sect's overall strength was many times stronger than his, at this moment, he had become the chess player. And Langya sect had become his chess pieces. Even more amazing was, even though Fang Yuan schemed against Langya sect, it was also for the sake of Langya sect's development. Thus, he would not go against the alliance agreement that he was bound to. This is the difference in information, the difference in levels. Only then will I have the advantage in terms of strategy. Fang Yuan sighed as he realized the advantage of information path. Gu masters of all paths. They all had their own strengths. Information path did not seem to be very eye-catching among them, but if it could be used. The advantage that information path gave Gu masters was much stronger than most other paths. Of course, this difference in information was because of the benefits that Fang Yuan obtained from his transaction with the Shadow Sect. And the Shadow Sect must have paid a huge price to obtain information about Providence and Langya sect. I have always been lacking in information path methods. I need to make up for this in the future. Fang Yuan made up his mind. Information path Gu masters were skilled in gathering information, establishing alliance agreements, and inheriting knowledge. At first glance, it did not seem like much, but when it came to cultivation, it could create a huge advantage. Central continent, Earth abyss. Rumbling sounds echoed in the air. I found something. I have searched that direction more than 10 times already. It is really well hidden. Ancient soul sects Gu immortals immediately reacted. They had excited expressions as they charged towards the source of the sound. Ingwu Xie coughed out a mouthful of blood. He was half kneeling on the ground. Not only was he tired, he was also heavily injured. Almost half his body was gone. A mere immortal zombie. The ancient soul sect Gu immortal who fought with Ingwu Xie stopped in the air, looking down at Ingwu Xie with disdain. Leave him alive. Even though he is an immortal zombie, his concealment technique is truly unique. We need to interrogate him for the sect. The other two Gu immortals shouted as they tore through the air, rushing over. Ingwu Xie suddenly showed a mocking smile. You want my concealment technique? Sure, I will tell you now. Oh no. The three ancient soul sect Gu immortals' expressions changed. They realized this was the enemy's scheme. Ingwu Xie purposely lost. He wanted to lure the three immortals over. This was a plan to lure the enemy. Since there was a plan to lure the enemy, there would be a follow-up plan to kill the enemy. The three ancient soul sect Gu immortals reacted quickly, but Ingwu Xie had made ample preparations. How could he let them escape so easily? In an instant, the Super Gu formation that was waiting to be activated. The three ancient soul sect Gu immortals fell into a desperate situation. They felt like the entire universe was filled with endless power, restraining them. At once, they could not control their bodies. They could not move. Next, under the three immortals' shocked expressions, their bodies and souls were directly crushed by the Super Gu formation's power. Even though the three immortals resisted, they only lasted for 3 breaths of time. I will collect some interest from you first. Ingwu Xie smiled coldly. His gaze was cold. As soon as he finished speaking, the earth abyss began to tremble. Blinding, blinding light shrouded everything within a few thousand li, so fast. How long has it been? The celestial cord has already deduced my location and teleported me. Ing Wuxie was shocked, but soon, his heart calmed down. He flew into the supergoo formation. The supergoo formation had been used frequently these days. It had to resist the celestial court's deductions, and it had also forcefully killed 3 ancient soul sect elite goo immortals. It could not bear the burden anymore. It was riddled with holes and was on the verge of collapse. But Ing Wuxie did not care. He had already planned to abandon this camp. It could not be kept anyway.
Master.
Shi Nu appeared beside Ing Wuxie. Tai Bai Yunsheng and He Lulan were also following him. The latter two lacked immortal goo. Their battle strength was at its lowest. The strongest was still Shi Nu, especially since Ing Wuxie had returned all of his immortal goo to him. Tai Bai Yunsheng looked at him worriedly. Fang Yuan, your injuries? Ing Wuxie smiled, waving his hand, stopping Tai Bai Yunsheng. It's fine. After the transaction with Fang Yuan, he lost Fang Yuan's body. Even though his appearance changed, he still had absolute control over these 3 people. It was easy to deceive Tai Bai Yunsheng. The excuse of his body being damaged by goo refinement was perfect. It would not raise any suspicions. The enemy is here. It is inconvenient to speak. Let's go. Ing Wuxie willed. The super goo formation broke apart. The immortal goo that made up the goo formation flew into his hands. The other 3 immortals had a tacit understanding. They gathered around Ing Wuxie, standing in the east, south, west, and north directions. Before leaving, Ing Wuxie looked at the dense, profound light in the sky. He suddenly laughed loudly, saying in a high-spirited tone, "This central continent, we will return sooner or later." After the transaction with Fang Yuan, he had struggled out of a desperate situation. He seemed to have been reborn. He was like a gem that had been polished from a rock. Although they were currently retreating, his words actually boosted the morale of the troops, giving them endless hope out of nowhere. Go. Intense light burst out from Ing Wuxie and the other 3 immortals. They were already familiar with this. They activated the immortal goo that they had refined not long ago. The power that burst out fused together, forming a mystical effect. Boom! With a loud sound, Ing Wuxie and the others vanished. Meanwhile, several rank 8 goo immortals from Celestial Court had just arrived, shining with profound light. They left so quickly. The leader of the goo immortals from Celestial Court was a female immortal. She had a slim figure. She wore a beautiful purple robe. Her eyes were like deep pools. Her skin was white as snow. Her brows were shrouded in sorrow. It was Venerable. Her wisdom path attainment was not inferior to heaven overseeing Tower Lord, a troublesome person. She had attacked many times, forcing Ing Wuxie and the others into desperate straits. If not for Fang Yuan's help, Ing Wuxie would have died already. She looked at the messy ground. Calculating with her fingers, she frowned. A total of 4 goo immortals. Strange. I deduced that Fang Yuan was here, but now it has changed. No matter what, they are remnants of Shadow Sect. They must be killed. Her words were light, but if one listened carefully, they would feel a bone-chilling killing intent that was as cold as winter. One of the Celestial Court goo immortals behind her spoke slowly. These little immortals cannot escape this time. I will take action personally. Fairy Myrtle smiled lightly, but there was a trace of bitterness in her smile. It is not convenient for us to make a move. These 4 have already escaped to the regional wall. The slightest difference can lead to a huge difference. At this moment, they have probably already entered the regional wall. The Celestial Court goo immortals were surprised. Someone said, "So fast?" This is an ancient battle formation. It is called omnidirectional travel. Back then, when Immortal Zombie Bo Ching woke up, he joined with Hairy Man Goo Immortal Yumu Chun, Immortal Zombie 7 Star Child, and Blood Dragon Song Zi Xing to teleport to Heavenly Lotus Sect from the source of Falling Heavenly River using this method. Even though we have fixed immortal travel, the ancient battle formation uses humans as the formation cores. It has lower requirements for immortal goo. We cannot defend against this method. Fairy Myrtle deduced with her fingers again, before speaking slowly. Chapter 1098. Feng Yuan inspected his immortal aperture. His divine sense traveled in the vast space of the immortal aperture. There were large areas of barren land everywhere. There are too few earth path Dao marks. These barren lands lack fertility. Most of the plants cannot be grown. To improve from the root, I need to add more earth path Dao marks. Other than that, other methods are only treating the symptoms and not the root cause. Feng Yuan thought to himself. The sovereign immortal aperture space was too big. It was beyond common sense. Even with Feng Yuan's divine sense, it would take a long time to completely cover it. However, when Feng Yuan inspected the immortal aperture, he had a focus and a target. This greatly increased his efficiency. Several wisps of divine sense quickly spread out in all directions. Gradually, the scenes of the resource points that Feng Yuan was managing appeared in his mind. Western desert, the land was mostly deserted. There was a huge pit. The temperature was very high. The soil in the pit was burnt black. In the pit, there were many eerie fire dragon pythons. They were intertwining and reproducing. This was the most primitive pit. Originally, eerie fire dragon pythons lived in families. They lived in 2s and 3s. But here, Feng Yuan used the unique rearing method of Northern Plains Dongfang tribe. He placed many eerie fire dragon pythons together, causing them to produce even more young snakes. This batch of eerie fire dragon pythons came from Dongfang tribe's blessed land, and the rearing method was obtained by Feng Yuan from Dongfang Naganori Soul. Not only was it 100% original, it even had all the details and guesses. With the two together, these eerie fire dragon pythons reproduced very quickly. A few li away from this pit, there were 3 other pits. The number of dragon pythons in each pit was no less than the number in the first primitive pit. It is less than a month in the 5 regions, but here, time is accelerated by 60 times. The number of eerie fire dragon pythons has increased by 4 times. Feng Yuan nodded to himself. 60 times, this was a terrifying time flow ratio. The eerie fire dragon pythons were placed in Hu immortal blessed land. There was a long period of time, but there was not much improvement. The results of incubation were incomparable to what Feng Yuan was seeing. This was because Hu immortal blessed land was located in the outside world of the 5 regions. The flow of time was much slower, causing the growth of the resources to not be as good. It was the same for the eerie fire dragon pythons, the dragonfish, the regretful spiders, the arrow bamboos, and the star fragment grasses. However, in terms of growth, arrow bamboo forest, star fragment grass, etc., it was no longer as lively as it was in star form blessed land. This was because the sovereign immortal aperture did not have as many star path Dao marks as star form blessed land. When Gu immortals manage their immortal aperture, they need to inspect all aspects of the immortal aperture to prevent any mistakes. Especially when the immortal aperture space was small, all kinds of resources were close to each other. It was easy for them to influence each other and make mistakes. Feng Yuan's condition was not bad. Because the sovereign immortal aperture space was huge, all the resources had their own living environments. They were separated from each other. The probability of a problem occurring was very small. When the jewel yellow skies opens, I will sell these resources. The harvest will be very gratifying. Feng Yuan looked around and was very satisfied. The closure of the jewel yellow skies affected him greatly. He wanted to develop and manage his immortal aperture more. But without the jewel yellow skies, many things could not be bought. Even though Langya sect had a huge inventory, most of them were immortal materials for Gu refinement. For Feng Yuan, they were not very helpful. After dispersing the excess divine sense, only the main portion was left. It rushed towards Kokitahara. This time, Kokitahara was Feng Yuan's main focus. Roar, roar, roar. On Kokitahara, a large number of snow monsters were roaming around. Especially towards the north, the weather got colder. There were even small snowflakes. On the ground, there was a thin layer of ice and snow. Feng Yuan observed carefully. The area covered by the ice and snow was much larger than the last time he investigated. It expanded a lot. These were the gains from the previous earthly calamity. During the first earthly calamity, Feng Yuan underwent tribulation in the icy plain. The calamities and tribulations were extremely fierce. Fang Yuan's gains were huge. He obtained a large number of ice and snow path Dao marks. Because of these Dao marks, there was the scene of snow falling in Kokitahara. Such an environment was very suitable for the snow monsters to live in. In the current Kokitahara, there were countless ordinary snow monsters, a large number of desolate beast snow monsters, and a small number of ancient snow monsters. Before transacting with Shadow Sect, Fang Yuan had intended to keep these snow monsters as a resource to manage in his immortal aperture. But after the transaction, Fang Yuan understood providence. He decided to exterminate these snow monsters. The reason for that was because the bodies of the snow monsters were filled with heaven's will. Fang Yuan came with killing intent. He mobilized his divine sense. A strength path immortal zombie flew up with a large amount of immortal essence. A large number of goo worms flew around it. Sword path immortal move, triple sword wave. The goo worms were activated. Immortal essence was poured in. After a while, a huge wave burst out. Swish, swish, swish. Silver-white sword wave surged forward. Waves splashed out, emitting killing intent that was colder than ice and snow. Ordinary snow monsters could not resist. They were engulfed by the sword wave and shredded into pieces. The fragments were shredded into dregs. The dregs were cleanly washed away. Nothing remained. As for those desolate beast snow monsters, they were able to resist. But they could only resist for a few breaths of time before they were destroyed by the sword wave. Sword Path was extremely powerful in offense. It was publicly recognized as one of the 5 strongest offensive paths in the current Goo Immortal world. Triple-layered Sword Wave was one of the more outstanding killer moves. Each wave of sword waves was stronger than the previous one. Back when Fang Yuan underwent tribulation, he relied on this move to kill the ruin bat formed from ice and snow. He barely survived. After 3 sword waves, thousands of ordinary snow monsters and 6 desolate beast snow monsters were killed. It was an impressive battle result. The thousands of snow monsters did not cause much damage to the sword wave. Most importantly, those 6 desolate beast snow monsters each lost a lot of their sword wave. Eventually, the 3 sword waves dissipated. Roar. Following a loud roar, a 70-foot-tall snow monster charged from afar. It was filled with endless anger. Following it were several desolate beast snow monsters and tens of thousands of ordinary snow monsters. A huge group of snow monsters was charging forward majestically. Like an army sweeping through the battlefield, they charged towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan mobilized the Strength Path Immortal Zombie, turning around and running. His true body was outside now. He could only control this Strength Path Immortal Zombie to fight with his immortal essence and goo worms. This Strength Path Immortal Zombie, Fang Yuan had obtained it from Blazing Heaven Demonis. His immortal aperture had already dissipated. Immortal essence and goo worms could only be placed on the immortal zombie. It was not safe in battle. Thus, Fang Yuan chose to eliminate these snow monsters from afar. He also used a wretched guerrilla tactic. After one round, he would change locations. After another round. After that, he would change locations. The snow monsters made a huge commotion, but when they reached the scene, Fang Yuan had already escaped. He was nowhere to be seen. The snow monsters could not vent their anger. They raised their heads and roared, their voices shaking the surroundings. The ancient snow monster was furious as it threw snowballs everywhere. The huge snowballs were like shooting stars as they flew in all directions. Man was the spirit of all living beings. There was a difference in intelligence. This caused Fang Yuan to have the initiative. The snow monsters could only take a beating. After leaving a safe location, Fang Yuan's Strength Path Immortal Zombie stopped moving. It was resting for a short while. Even though this body was not injured, Fang Yuan had paid a price. The price was Green Grape Immortal Essence. Activating 3 layers of Sword Wave consumed a lot of Immortal Essence and Langya Sect's Sect contribution points. Because the Immortal Goo that formed 3 layers of Sword Wave were not just the core Immortal Goo Wave Sword. There were also other Water Path Immortal Goo. And these Water Path Immortal Goo were borrowed by Fang Yuan from the land spirit of Langya. He naturally had to spend a lot of Sect contribution points. All in all, activating 3 layers of Sword Wave was not a small cost. But now, Fang Yuan had a lot of assets. He had ample funds. he could bear the immortal essence expenditure. In terms of sect contribution points, because of his previous trip to Taichio, he had obtained a lot of sect contribution points. In the short term, it was not a problem. After resting for a while, the snow monsters had settled down. Fang Yuan continued his slaughter. I need to kill all of these snow monsters before the second earthly calamity arrives. Otherwise, if the heavenly tribulation makes use of them, I might die in the second earthly calamity. Fang Yuan had a clear idea. The calamities and tribulations of Gu immortals were always stronger than the previous one. Fang Yuan's second earthly calamity was naturally stronger than the first one. If there were still snow monsters left behind by the first earthly calamity and they gathered together with the second earthly calamity, Fang Yuan's chances of passing the tribulation would be minuscule. That way, he would be in dire straits. This was not Fang Yuan's first operation. After returning to Langya Blessed Land, more than 10 days had passed. Almost every day, Fang Yuan had to kill snow monsters. A large number of snow monsters were dying. Their numbers were shrinking, but there were still many left. Fang Yuan needed to work harder. But in a day, the more he attacked, the bigger the commotion would become. Even though the snow monsters did not have high intelligence, they had survival instincts. Other than venting their emotions, their roars were also used to notify and warn each other. Fang Yuan attacked several times. These snow monsters were all alerted. They gathered under the protection of the ancient snow monsters and formed a defensive formation. Fang Yuan could not attack easily. He withdrew the Strength Path Immortal Zombie and stopped killing the snow monsters for the day. Without paying attention to the Immortal Aperture, Fang Yuan stood up. Flying out of Cloud City, he soon arrived at Luopa Valley. He started to cultivate his soul every day. Lord Fang Yuan, Elder Fang Yuan is here again? You are really hard-working in your cultivation. I am in awe. There were other Gu immortals in Luopa Valley. These Hairyman Gu immortals were already familiar with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had taught them battle techniques. When Fang Yuan entered the valley, they greeted him. Fang Yuan also greeted them passionately. Thanks to the traitor's sixth hair, Fang Yuan was getting along well with these Hairyman Gu immortals. After choosing a place and inspecting it, Fang Yuan's soul flew out and started to cultivate. The pain that penetrated deep into his soul caused his soul to tremble. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. He did not waver. After a long while, the Hairyman Gu immortals who were paying attention to him retracted their gazes and conversed. He is truly a cultivation maniac. It is hard to imagine that he stays in Luopa Valley for 2 hours every day. Chapter 1099. Fang Yuan's soul was roaming around Luopa Valley. He did not roam too far away. He only stayed around Fang Yuan's body. Every once in a while, a wave of fog would drift over. Fang Yuan's soul was bathed in the fog. It was like a book soaking in water. It gradually loosened up. The more condensed the soul, the harder it is to loosen up. After cultivating here for so many days, my soul is more than 10 times more condensed than before. It is improving at a godly speed. However, compared to spectral soul, the difference is like heaven and earth. Fang Yuan evaluated. He could not help but think of the Battle of Etion Mountain. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was the founder of Soul Path. Even though he died, his soul had the #1 Soul Path foundation in the world. Spectral Soul's condensed soul was extremely terrifying. Ordinary souls were like illusory shadows. They could only affect the mind at most. They could not affect pure physical objects. But Spectral Soul's condensed soul was extremely condensed. He could actually cover the sky with one hand. He could resist the grand tribulations. His prowess was deeply engraved in Fang Yuan's mind. Even though he lost his memories because of the pure dream reality seeker physique, this memory did not disappear. I'm afraid that when Spectral Soul comes to Luopa Valley, this fog is useless against him. Fang Yuan's thoughts wandered. He sighed to himself. When can I have his cultivation level? If Fang Yuan's soul had Spectral Soul's Soul Path Foundation, even if the immortal zombie body had a powerful trap, he would not need to fear it. The fog floated over and dispersed. Soon after, a gust of wind blew over. Fang Yuan's soul was bathed in the wind. The traces of wind were like steel wires, cutting apart his soul. The pain was even more intense than death by 1,000 cuts. It caused Fang Yuan's soul to tremble. But Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and endured this wind. This wind was not very strong. It did not last for long. Fang Yuan could endure it. But if there were strong winds, Fang Yuan would wisely retreat. His soul would enter his body. With the protection of his body, the power of the Luo Pai wind would be greatly reduced. After this gust of wind, Fang Yuan's soul had shrunk by more than 30%. To be cautious, he chose to return to his physical body. Guts goo. Guts goo after guts goo shattered in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture, turning into a mystical force that affected his soul. Soon, his soul became strong again. The weakness and injuries caused by the cultivation just now simply vanished without a trace. Danghun Mountain and Luo Pa Valley were holy lands for soul cultivators. With these two weapons in hand, Fang Yuan's soul Dao cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. His progress was extremely fast. Like this, after waves of fog and wind, Fang Yuan's soul was like iron and stone. After being tempered again and again, it became purer and more solid. But he didn't know when he would have the confidence to enter the immortal zombie body. About 2 hours later, Fang Yuan's soul began to feel restless. Fang Yuan wisely paused his cultivation. His soul returned to his body and he walked out of Luo Pa Valley. 2 hours passed. This was the limit that Fang Yuan had found out after many times of cultivation. Soul path cultivation had 3 main aspects. Soul strengthening and soul refining were just 2 of the many aspects of soul strengthening. Besides that, there was a third aspect, pacifying the soul, strengthening the soul. It could strengthen and strengthen the soul. Refining the soul could refine and purify the soul. Pacifying the soul was to pacify the soul and consolidate the results. The 3 complemented each other. Blindly emphasizing one aspect would only cause one to lose sight of the other. The gains would not make up for the losses. Among them, Danghun Mountain's Guts Goo was the first choice for strengthening the soul. The most effective way to pacify the soul was Luo Pa Valley's fog and wind. And the most effective way to pacify the soul was the pacifying soul soup in the lake. The lake was in the door of life and death. According to legends, after Verdant Great Sun died, he had been lying drunk on the shore of this lake. The door of life and death is in Shadow Sect's blessed land. And Shadow Sect's blessed land is in southern borders Etion Mountain. It is currently surrounded by layers of the giant dream realm. Otherwise, I can obtain this door of life and death and have a taste of the convenience of cultivating the soul with all 3. Fang Yuan was only thinking about it. That gigantic dream realm was like a heavenly moat that obstructed them. Currently, he did not have the ability to cross it. Most importantly, it was the will of the heavens. Fang Yuan's every move was monitored by Providence. Even if he made a move in the future, Providence would be Fang Yuan's main target. Along the way, Fang Yuan did not return to his cloud city. Instead, he went to the 12th cloud city. Soon, he saw the hairy man Gu immortal 12th hair. Elder Fang Yuan, you are here. This is the self-will Gu that you asked me to refine. Come and check it. 12th hair took the initiative to greet him warmly. Fang Yuan waved his hand, keeping all the self-will Gu, saying, "Why do I need to check it? Elder 12th, I trust you." 12th hair laughed heartily. His eyes were filled with gratitude. Before leaving, he held Fang Yuan's hands, saying gratefully, "I have to thank you for giving me this chance to refine self-will Gu. Otherwise, when Jewel Yellow Skies opens, I would not have the capital to buy any desolate beasts. We hit it off well. It is a win-win situation. I hope our cooperation will continue to be this pleasant." Fang Yuan smiled as he replied, "Of course." 12th hair replied straightforwardly. After the transaction, Fang Yuan returned to his cloud city. Self-will Gu. In the quiet room, Fang Yuan held a rank 5 mortal Gu in his hand, muttering softly. This Gu worm looked like a scorpion, and it was very pocket-sized. Its shape was quite special. It looked like a folded piece of white paper. In Fang Yuan's hand, it was very light. When it moved its limbs, there was a light rustling sound as it crawled around the center of Fang Yuan's palm, its speed slow. Self-will Gu's Gu recipe came from Shadow Sect. Fang Yuan was now a complete otherworldly demon. He was not affected by providence. Then other Gu masters and Gu immortals who were not otherworldly demons, how could they resist heaven's will? How could they prevent it from silently influencing them? Shadow Sect's answer was self-will Gu. This was a wisdom path Gu worm. It could produce a special will called self-will. Using self-will to cleanse one's body, one could effectively guard against providence's influence. This was the essence of Shadow Sect's research on resisting providence. It was the result of a long period of experimentation. After Fang Yuan obtained self-will Gu's recipe from the transaction with sixth hair, he started to refine this Gu worm himself. But the results were not high. He was not a refinement path expert. It was hard for him to achieve much by himself. Especially when his time and energy were very precious, he could not spend too much on Gu refinement. Earlier, he refined change form immortal Gu because it was too important. But self-will Gu was only immortal Gu. Fang Yuan had a huge demand for it. Thus, after hesitating for a while, Fang Yuan decided to give self-will Gu's recipe to Langya Sect's hairy man Gu immortals. They could help Fang Yuan refine Gu. The price of inviting the land spirit of Langya was too high. There was no need for it. Langya Sect's hairy man Gu immortals, other than sixth hair, were willing to work for Fang Yuan. Because Fang Yuan was already familiar with them, they were even on good terms. Most importantly, Langya Sect was built with sect contribution points in mind. After Fang Yuan completed his trip to Taichio, he had a large number of sect contribution points. They were what the other hairy man Gu immortals needed. 12th hair was the only one. Fang Yuan even asked the other hairy man Gu immortals for help. He kept the Gu refinement costs very low. This did not require much effort on Fang Yuan's part. The hairy man Gu immortals were simple, and most importantly, these hairy man Gu immortals were skilled in Gu refinement. They were averse to fighting. Thus, they all wanted to take on Fang Yuan's task. And this batch of self-will Gu that Fang Yuan obtained was not the first. After storing self-will Gu in his immortal aperture, Fang Yuan inspected the other Gu worms. He showed great trust and generosity to 12th hair, but he was a vigilant person. He would inspect the goods carefully every time he received them. After all, Langya Sect had a traitor like sixth hair. Fang Yuan did not know that sixth hair was the only traitor left. He was very careful. He was wary of sixth hair and other possible traitors. He spent a lot of time inspecting them, but it was incomparable to the time it took to refine these mortal Gu. After inspecting them, Fang Yuan could not help but nod. He showed a look of praise in his eyes. These were refined by hairy man Gu immortals after all. The quality is really satisfying. Fang Yuan sent these self-will Gu into his immortal aperture. More accurately speaking, he sent them into Kokitahara. Next, he used them one by one, expending all of these mortal Gu. A large amount of self will wash through the earlier battlefields, cleansing the remaining Providence Gu. Other than the Providence Gu and the snow monsters, there was nothing left in the battlefields. Even though these self-will Gu are good weapons to deal with Providence, they have many flaws. Firstly, their ranks are too high. Each one is rank 5, and they are single-use Gu worms. They are gone after one use. Fang Yuan felt it was a pity. He was filled with suspicion. This self-will Gu recipe should be a defective product. Even though Shadow Sect traded with me, they might have even better Gu recipes in their hands. It is a pity that I wanted too many things in that transaction. I had already done my best. I was unable to extort a better Gu recipe. Like this, Fang Yuan got rid of the snow monsters in his immortal aperture. After that, he used self-will to cleanse Providence Gu. At the same time, he used Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley to cultivate Soul Path. His Soul Path foundation was accumulating rapidly. Other than that, he squeezed out all his free time to give pointers to other hairy man Gu immortals. Secretly, he familiarized himself with his immortal Gu and practiced killer moves. The closure of Jewel Yellow Skies also had a huge impact on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had no choice but to delay the development of his immortal aperture, even though he had the capital and ideas to do so. Days passed by. While Fang Yuan was looking forward to the opening of Jewel Yellow Skies, the second earthly calamity was also approaching. Langya Sect's invasion of Taichio had not stopped since the start. From time to time, hairy man Gu immortals would accept the sect's missions and go to Taichio through the teleportation door. These hairy man goo immortals' first task was to modify the environment and stabilize the teleportation goo formation. Chapter 1100. Langya Blessed Land, Cloud Cover Continent. In the first cloud city, the land spirit of Langya invited Feng Yuan to sit down. Come, Feng Yuan, drink some tea. This is the famous fire rainbow tea. The land spirit of Langya smiled enthusiastically. Feng Yuan received the cup and saw that this cup of tea was bright red and emitting light. After careful observation, there was a rainbow light inside, like a swimming fish, sometimes left and sometimes right, sometimes up and down, jumping around happily. Feng Yuan had 500 years of experience in his previous life. His horizons were very broad. Normally, good tea needed to be savored and tasted lightly. But this tea was an exception. It needed to be drunk in one gulp. The most important thing was that rainbow light in the tea. Only after drinking it into the stomach could one be considered to have truly tasted the fire rainbow tea. Feng Yuan held the cup and looked at the tea, but did not drink it. His body was outstanding. At once, thoughts flashed in his mind, and his thoughts scattered everywhere. The current land spirit of Langya liked to drink fire rainbow tea, but the previous land spirit of Langya liked to drink cloud smoke tea. The difference in the two types of tea also reflected the different natures of the two land spirit of Langya. And one of the main ingredients of cloud smoke tea was the float ball tea grass. This was the plant that Tai Bai Yunxing mainly planted in his blessed land. This float ball tea grass floated in the sky. It was very extraordinary. The float ball tea grass was considered high-end. It grew in the sky. It was very difficult for mortals to pick it. But in northern plains, there was a very amiable and down-to-earth type of tea flower. It was called milk tea flower. This kind of flower grew in large numbers in the grasslands of northern plains. In some places with abundant water plants, it could be seen almost everywhere. There was a huge number of them. The flower shape of the milk tea flower was the shape of a cup. Every few days, the cup would be filled to the brim with overflowing flower juice. The flower juice was sweet and delicious, attracting countless wild bees and butterflies to drink it. At the same time, these bees and butterflies were used to spread the seeds of the milk tea flower. Of course, ordinary people could also drink it. Goo masters living in northern plains, and even mortals. Almost all of them had drunk this natural drink. Actually, tea and wine, be it in northern plains or the other four regions, were very popular foods. In the southern border, there were blue ocean cloud tea bricks for sale. The origin of this tea brick was not the southern border, but the eastern sea. The E family, one of the super forces in the southern border, was inextricably linked to the eastern sea. Every year, they would sell an uncountable number of blue sea cloud tea bricks to all parts of southern border, earning a huge amount of wealth. In Zhongzhou State, there were even more varieties of tea. Spirit Affinity House's Qingpu tea, Myriad Dragon Doc's Shadow Dragon tea, they were famous teas. There were also some teas that were specially made by Goo Immortals. Only the Goo Immortal knew how to make them. For example, Fairy Li Shan's Snow Oil Tea, Feng Zhuge's Jade Sea Tide Tea, and so on. When the land spirit of Langya saw that Feng Yuan did not drink for a long time, he coughed and could not help urging, "Elder Feng Yuan, quickly drink, quickly drink. You might not know. It is the key to drinking this fire rainbow tea." Feng Yuan waved his hand. "I have heard of fire rainbow tea for a long time, but when I picked up this cup of tea, I suddenly thought of other things and became absent-minded." The land spirit of Langya. Then Elder Feng Yuan, what are you thinking of? Is it the recent situation of our Langya sect in Taichio? Not that. Feng Yuan smiled, casually saying what he had thought of in his mind. The land spirit of Langya had a disappointed expression. He reluctantly added, "You are the owner of Spring-Autumn Cicada, a person who has been reborn. Your vision is broad and you have experienced many things. You know a lot about tea. But do you know, be it tea or wine, they were all spread and spread through the food path." "Oh, there is such a thing?" Feng Yuan's interest was piqued. More accurately speaking, he was very interested in food path. He was currently developing his immortal aperture. His goal was to manage all sorts of resources and satisfy the feeding needs of his immortal goo. But if he grasped food path, it would be much easier for him to feed his immortal goo. Unfortunately, food path was very mysterious. It was popular for a period of time in history, but this period of time was very short. As time went on, it became rarer, even rarer than wisdom path inheritances. In fact, it might even be extinct soon. Regarding food path, during the Battle of Etion Mountain, Feng Yuan learned of some secrets from spectral soul demon Venerable's memories. It turned out that the creator of food path was not a human Gu immortal, but a beast man Gu immortal. This reason was probably the main reason for the current situation of food path. But for Feng Yuan, no matter who created this path, it was fine as long as it was useful to him. Most human Gu immortals had racial pride, but Feng Yuan did not. If Harry Min could help him achieve his goal of eternal life, he would give up his human identity and become a hairy man without any hesitation. Now that land spirit of Langya had a lot of understanding of food path, Feng Yuan quickly asked. Land spirit of Langya revealed. Actually, the creation of any type of tea or wine is an incomplete Gu recipe. If it is completed, you can refine a special tea Gu or wine Gu. In this world, there are already many wine Gu and tea Gu. For example, the famous liquor worm and big smoke tea Gu. There was no need to say more about liquor worm. After Feng Yuan reborn, he had benefited from it. His initial development was very fast. Big smoke tea Gu was a Gu worm that could make Gu masters addicted to it and become even more decadent. It was suppressed by those in power. It could be considered a drug in this world. It is a pity that food path has not spread. It is already showing signs of extinction. In the current era, many Gu immortals want to test each other's refinement path attainment. They do not need to compete in the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention with words or martial skills. They can face each other directly and drink a cup of tea to determine the winner. Land Spirit of Langya's answer made Feng Yuan slightly disappointed. Land Spirit of Langya did not know much. Moreover, what he knew was only about refinement path. Spectral Soul's main body definitely knows a lot. He is familiar with many food path methods. After all, he inherited a food path true inheritance when he was alive. It is a pity that he is trapped in the super dream realm. He is wasting his time day and night. It is too difficult for me to target him. This thought flashed past Feng Yuan's mind. Land Spirit of Langya chatted with Feng Yuan for a while. Seeing that Feng Yuan's topic did not leave tea, he became anxious and said directly, Feng Yuan, I will tell you the truth. I invited you to tea because I have a mission for you. Here it comes. Feng Yuan thought, looking at the land spirit. Please speak. Land Spirit of Langya was simple. His intention was already guessed by Feng Yuan. As expected, at the next moment, Land Spirit of Langya spoke. You know about our sect's plan to excavate Taichio. Furthermore, you were the one who suggested this yourself. The teleportation Gu formation was also set up by you. Precisely because of you. Recently, our Gu immortals have been able to enter and leave Taichio smoothly. We have been modifying the environment and expanding the camp there. But now, there is a problem. Feng Yuan nodded. First Supreme Elder wants to talk about that falling star hound? That's right. It is this damned ancient desolate beast. It has already injured several of our Gu immortals. I have already set up a mission to exterminate it, but even though some people in the sect responded, they all failed miserably. I know that the only person who can defeat this falling star hound is you, Feng Yuan. But why did you not accept this mission? Land Spirit of Langya questioned him directly. Feng Yuan smiled bitterly. I am very busy recently. He had his reasons. It had already been over a month since the last earthly calamity. The second earthly calamity. It was about to arrive. Feng Yuan was preparing to deal with this earthly calamity now. But Feng Yuan did not intend to tell Land Spirit of Langya about the earthly calamity. In fact, his sovereign immortal aperture's secret was also concealed from Land Spirit of Langya. As long as it did not cause any damage to Langya Blessed Land, it would not violate Langya Sect's alliance agreement. This secret was Feng Yuan's trump card. Feng Yuan planned to keep it to himself. Of course, Shadow Sect knew about it. But Feng Yuan was sure that Shadow Sect wanted sovereign immortal fetus Gu. In that case, Shadow Sect would not publicize the existence of the sovereign immortal aperture. That would be creating more enemies for himself. Would they be looking for trouble? In Land Spirit of Langya's opinion, Feng Yuan's revival was a very fortunate thing. Fang Yuan had a lot of excuses and explanations for the revival of immortal zombies. Because he knew many ways to revive immortal zombies, Fang Yuan had his difficulties, but he could not say it out loud. Land Spirit of Langya nodded. You are very busy indeed. He was the land spirit. He knew about Langya blessed land's revival. Land Spirit of Langya persuaded. You are really hard-working in your cultivation. But completing the mission is also helping you cultivate. Don't forget about your dog Shitluck Immortal Goo. If you want to feed it, you need to find 6 different desolate hounds. Use their feces to feed this Luck Path Goo worm. In the past, my previous owner used Jewel Yellow Skies to feed dog Shitluck. But now, Jewel Yellow Skies is closed. Even if it opens in the future, I suggest you raise dogs in your immortal aperture. You only know how to cultivate. You know the benefits of doing so. Lord's words are insightful. Fang Yuan immediately nodded. Dog Shitluck was very important to him. Against Providence, Luck Path could be used. Fate. Fate. The former was fate. Fate was set in stone and could not be changed. The latter was luck. Luck was ever-changing and could be used. This precious information was one of the gains that Fang Yuan had obtained from his transactions with Shadow Sect. Fang Yuan explored and gained the attention of Providence, leading a beast tide to get rid of him. But at the crucial moment, Fang Yuan happened to find an immemorial corpse. It was a suitable location to set up the formation. Fang Yuan thought about it and felt that this was not a coincidence. Dog Shitluck might have played a huge role in it. Although this immortal goo did not help in offense, defense, or movement, it seemed to be very useful in concealment. Giant Sun Immortal Self-Luck. All living being luck, heaven and earth luck, dog shit luck is one of the essences of the self-luck true inheritance. It is in my hands. All living being luck is hidden in Imperial Court blessed land. Connect luck, calamity beckoning, and fortune rivaling heaven originate from it. It is a pity. Recently, Fang Yuan had a terrifying guess. Imperial Court blessed land was destroyed because of him. Back then, he was influenced by Mo Yao's fake will. But was he not influenced by Providence? Was Providence using him as a pawn to destroy Giant Sun Immortal's all living being luck true inheritance? For Providence, it was to take away surpluses and replenish deficits. Fate was the best method of Providence. After Fate Goo was destroyed by Red Lotus Demon Venerable, the power of Luck Path was created and Giant Sun Immortal was born. Land Spirit of Langya straightened his upper body, calling out, Elder Fang Yuan, if you can complete this mission, be it killing or capturing the falling star hound, the sect contribution points will reach 800. 800. Fang Yuan's eyes shined. Next, he thought for a while before replying, I refuse. Chapter 11:01. Fang Yuan slowly flew to the sky. Before leaving, he looked at the majestic cloud city behind him again. His face was filled with bitterness. He let out a long sigh before turning around and flying away. Last time, he accepted the Land Spirit of Langya's mission to explore Taichio. The Land Spirit of Langya was very happy. Everyone was happy. But this time, Fang Yuan rejected it. He did not accept the mission to take down the falling star hound. Both sides parted on bad terms. In the Cloud City, the Land Spirit of Langya sat on the main seat, gritting his teeth. He suppressed his anger and picked up the cup. But before the fiery rainbow tea entered his mouth, he threw it onto the floor tiles. Fang Yuan, you rascal. The Land Spirit of Langya clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, feeling very unhappy. However, he sensed the expression on Fang Yuan's face before he left. The anger in his heart eased slightly. Fang Yuan, oh Fang Yuan, maybe you are really busy cultivating and have your own plans. But this concerns the development of Langya's sect. You are a member of our sect. At the crucial moment, why can't you sacrifice yourself to protect the sect's benefits? In the end, you are still an outsider, not a hairy man goo immortal. The Land Spirit of Langya thought of this as he squinted, cold light flashing in his eyes. In his position, even if Fang Yuan did not want to accept this sect mission, the Land Spirit of Langya could not force him. He created Langya's sect. The alliance agreement restricted all of its members. But the alliance agreement did not stipulate that the members could be forced to do missions that they were not willing to do. Of course, when Langya's sect faced a huge crisis, this rule would disappear. But now, Langya's sect was only in Taichio. It had nothing to do with the crisis. If Fang Yuan was not willing, the land spirit of Langya could not think of a solution. The land spirit of Langya could not sit still. He stood up and paced around the guest hall. He clasped his hands behind his back and lowered his head in contemplation, feeling vexed and frustrated. His frown deepened. If Fang Yuan isn't willing to take action, then what should we do about the falling star hound? No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't come up with any good ideas. The land spirit of Langya itself was absolutely unsolvable. They had left Langya blessed land. The other method was the ancient battle formation, heavenly giant solar. But land spirit of Langya had the crucial formation immortal goo. In the current situation where refinement cauldron was damaged, this was a powerful method to protect Langya blessed land. The land spirit of Langya didn't want to hand over heavenly giant solar just because of this. What if there was an accident? The land spirit of Langya was very clear about this. Sigh. Could it be that they were going to end up like what happened before Fang Yuan left? Those words of persuasion? Why don't we use this falling star hound as a whetstone to raise the battle attainment of the hairy man Gu immortals? Land spirit of Langya sighed. Fang Yuan flew in the air. His clothes were fluttering in the wind. Intense winds blew at his face. The sound of the wind resounded in his ears. His heart was cold. The bitter smile and sigh earlier were just an act. Fang Yuan knew. In this Langya blessed land, the land spirit of Langya was almost omniscient. Its investigative abilities were very strong. Otherwise, he would not have collected so many lifespan goo. This was because Langya blessed land had too long of a history. It had a deep foundation. It had countless Dao marks. This was why the land spirit of Langya was very outstanding in this blessed land. The other land spirits could not compare to him. My current plan is to rely on Langya's sect to help me cultivate. I am the chess player, Langya's sect is my pawn. If I accept that mission, wouldn't I become a pawn? I would have to risk my life for Langya's sect? Taichio attracted the attention of Providence. It is very dangerous. I suspect that Providence has already set up a trap, but did not find me. I am also countered by the immemorial corpses, so I did not lure them. Fang Yuan was very vigilant. In this situation, he would not go to Taichio easily. He wanted to cultivate transformation path. He needed to refine transformation path immortal goo, kill desolate beasts, obtain immortal materials, and so on. But he did not need to do these things personally. Langya's sect was going to Taichio to obtain these things. Fang Yuan only needed to use sect contribution points to make transactions. He would be able to cultivate peacefully in the rear. There was no need to mention danger. There might be a trap set by Providence. Even if there was no trap, Fang Yuan did not intend to delay his cultivation. The world is big. I am the biggest. Fang Yuan had a firm attitude. He had already expected that they would part on bad terms today. I will not work for Langya's sect, but I need to take care of my relationship with the land spirit of Langya. The more conflicts like this occur, the worse my relationship with the land spirit of Langya will become. At the extreme, the land spirit of Langya might not be able to tolerate it. He might expel me from the sect or even kill me. Moreover, for the time being, I need to borrow Langya's sect strength. At least for the second earthly calamity, I will need to borrow their water path immortal goo. Fang Yuan thought about it calmly. He analyzed the situation he was in. He had once had a conflict with the previous land spirit of Langya. Their relationship had reached a freezing point. This was a mistake. Fang Yuan was wary of himself. He did not want to make the same mistake again. Sometimes, if the situation permits, it is necessary to help out. I am only making use of Langya's sect. My goal is to make it easier for me to cultivate. Only by getting stronger and raising my cultivation level is the most reliable thing. Providence could affect all aspects and all living beings. But there was a limit to the extent of its influence. Providence was not like fake will. It could directly participate in the collision of thoughts in the mind and distort the outcome of life. In this aspect, Providence could not compare to fake will. After learning about Providence from Shadow Sect, Fang Yuan knew that providence was a type of will in essence. Providence was at most an imperceptible influence. Thus, providence used Fang Yuan as a chess piece. When dealing with Shadow Sect and Spectral Soul, it did not reveal itself. It plotted for a long time, encircling them step by step, before finally revealing its true intentions. But in the Battle of Etion Mountain, Fang Yuan relied on his half-otherworldly demon intuition to escape Providence's control, leading to the current situation. Thus, the best way to deal with Providence was to raise the Gu Immortals' cultivation level and strengthen themselves. For example, back then, Qizai chased after Fang Yuan because Fang Yuan was only a rank 6 Gu Immortal, weaker than him. If Fang Yuan was rank 8, he would not have foolishly chased after him. Similarly, with regards to those cloud beasts, if Fang Yuan had the strength, he could easily exterminate them. But because he was weak, he was forced to run around. Thus, even if the earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations are a good chance for Providence to eliminate me, I will face them without fear and face them head-on. Every time I pass a calamity or tribulation, I will break through Providence's blockade. I will grow stronger time and time again until I can resist Providence. When I become a demon venerable, I will be invincible in the world. What can Providence do to me? Fang Yuan already understood this in his heart. When he returned to his cloud city, he learned that a hairy man envoy had arrived. Fang Yuan summoned this hairy man envoy. He was a rank 5 peak stage Gu master. "Lord, my city lord ordered me to deliver this to you," the hairy man Gu master said respectfully. As he spoke, he handed over a wooden box with both hands. Fang Yuan received it, but did not open it. He looked at the hairy man envoy in front of him. With just one look, the hairy man Gu master felt a chill in his heart. It was like he was naked. All his hair was stripped off. All his secrets were exposed to the other party. "From today onwards, you will stay here. I will guide you in your enslavement path cultivation," Fang Yuan said slowly. "Thank you for your guidance." The hairy man Gu master immediately knelt on the ground. His body was shaking in excitement. "Leave." Fang Yuan had no interest in this hairy man peak stage rank 5 Gu master. After waving him away, Fang Yuan returned to his room and continued to cultivate. He opened the wooden box. Inside was an immortal Gu. It was none other than rank 6 beast enslavement immortal Gu. It turned out that a few days ago, Fang Yuan felt that their relationship was good and the time was ripe. He asked 12th Hair to borrow his beast enslavement immortal Gu. He was willing to pay with sect contribution points. Even though 12th Hair agreed, he did not accept Fang Yuan's sect contribution points. Instead, he made another request. Not long ago, he had received a bloodline descendant on the sea continent. 12th Hair and this descendant's grandmother had a history of love, and because this descendant had good aptitude, 12th Hair wanted to continue nurturing him. And this descendant cultivated enslavement path. 12th Hair wanted Fang Yuan to guide him personally. Fang Yuan had no objections. Honestly speaking, this transaction was more beneficial to him. After all, he had been using less sect contribution points recently. He wanted to save as much as he could. In the immortal aperture, the area of ice and snow had stopped expanding. This meant that the ice and snow Dao marks from the previous earthly calamity had been fully used up. The immortal aperture's transformation was complete. The immortal zombie that Fang Yuan controlled carefully got close to a desolate beast snow monster. Inside the immortal aperture, because of the different time flow, a long time had passed since the previous encirclement. The snow monsters relaxed again, so Fang Yuan was facing a wandering snow monster. Beast enslavement immortal Gu. Fang Yuan's thoughts appeared out of thin air. He directly injected green grape immortal essence into this immortal Gu. The desolate beast snow monster's body shook, as if it had suffered a formless attack. But soon, it raised its head and roared. It discovered the strength path immortal zombie that was hiding its tracks and charged towards him. Failed. Retreat. Fang Yuan immediately retreated. Logically speaking, with his current soul foundation, he should be able to easily crush a desolate beast snow monster. But this was not the case. Just like what Shadow Sect said, the life forms in Providence are not enslaved or controlled by me. Leaving them alive is the greatest threat. Fang Yuan sighed. Even though he had obtained this information from the transaction, with his personality, he would not give up until he tried it himself. If I could enslave them, be it to control desolate beast snow monsters, or even to sell them to jewel yellow skies, it would be good. Unfortunately, I can only kill them forcefully. Wait, maybe I can use self-will to get rid of Providence first, then try to enslave them with beast enslavement immortal goo? Fang Yuan had a thought. Chapter 1102. An hour later. The desolate beast snow monster was killed by Fang Yuan. Only its head was left. Roar. Even though it was only a head, the snow monster's ferocity did not diminish. It roared at Fang Yuan and breathed out sharp icy winds. Snow monsters were different from desolate beasts. They were made of ice and snow, similar to cloud beasts, blood beasts, and mud monsters. The strength path immortal zombie controlled by Fang Yuan snorted coldly. It stood in front of the desolate beast snow monster's head and placed its hand on the snow monster's head. Immediately, a thin layer of frost covered the strength path immortal zombie's hand. Fang Yuan ignored it. He activated a large number of self-will goo. Self-will surged like a tidal wave, pouring into the snow monster's head. The snow monster's head was filled with a large amount of Providence. Fang Yuan's self-will entered and collided with Providence. It was like fire and water colliding. They could not tolerate each other. Providence had little quantity, but self-will had an endless supply. Soon, Providence was pushed back. It was washed away by self-will. Boom. At the final moment, the snow monster's head self-detonated. A large amount of ice and snow flew everywhere. Fang Yuan's strength path immortal zombie was instantly buried by this ice and snow. However, this self-detonation before death did not have any destructive power at all. Soon, Fang Yuan's strength path immortal zombie came out of the snow, unharmed. But his expression was unsightly. Even if I use self-will to wash away Providence, the snow monster will only self-detonate. Can't it be subdued? But even if it can be subdued, I used up 100 self-will goo just to wash one head. The cost is quite high. Even though self-will goo was immortal goo, it was rank 5. At the same time, these self-will goo were not refined by Fang Yuan himself. He used Langya sect contribution points to ask other hairy man goo immortals to refine them. After this step, Fang Yuan's success rate increased by a little. And most importantly, it was time. Fang Yuan first had to heavily injure a desolate beast snow monster. It could not resist. Make it unable to move. Only then could it continue to instill a large amount of my will and wash Providence. The amount of time it took to kill a desolate beast snow monster might not be that impressive. However, there were still so many snow monsters in Fang Yuan's Kokidahara. Once the number increased, there would be more time. The second earthly calamity was coming. It was not worth it for Fang Yuan to do this. Actually, even if I enslave the desolate beast snow monsters and sell them, the snow monsters will not be able to survive. It's also dangerous. Back then, one of the first generation split souls of Shadow Sect, Goo Immortal Green, researched the life and death immortal aperture method in the super goo formation of Northern Plains Trench. A huge explosion occurred during the research. Many immortal materials were filled with Providence. Lu avoided them like a viper. Just like that, he discarded all these immortal materials. Such a clear attitude has already explained many problems. If I really sell these snow monsters of Providence that are targeting me, I'll be able to kill them all. I'm afraid we'll suffer even worse chain effects. After the failure, Fang Yuan could only carry out his previous plan and continue to kill these snow monsters. He had to kill all of these snow monsters before the second earthly calamity arrived, leaving none behind. Even Providence had to be washed away. Nothing was left. Ordinary snow monsters. They were all cannon fodder. Fang Yuan could easily kill them. There was nothing to worry about. But desolate beast snow monsters were hard to deal with. He needed to spend some effort. As for ancient snow monsters, they were even more troublesome. Fang Yuan could not help but miss Flying Sword Immortal Goo. Using Flying Sword Immortal Goo as the core to activate the Immortal Killer move Sword Marks targeting death, it was extremely effective against ancient snow monsters. As for the triple-layered Sword Wave, it was a group attack. Against a single ancient snow monster, It was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. And using sword wave triple layered had a high cost. Thankfully, Fang Yuan obtained Strength Path Immortal Goo again. He could use Myriad Self again. Strength Path relied less on Primeval Essence and Immortal Essence. Myriad Self's first style, Strength Path Giant Hand, had a much lower cost than Sword Wave Triple Layered. In the following period of time, Fang Yuan used Strength Path Giant Hand to eliminate these ancient snow monsters and desolate beast snow monsters. He first used Beast Enslavement Immortal Goo to enslave a snow monster. After enslavement failed, the snow monster would be provoked and fall into a state of extreme anger. It would chase after Fang Yuan relentlessly. Fang Yuan immediately retreated and lured this snow monster far away, before using Strength Path Giant Hand to kill it. This way, the other snow monsters would be less likely to be alerted. Previously, Fang Yuan could gather the snow monsters after 3 or 4 attacks, but now, it was different. The efficiency was much higher. After enslavement path methods failed, the target would hate the Goo Master greatly. Fang Yuan made full use of this point. Previously, Fang Yuan had tried other methods, but mortal enslavement path methods were too low level, and some wisdom path methods were useless against Providence. Thus, the Beast Enslavement Immortal Goo that Fang Yuan borrowed was not completely useless. Days passed. There were less than 30% of the snow monsters left. There were less than 10 days until the second earthly calamity. Fang Yuan controlled the Strength Path Immortal Zombie and went to mini southern border in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. At a certain corner, Fang Yuan's Immortal Zombie body was placed. Even though I have an Immortal Zombie body, I can only look at it and not use it. Fang Yuan sighed, activating Self-Will Goo and starting to set up a formation. 2 hours later, a Goo formation with hundreds of Self-Will Goo as the core was successfully set up. This Goo formation was mainly used for sealing. Fang Yuan obtained this formation method from Shadow Sect's transaction. He used a large number of Self-Will Goo to seal Providence. Shadow Sect used this method to set up Super Goo formations all over the 5 regions. After inspecting it 3 times and confirming there were no problems, Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. Fang Yuan's Immortal Zombie body was lying at the center of the Goo formation, and the Goo formation had completely sealed Spring-Autumn Cicada. Spring-Autumn Cicada was originally sealed by Celestial Quartz Goo Immortal Wei Ling Yang using a supreme method. Ing Wu Xie was unable to activate Spring-Autumn Cicada to revive. Thus, in Central Continent's Earth Abyss, he could only transact with Fang Yuan. In the transaction, Ing Wu Xie returned Fang Yuan's Immortal Zombie body and Spring-Autumn Cicada to Fang Yuan. After Fang Yuan obtained it, he found that Spring-Autumn Cicada was still sealed. It could not even absorb water from the River of Time. It was getting weaker day by day, on the verge of starving to death. Fang Yuan had tried many methods, but found that this seal was too powerful. He could not even find out its origin. Helplessly, Fang Yuan could only give up on this for the time being. But not long ago, Rank 8 Restriction Path Goo Immortal Wei Ling Yang's methods seemed to have been used up. Spring-Autumn Cicada's seal was suddenly undone. Fang Yuan knew that Providence was hidden in Spring-Autumn Cicada and could only be removed using refinement path methods. He did not dare to leave Fang Yuan's Immortal Zombie body outside. Keeping it in his Immortal Aperture was the safest. But Fang Yuan was worried that during the second earthly calamity, Spring-Autumn Cicada's providence would be linked to the calamities and tribulations. Thus, this time, he set up this Goo formation to seal Providence, eliminating this threat in advance. 3 days later, the snow monsters in Fang Yuan's Sovereign Immortal Aperture were completely eradicated. Next, he used Self-Will to wash away all Providence. For this, Fang Yuan had to pay a hefty price. Although Giant Hand's cost was low, after using it many times, the consumption would accumulate to a high level. Right now, Fang Yuan did not have much Immortal Essence on hand. The same was true for Immortal Yuan Stone. Because of the closure of Jewel Yellow Skies, Fang Yuan had a lot of cultivation resources but could not sell them. Langya Sect's contribution points were also decreasing day by day. Even though Fang Yuan often gave pointers to the Hairy Man Goo Immortals in battle, it was beneficial to him. But Land Spirit of Langya also learned from him. He had some thoughts and reduced the rewards for this mission. At the same time, he raised the reward for the Falling Starhound mission. Jewel Yellow Skies. Jewel yellow skies. When can you open it? Fang Yuan was looking forward to the opening of Jewel Yellow Skies while making more preparations for the second earthly calamity. There were still 5 days before the second earthly calamity. Fang Yuan completely washed away the providence in his immortal aperture before arriving in front of Dang Hun Mountain. Using myriad self-killer move and other methods, he changed Dang Hun Mountain beyond recognition. Next, he used pulling mountain immortal goo to stuff Dang Hun Mountain into his sovereign immortal aperture. In the past, Fang Yuan did not have landscape as before. He did not dare to do this casually. But now, he had less to worry about. This commotion naturally attracted Langya Land Spirit to appear. He asked nervously, "Elder Fang Yuan, what are you trying to do?" He was very worried. After all, Dang Hun Mountain belonged to Fang Yuan. It was not like Luopa Valley. If Fang Yuan wanted to take it away, he could not stop him. Fang Yuan had a glib tongue. He used the excuse that he had prepared long ago to leave Langya Blessed Land for a period of time. Land Spirit of Langya believed him. He wanted Fang Yuan to help him get rid of the falling star hound. But in the end, not only did Fang Yuan want to leave, he even took Dang Hun Mountain with him. Land Spirit of Langya was very worried. Fang Yuan used this chance to expend all his sect contribution points. He also mortgaged Wisdom Goo to borrow many Immortal Goo from Land Spirit of Langya, as well as a large number of Immortal Yuan stones. He finally replenished his Green Grape Immortal Essence. Regretfully, even when Fang Yuan left Langya Blessed Land, Jewel Yellow Skies did not open. Fang Yuan sighed. He chose to move out a portion of the resources in his Immortal Aperture, handing them to Land Spirit of Langya for safekeeping. So many resources? It seems that Fang Yuan, you are very knowledgeable in managing your Immortal Aperture. Land Spirit of Langya was surprised at the amount of resources, but in fact, this was only a small portion of what Fang Yuan had. He did not even have 30% of it. Fang Yuan naturally would not move all the resources out. Land Spirit of Langya was not a fool. He would immediately suspect Fang Yuan's sovereign Immortal Aperture. Less than half a day before the earthly calamity arrived, Fang Yuan arrived at the northern icy plain through a teleportation goo formation. Although the northern icy plain was created by reckless savage demon Venerable, it contained countless reckless savage true meaning. But providence still existed. Thus, Fang Yuan did not come here in advance. The icy plain was vast. Fang Yuan randomly chose a direction and placed his Immortal Aperture at a suitable location. What would the second earthly calamity be? No matter what, the second earthly calamity would definitely be stronger than the first. Chapter 1103. Fang Yuan was dressed in a white robe. His black hair fluttered as he landed in the sovereign Immortal Aperture's Kokitahara. This time, he still intended to undergo the tribulation here. There were also some resources distributed in the other places. There was only ice and snow in Kokitahara. The snow monsters and providence had all been eradicated. The sovereign Immortal Aperture had a huge space, but the calamities and tribulations' only target was Fang Yuan. Therefore, wherever he was, the calamity would occur. The Immortal Aperture was already planted in northern plains. The tributary of the River of Time in the Immortal Aperture merged with the River of Time. The flow of time was greatly reduced. The first was to check the arrangements. A large number of goo worms had already been arranged in the sovereign Immortal Aperture. Most of them were related to the killer move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture. Apart from that, there was also Dang Hun Mountain beside Fang Yuan. The current Dang Hun Mountain was already beyond recognition. Fang Yuan had done this to prevent others from using fixed immortal travel to suddenly teleport in while he was undergoing his tribulation. Therefore, this hidden danger was eliminated in advance. During the first tribulation, Fang Yuan did not have pulling mountain immortal goo or landscape as before, so he could not bring Dang Hun Mountain in. However, things were different now. With pulling mountain, Fang Yuan could move Dang Hun Mountain into his Immortal Aperture alone. Otherwise, if he used other Hairy Man Goo Immortals, not only would he need to spend a sum of sect contribution points, the Hairy Man Goo Immortals would also enter the sovereign Immortal Aperture and expose this huge secret of Fang Yuan's. With landscape as before, there was no need to worry about Dang Hun Mountain being destroyed by the calamity. The more severe the damage to Dang Hun Mountain, the greater the damage. The production of Guts goo was lower. After a round of inspection, Fang Yuan was sure that there was nothing wrong with the arrangements. Next, with a thought, the sovereign immortal aperture's entrance opened. Hoo, a large amount of heaven and earth chi passed through the door. They entered the sovereign immortal aperture. For a moment, it was a spectacular sight, like a surging tide pouring in. This time, I brought Dang Hun Mountain and increased the burden on the sovereign immortal aperture. Therefore, the chi of heaven and earth is much more abundant than last time. The chi of heaven and earth swarmed in. At the same time, Fang Yuan. He began to arrange all sorts of goo worms outside the immortal aperture. He had already set it up during the last earthly calamity. This time, Fang Yuan was even more familiar with it. Fang Yuan naturally had to use the immortal tribulation tempering aperture. Firstly, immortal tribulation tempering aperture killer move could weaken the power of earthly calamities. Secondly, it could extract reckless savage's true intent to help Fang Yuan cultivate the transformation Tao. What was different from the first tribulation was that this time, many of the mortal goo that made up the killer move immortal tribulation tempering aperture were Fang Yuan's own. Moreover, he made some minor modifications to the immortal tribulation tempering aperture killer move itself. Modifying the immortal tribulation tempering aperture was one of the preparations that Fang Yuan had made for his tribulation transcendence. Although his refinement path attainment was not high, his wisdom path was at the grandmaster level. The current improvements were just icing on the cake, not essential. But as long as he continued to investigate, Fang Yuan believed that one day, he would be able to modify this killer move into a version that was most suitable for him. After all, Fang Yuan could not always rely on the Langya sect. Every time he underwent a tribulation, he would need to borrow so many goo worms from the land spirit of Langya. This was a huge price to pay. Fang Yuan modified the immortal tribulation tempering aperture because he wanted to get rid of the land spirit of Langya's control over him. A moment later, Fang Yuan made his arrangements and started to mobilize his immortal essence, activating goo worms one by one. Green light burst out, filling the immortal aperture and connecting to the outside world. Gradually, the green light inside and outside the immortal aperture merged into a huge light shadow, covering the surrounding 1,000 li tins of thousands of green grape immortal essence were expended, allowing Fang Yuan to successfully activate the killer move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture Killer Move. The second earthly calamity arrived. The world shook, winds surged and clouds surged. At first, there was only a light breeze, but soon, the wind started to surge. In the blink of an eye, intense winds filled the sky, sweeping the world and blowing away all living beings. What tribulation is this? Fang Yuan stood at the peak of Dang Hun Mountain, preparing for battle. Even though he did not recognize the origin of this earthly calamity, just from the prelude, this earthly calamity was like the previous one. It was extremely powerful. It was definitely out of the ordinary. Intense winds blew, sweeping up the ice and snow on the ground, causing the world to turn into a blur. The sovereign immortal aperture had few light path Tao marks to begin with. There was only a faint light. Right now, wind and snow covered the sky. Fang Yuan's vision became restricted. Ding ding ding, ding ding ding. What is that sound? Fang Yuan had already used all kinds of methods to investigate, but at this moment, he suddenly heard a clear chime-like sound coming from within the howling winds. This strange scene made Fang Yuan frown slightly. Don't tell me, this is... He suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Right at this time, the sound of wind chimes resounded. A huge green flower flew out of the wind and crashed into Dang Hun Mountain. The speed of this viridescent flower was extremely fast. It was simply too fast. It crashed into Dang Hun Mountain, creating a long mark on the mountain. The rocks along the way were crushed into powder, blown away by the wind. Ding ding ding, ding ding ding. The sound of wind chimes resounded. At the next moment, 18 green flowers flew out and crashed into Dang Hun Mountain, shattering themselves and creating 18 deep marks. These are wind flowers. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He confirmed the answer in his mind. Wind flowers were the essence of the wind. They were a special plant that could only be born in extremely intense winds. They had no roots or horns. they danced in the wind. They were as big as chariots. They were light green and extremely sharp. Ding, 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 ding. Fang Yuan had just recognized the wind flowers when the next wave of wind flowers attacked again. There were more wind flowers this time. There were 40 to 50 of them. Furthermore, the direction of the attacks came from all directions, crashing into Dang Hun Mountain one after another. Dang Hun Mountain's rocks shattered, smoke and dust rose. The shattered rocks were quickly devoured by the surrounding winds. Fang Yuan quickly retreated from the top of the mountain. He gritted his teeth, feeling troubled. In the previous earthly calamity, Providence created a large number of snow monsters. But I can fly. I have the initiative. This time, Providence has learned their lesson. They have changed their tactics and are using windflower tribulation to deal with me. This was Fang Yuan's weakness. Fang Yuan's speed could not compare to the windflowers, and his defensive methods were only at mortal level. Thankfully, I moved Dang Hun Mountain this time. Otherwise, I would be in trouble without any defenses. Fang Yuan felt very fortunate. Landscape as before. He activated the time path Immortal Goo. The countless marks on Dang Hun Mountain disappeared, returning to its original state. However, almost in the next second, the endless wind flowers struck again, shattering layer after layer of the mountain rocks and cutting them into dregs. This will not be good. Using the Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture earlier consumed more than half of my immortal essence. Although I am temporarily safe, I have expended a large amount of green grape immortal essence. Using this immortal essence to heal Dang Hun Mountain is just prolonging my life. Fang Yuan squinted, thoughts moving rapidly in his mind. He had rich battle experience. He quickly thought of a way to deal with it. Strength Path Killer Move, Myriad Self. Transformation Path Killer Move, Familiar Face. Immortal Goo Dark Limit. His body shook as his method burst out. Countless Fang Yuan occupied the whole of Dang Hun Mountain. One of them roared towards the sky, and all of the Fang Yuan phantoms rushed towards the winds outside the mountain. At the same time, Fang Yuan's main body activated Familiar Face. Using the concealment of Myriad Self, he turned into a rock on Dang Hun Mountain. With change form Immortal Goo, Familiar Face returned to its original form. It became simple and instantaneous. It was not like the modified version, where Fang Yuan used a large number of Mortal Goo to replace the effect of change form Immortal Goo, causing Familiar Face to activate very slowly and could not be used in emergencies. After turning into an inconspicuous rock, Fang Yuan did not stop. He used Dark Limit Immortal Goo to conceal his aura. Ding, ding, ding. A large number of windflowers turned around and attacked the countless Fang Yuan phantoms. The calamities and tribulations' firepower decreased. Dang Hun Mountain's pressure was greatly reduced. In just a moment, Fang Yuan's myriad self phantoms were all eradicated by the wind flowers. Fang Yuan activated myriad self again, creating countless phantoms that carried his aura as he charged out. The wind flowers scattered and danced in the wind. The phantoms were instantly killed one after another. After 2 to 3 times, Providence saw through Fang Yuan's battle tactic. All of the wind flowers ignored Fang Yuan phantoms. They concentrated their firepower and attacked Dang Hun Mountain. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. He felt Providence's sinister intentions. Dang Hun Mountain is my greatest source of income. Providence wants to destroy it. They are ruining my future. Fang Yuan was fortunate to have landscape as before. But using landscape as before to heal Dang Hun Mountain could only allow Fang Yuan to maintain the stalemate. It could not change his extremely passive situation. His green grape immortal essence was being expended rapidly. Sword Wave Triple Layered. Strength Path Giant Hand. Fang Yuan tried to retaliate, but the wind flowers were too fast. His 2 killer moves were not very effective, especially the Strength Path Giant Hand. Even though it had a grand aura, it flew slowly. It could not hit any wind flowers in the wind, unless the wind flowers came to kill it personally. Poison Breath. Fang Yuan opened his mouth and breathed out. Purple-black poison gas spread along the wind. Large numbers of wind flowers withered rapidly when they came in contact with the poison gas. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. Poison Breath was a killer move that he had modified from the Wisdom Path killer move Harboring Malicious Heart. Using a woman's heart as the core, It had many flaws and was rather useless. Fang Yuan rarely used it. To think that it would be so effective when he used it now. Under the effect of the poisonous breath, the wind flower's ferocious attacks instantly fell to the bottom. The wind also slowed down. A cold light shone on the whole of Danghun Mountain. Fang Yuan raised his head and saw a crescent moon hanging in the sky since an unknown time. Fang Yuan's eyes narrowed as he shouted, "Shui Yu!" This crescent moon was white as snow. Its white radiance caused the temperature of Danghun Mountain to fall. Soon, layers of frost covered the surface of Danghun Mountain. Chapter 1104. Windflower Tribulation and Snow Moon Tribulation. Each was a type of earthly calamity. Windflower and snow moon overlapped to form a type of heavenly tribulation. Its power rose greatly, and the difficulty of the tribulation increased. The windflower was extremely fast. It was hard to dodge. It was extremely sharp and hard to defend against. And the snow moon emitted cold light that froze Gua mortals. The two were a perfect match. Fang Yuan's heart was heavy. Actually, with his current strength, especially after the transaction with Shadow Sect, Strength Path and Sword Path had become his main trump cards. Be it Strength Path Giant Hand or Sword Wave Triple Layered, they could allow him to erupt with rank 7 Gu Immortal Battle Strength. It was also possible to pass a heavenly tribulation. What made Fang Yuan's heart heavy was not the heavenly tribulation, but the future development. Gu Immortal's tribulations got harder each time. In theory, Fang Yuan's second earthly calamity should be stronger than the first. But the second earthly calamity was raised to the level of a heavenly tribulation. This increase was simply too huge. If this continued, how much stronger would the third and fourth earthly calamities be? A rank 6 Gu Immortal would face an earthly calamity every 10 years and a heavenly tribulation every 100 years. After 300 years and 3 heavenly tribulations, they would advance to rank 7. In total, that would be 18 earthly calamities and 3 heavenly tribulations. As far as Fang Yuan was concerned, not including the second earthly calamity, he still had 16 earthly calamities and 3 heavenly tribulations to pass. If it was the second earthly calamity, his calamities and tribulations would become heavenly tribulations. What future would there be then? At this rate, the earthly calamities would reach grand tribulation level. The snow moon's cold light shone on Fang Yuan's face, making him look pale. Even the thoughts in his mind moved and collided with each other at a slower rate. The snow moon's cold light did not just slow down a Gu Immortal's movement, it could also affect their thoughts. Fang Yuan quickly used wisdom path methods to protect his mind. He was a wisdom path grandmaster. He could easily do this. That shouldn't be the case. In the transaction with Shadow Sect, Sixth Hair told me clearly that even though the earthly calamities get stronger each time, there is a limit to the increase. As long as it is an earthly calamity, it will still be limited to the level of an earthly calamity. Could it be? Is he lying to me? Selling me fake information? Fang Yuan's brows furrowed tightly. If it was a lie, then this was naturally a possibility. However, when Fang Yuan thought about it from another perspective, this kind of deception would not benefit the Shadow Sect at all, because this was something that could be easily proven. Most importantly, Shadow Sect still wanted to capture Fang Yuan to reverse refined sovereign immortal fetus Gu. Tricking Fang Yuan and letting Fang Yuan die under the calamity, wouldn't that be terrible? Or, there's another possibility. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed for a while before he calmed down again. The wind from the outside. It whistled and rolled. Fang Yuan raised his head and looked at the distant sky, his eyes as dark as the night. Standing on the mountain rock, his white robe and black hair swayed in the wind. He looked like a lone wolf. Sword Wave Triple Stack. Strength Path Giant Palm. Suddenly, he unleashed a powerful attack. The dazzling sword wave appeared out of nowhere, surging and pouring down. And the Strength Path Giant Palm tore through the air. It was heavy and powerful, pushing away the raging winds in the sky. Both pounced towards the snow moon in the sky. Ding, 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 ding. Like bees and butterflies that had smelled the fragrance of flowers, countless green wind flowers swarmed toward the sword waves and the giant hand seals. The extremely sharp wind flowers clashed with the sword wave and giant palm. Soon, The two attacks were completely wiped out. A strange phenomenon. Earlier, the Windflowers only cared about Dang Hun Mountain. They wanted to destroy this famous secluded domain of heaven and earth. They ignored Fong Yuan's sword wave and giant palm. They even took the initiative to dodge. But now, these Windflowers took the initiative to attack. Because Fong Yuan's attack target was Shuiyu, who was in the air. It seemed to be these Windflowers, as if they wanted to protect the Snow Moon. The Snow Moon's existence gave Fong Yuan huge pressure indeed. There seemed to be nothing wrong with the Windflowers protecting the Snow Moon. But Fong Yuan's face flashed with excitement. Myriad Self, Myriad Self, Myriad Self. The crowd roared. A large group of Fong Yuan phantoms spread out like a flood. Fong Yuan activated it 3 times in a row. In an instant, the empty Dang Hun Mountain became a sea of people. Countless Fong Yuans covered the sky, flying into the wind and jumping down the cliff. But different from the last time, this time, Fong Yuan's true body turned into one of the phantoms and rushed out of Dang Hun Mountain. A large number of Windflowers came over. But there were too many phantoms of Fong Yuan, and the number of Windflowers seemed less. But Fong Yuan's phantoms could not fight against the Windflowers, and a large number of phantoms were quickly sacrificed. Relying on the clever cover of the phantoms, as well as the help of familiar face, dark limit, and so on, Fong Yuan successfully rushed into the air. It is time. Sword Escape. Fong Yuan found an opportunity and suddenly used Sword Escape Immortal Goo. He was like a white dragon in the river. He suddenly soared into the sky, breaking through the river surface and riding on the clouds. It was a stunning sight. He was close. Fong Yuan used Triple Layer Sword Wave and Strength Path Giant Hand again. Providence was caught off guard. The Windflowers were still eliminating the remaining Fong Yuan phantoms. Fong Yuan successfully destroyed the Snow Moon in the air. At the next moment, a large amount of Reckless Savage's true meaning poured down. Fong Yuan was like a withered tree that received rain after a long drought. He accepted all of the true meaning. In a daze, he seemed to have turned into a moon, floating in the air and quietly emitting moonlight, looking down on the world. His transformation path attainment level rose rapidly. Transformation path did not just transform animals and plants, it also included mountains, rivers, wind, moon, and all other living beings. This wave of Reckless Savage's true meaning benefited Fong Yuan greatly. He laughed heartily, and his laughter gave people a feeling of contentment. It turned out that the so-called Windflower Snow Moon tribulation was only pieced together. It was not a complete heavenly tribulation. The second earthly calamity was still limited to the level of an earthly calamity. No matter how furious Providence was and how much it wanted to get rid of Fong Yuan, it was useless. It was Providence. It had to obey the balance of the heavenly Tao. Intense winds howled. Providence was furious. It was humiliated and angry from being exposed. Countless Windflowers attacked Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan used Myriad Self again. A large number of Fong Yuan phantoms dispersed Providence's firepower. The Windflowers killed Fong Yuan's phantoms. This was a true massacre. But the effect was minimal. Fong Yuan's true body was hidden among the phantoms. He landed on Dang Hun Mountain again. With Dang Hun Mountain, it was a place that could be defended. It gave Fong Yuan some breathing room. Deactivating familiar face, Fong Yuan's body shook slightly. There was a deep wound on his back. Blood was flowing. It was so deep that his bones could be seen. But because of change form Immortal Goo, he managed to disguise his wound. It deceived Providence. My defense is still too weak. Fong Yuan heaved a sigh and immediately started healing himself. He did not use Manas before. Manas before was an Immortal Goo. Using it would expend immortal essence. Moreover, Manas before could only recover to his previous state. Fong Yuan was hit by a windflower petal in the air. He was injured. At that time, he could not use Manas before Immortal Goo. If he used his Immortal Goo aura, his identity would be exposed. Thankfully, the Tao marks in my body do not interfere with each other. Even mortal healing methods are very effective. Fong Yuan felt his huge advantage in this aspect. Normally speaking, it was hard for Goo immortals to heal injuries. Because they had Tao marks in their body, the obstruction of Tao marks would greatly weaken the effect of mortal killer moves. When using immortal healing methods, one had to consider whether the Tao marks would reject each other. Fang Yuan did not have this obstruction, and using mortal methods had another advantage. He could conserve immortal essence. This time, Fang Yuan's immortal essence storage was not as high as the previous tribulation. The biggest reason was the closure of jewel yellow skies. Cold and tint assaulted him. Frost started to spread from Fang Yuan's forehead. Soon, his whole body was covered in a layer of frost. Not just him, the whole of Deng Hun Mountain suffered the same fate. Fang Yuan raised his head. His pupils shrunk as he realized the situation was not good. Snow moons had appeared in the sky again, and there were 3 of them. The 3 times the cold light overlapped with each other, the cold and tint became even heavier. Fang Yuan's wisdom path methods to protect his mind were no longer effective. He had to use other methods. His body also had to be protected. He used several defensive mortal killer moves. His body flickered with light, finally maintaining his body temperature. The number of snow moons and the speed at which they appeared were far beyond Fang Yuan's expectations. His plan of returning to Deng Hun Mountain to rest was in vain. Fang Yuan's heart raced. When he saw the 3 snow moons, he realized this was a moment of life and death. The longer he delayed, the more snow moons there would be, and the slimmer his chances of passing the tribulation would be. He had to retaliate immediately. He could not slack off. Otherwise, the opportunity was fleeting. Any delay would be like boiling a frog in warm water. His current predicament would turn into a hopeless situation. There would be no chance of survival. If it were other Gu immortals, they might hesitate. But Fang Yuan had rich battle experience. After realizing his situation, he used Myriad Self again. Using the same method, a large number of Fang Yuan phantoms moved around, attracting a large number of windflowers. Fang Yuan's true body was mixed among them. He flew into the sky without hesitation. Once he flew into the sky, the cold light's power rose rapidly. It was no longer suppressed by Deng Hun Mountain's soul path Tao marks. This was an intense battle. Fang Yuan wanted to destroy the snow moons. The 3 times cold light gave him more pressure than the windflowers. And the worst thing was, the 4th snow moon was slowly forming in the sky. Meanwhile, Providence tried all ways to stop Fang Yuan. While he was attacking, a large number of windflowers danced in the sky, attempting to kill Fang Yuan on the spot. 1, 2, 3 crescent moons were destroyed by Fang Yuan. The process was difficult, but more snow moons were forming at the same time. The cold light made Fang Yuan's heart turn cold. The cruel reality made his limbs shiver. His chances of survival were getting slimmer. Fang Yuan's expression was hard as steel. He could only puff out his chest and face the danger. Chapter 1105. Ding ding ding. A windflower hit Fang Yuan's back. The defense on Fang Yuan's body was like a piece of paper, immediately torn to pieces. The robe on his back was torn to shreds. Blood splattered and flesh flew. My luck is bad. Fang Yuan's heart sank. He had dozens of strength path phantoms around him, but there was only one windflower flying towards him, attacking casually. But his true body was hit. As time passed, dog shit luck's protection became weaker. Providence's chances of finding the true body increased. Worse still, there was still Dark Limit Immortal Gu. Dark Limit Immortal Gu was activated once, protecting Fang Yuan and concealing his aura. Its effect was greatly reduced. Once this protection disappeared, it would be worse than losing dog shit luck. Time passed. Seconds felt like years for Fang Yuan. He endured it bitterly. He had already lost count of how many snow moons he had destroyed, how many windflower attacks he had suffered. Dog shit luck and Dark Limit's protection was weakening. But familiar face formed by Attitude Gu and Change Form Gu was like a pillar, supporting Fang Yuan from start to finish. There was also Myriad Self, but at this moment, its offensive ability was no longer useful. It could only be used as cannon fodder. Providence was not a fool, it could think. After Fang Yuan's tactic became clear, every time Myriad Self was used, the time it could find Fang Yuan's true body was getting shorter. Fang Yuan's injuries were also getting heavier. He had no choice but to use Immortal Gu Man as before. But this way, his immortal essence was being expended rapidly. He did not have much to begin with. but now he was running dry. Providence was high above. It controlled the earthly calamity. It was invincible. Feng Yuan was like an ant, struggling between life and death. There were more snow moons. Feng Yuan could not keep up. The situation was getting worse. Feng Yuan could not see any hope. But he did not intend to give up. He gritted his teeth and persevered. The wind was like mocking him for overestimating his abilities. The snow moons hung high in the sky. They were like cold gazes. Looking at a fly like Feng Yuan, who was struggling in vain before his death, Li Tianlan felt that it was useless. Feng Yuan's entire body was bathed in blood. His white robe had completely turned into a blood-red robe. His blood and sweat had been frozen by the cold light. He was battered and exhausted. His black hair, which was originally flowing in the wind, was now completely disheveled. It was also broken into countless pieces, and now it was of different lengths. It made Feng Yuan look like a combination of a madman and a beggar. His face was ice-cold. He did not laugh wildly, nor did he shout. He was like a block of ice. He was about to be crushed by the heavens and earth, but he didn't utter a single word. In this desperate situation, he could only silently persevere. The sound of the wind died down. The power of the windflower calamity was slowly fading away. He had reached his limit. There was a limit to the power of the earthly calamity. Even though Providence had enhanced it to its maximum level and was controlling it personally, Feng Yuan was not killed by the windflowers. Very soon, the number of windflowers decreased drastically, and there were no more gales in the world. Feng Yuan laughed bitterly and madly urged his immortal essence. His target was still Shuiyu. Although the windflower tribulation had faded, the snow moons in the sky also stopped forming, but there were still remnants of the windflowers. There were quite a few snow moons left. It was a tough battle. Feng Yuan no longer had the strength to grit his teeth. His body was extremely weak. Myriad Self, Strength Path Giant Hand, Sword Wave Triple Layered, Familiar Face. His condition was not good. Some of his immortal killer moves failed to activate at times. Each failure caused him to suffer backlash and spit out blood. The earthly calamity was already at its limit. Feng Yuan himself was the same. There was no point in escaping now. Not only could the wind flowers obstruct him, the snow moons could also fly slowly. The range of the cold light was too huge. The earthly calamity had not ended yet. Heaven and earth chi were not stable. It was impossible to retrieve the immortal aperture. Undeniably, Providence had planned for a long time and created the most suitable earthly calamity against Feng Yuan. The previous earthly calamity. Reckless Savage's true meaning split a portion of the earthly calamity's strength. This time, even though Providence could not avoid it, it affected Reckless Savage's true meaning, turning the portion that was affected into the snow moon tribulation, increasing the difficulty of the earthly calamity instead. The current situation. It depended on who could last longer. An hour later, Feng Yuan fell to the ground on Danghun Mountain. His immortal essence was almost completely depleted. Familiar Face could not hold on any longer. His mind was exhausted and had dissipated long ago. Feng Yuan expended a lot of effort and strength to destroy a large number of snow moons, but there was still one snow moon left in the sky. Relying on Danghun Mountain's protection, Feng Yuan was able to block the cold light. His body was covered in injuries. Many of them were covered in blood-colored ice shards. Feng Yuan had no strength left. The frost on his body was getting thicker and thicker, gradually freezing him inside the ice. The final trace of wind lingered above the ice, carrying Providence. It wanted to watch Feng Yuan walk towards death. He had little immortal essence left. He had used an immortal killer move, but Feng Yuan suddenly showed the smile of a victor. I survived this calamity. At the next moment, the desolate beast spinefin star dragonfish suddenly appeared. It swung its tail and smashed the final snow moon. Beast enslavement immortal goo. A few minutes later, the heaven and earth chi calmed down. Feng Yuan immediately left Northern Plains. Not long after he left, two figures came out of the underground ice layer. This is the place. One of the figures carefully looked around before saying. The other figure cautiously twitched his nose and sniffed around. Then, he said with certainty, what we sensed just now wasn't wrong. Someone had just undergone tribulation here. There are traces of fluctuations in the heaven and earth chi. They have not completely calmed down. The two figures were blurry. They had evidently used methods to conceal themselves. However, since they knew about the calamities and tribulations and could inspect them so clearly, they were definitely Gu immortals. Sigh. The northern icy plain was created by reckless savage demon Venerable in the past. There are only glaciers here. There is no land. The heaven and earth chi here is much thinner than other places. If Gu immortals undergo tribulation here, they will expend even more heaven and earth chi. At a certain level, the glaciers will shatter and the earth will shake. One of the two mysterious Gu immortals sighed. His tone was filled with worry. The northern icy plain is the final paradise of our snowman tribe. We live underground in the icy plain. We have no conflicts with the world. Who would have thought that the human race wouldn't give up? They even want to encroach on our last piece of land. Another mysterious figure, who seemed to be younger, said indignantly. It turned out that these two Gu immortals were not ordinary. They were variant human snowman Gu immortals. The young snowman Gu immortal continued. First Supreme Elder is too stubborn. In my opinion, we should have gotten rid of that Chu-Du back then. Look now, not only does Chu-Du undergo tribulation, others also come here. As time passes, our resting place will be visited by more and more Gu immortals. The older snowman Gu immortal sighed. Sigh. I can understand First Supreme Elder's thoughts. He is worried that the battle with Chu-Du will expose our existence to the world. Right now, the world is ruled by humans. Their position is firm and unshakable. If we are exposed, all of Northern Plains human Gu immortals will hunt us down. Are we going to let this continue? Are we going to let more and more Gu immortals undergo tribulations above us? Actually, with our strength and fighting in the icy plain, as long as we plan carefully, it is not hard to kill a few human Gu immortals. Of course, I admit that Chu-Du is very strong. To be safe, we can give up on him, but the other Gu immortals can do it. If we kill a few people, who will know that we did it? Heh. Anyway, humans are in a mess internally. Righteous path, demonic path, and lone cultivators have never stopped fighting. The young Gu immortal said, Sigh, you are right. We should report this situation to the people first. Let the other very high elders come over and discuss it. The two snowman Gu immortals discussed for a while before vanishing on the spot. Even though Feng Yuan was heavily injured, he did not stop, rushing back to Langya blessed land. If Providence wants to get rid of me, it is the best time to do so when I undergo tribulation. Not only can it increase the power of the calamities and tribulations to the limit, it can even control the calamities and tribulations personally. The most terrifying thing is that it can influence other existences and create human tribulations to trap and kill me. Feng Yuan firmly remembered this information in his mind. This knowledge was also a precious gain from his transaction with Sixth Hair. In the Battle of Etion Mountain half a year ago, he was a crucial human tribulation. He was a pawn for Providence to deal with Spectral Soul. Because of his personal experience, Feng Yuan was very vigilant towards the so-called human tribulation. What kind of existence was Spectral Soul? He had the help of Shadow Sect and Zombie Alliance. He planned for 100,000 years, but was still defeated by Providence. Compared to them, what did he count as now? Thus, Feng Yuan did not care about his heavy injuries and directly moved. He moved very quickly. He did not give Providence any time to plan. There were no accidents on the way back. Feng Yuan successfully returned to Langya Blessed Land. After reaching Langya Blessed Land, he let out a sigh of relief. He knew that he was safe for now. Next, Feng Yuan hid in his Cloud City to heal his injuries. He also returned all the immortal Gu that he had borrowed. A few days later, Feng Yuan's injuries healed completely. He recovered to his peak condition. He started to modify Dang Hun Mountain in his immortal aperture. Speaking of which, this mountain was a huge help to him in his tribulation. Dang Hun Mountain was in a terrible state. It was tall and majestic before, but after the tribulation, it was reduced to a small mound by the wind. Landscape as before. Under the effect of this immortal Gu, Dang Hun Mountain returned to its original state. Only in this state could Dang Hun Mountain produce Guts Gu with the highest efficiency. Fang Yuan did not dare to be careless. He quickly took out Dang Hun Mountain and gave it to Langya Blessed Land. However, even though Dang Hun Mountain produced a large number of guts goo, the sales channel, Jewel Yellow Skies, was closed. Right now, there were a large number of guts goo in Langya Sect's treasury. They could not be sold. Fang Yuan was quite anxious. 2 months later, the third earthly calamity will occur. Its power will be even stronger than this one. If I do not make some breakthroughs at this stage, and my strength does not increase, I am afraid I will be in danger. But the growth of strength does not come out of nowhere. It requires all sorts of cultivation resources. Treasure Yellow Heaven. When will it open again? Chapter 1106. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Mini Eastern Sea. This was a landscape of rivers and swamps. But it was not as vast and deep as the outside Eastern Sea. The highest water level was only 50 to 60 feet. Most places were like mud pits to desolate beasts. This was because there were not many water path Dalmarks in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. At this moment, in a corner of Mini Eastern Sea, 2 desolate beasts were fighting. Howl. The desolate beast shark fin wolf howled as it pounced. It opened its mouth wide, revealing its sharp fangs. If this bite landed, even the mountain rocks would be crushed. But its opponent, a desolate beast flying bear, had a crafty light flashing in its eyes as it retreated. The shark fin wolf used too much strength. Its attack was easily dodged by the flying bear. Next, the flying bear raised its thick paw and slammed at the shark fin wolf's head. With a loud bang, the huge force caused the shark fin wolf to crash to the ground. It was dizzy and could not get up for some time. But Fang Yuan was not satisfied with this attack. I used Flying Bear Strength Immortal Goo earlier. My strength did increase greatly. But Flying Bear Transformation almost made a mistake. This immortal zombie that I am temporarily borrowing has a lot of strength path Dalmarks. Even though I have changed form Immortal Goo, I can only forcefully transform. The strength path Dalmarks are resisting change form Immortal Goo's influence. Transformation Path Goo Immortals mainly had Transformation Path Dalmarks on their bodies. These Dalmarks could change into other Dalmarks under the influence of Goo Worms. Change Form Immortal Goo was the essence of Transformation Path. With it, the Goo Immortal could undergo all sorts of transformations. Flowers, birds, fish, and worms. Grass, trees, mountains, rivers, sun, moon, and stars. They could all transform. But this goo only had the form. It needed to be paired with other goo worms. Only then could it transform in strength, speed, defense, and other aspects. Right now, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture is in my body. I can only use the Strength Path Immortal Zombie to train in Transformation Path methods. But Strength Path Immortal Zombies have Strength Path Dalmarks. It is very difficult to use Change Form Immortal Goo. But Flying Bear Strength has the amplification of Strength Path Dalmarks. The effect is better. Fang Yuan compared inwardly, feeling the wondrous use of his body. There was no interference or obstruction between Dalmarks. This was a huge advantage. The boundaries between each path were clear. They were clearly separated. Even if it was a secondary cultivation, he also had to distinguish his priorities. But when it came to Fang Yuan, the boundaries between the sects became blurred. He could cultivate all of them. Looks like Strength Path Immortal Zombies can only familiarize themselves with transformation methods. They can't let me truly understand my improvement and the limits of my abilities. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart as he controlled the flying bear to dodge agilely. It turned out that the shark fin wolf had crawled up again, and its ferocious nature was unleashed as it attacked crazily. But Fang Yuan had the intelligence of the human race. He knew when to advance and when to retreat. His tactics were clear, and his control over the flying bear was as smooth as flowing water. The shark fin wolf could barely touch the flying bear. Even though Fang Yuan had beast enslavement Immortal Goo and controlled this desolate beast. But after the earthly calamity, Fang Yuan had to return beast enslavement Immortal Goo. Therefore, before returning it, he released his control over the shark fin wolf and the spine fin star arowana. This had its benefits. Without the influence of beast enslavement Immortal Goo, The desolate beast shark fin wolf would be able to display its true ferocity and serve as a qualified sparring partner. Bang! Another loud sound echoed. The shark fin wolf had already been slammed into the mud by the flying bear's large palm many times, as muddy water splattered everywhere. This time, the shark fin wolf whimpered as it crawled up, and after looking at the unharmed flying bear, it actually turned around and fled with its tail between its legs. Fang Yuan, who was still anticipating the shark fin wolf's attack, was stunned and thought, "Did I flick it too hard when I subdued it? Has it greatly reduced its ferocity?" The shark fin wolf fled, and Fang Yuan felt bored for a moment. But these days of sparring are not without gains. At least it proves that my transformation path attainment level is indeed at Grandmaster. Transformation Path Grandmaster. After Fang Yuan's Blood Path Grandmaster, Strength Path Grandmaster, Wisdom Path Grandmaster, and Star Path Grandmaster, his fifth path had advanced to Grandmaster. The 500 years of experience in his previous life did not give Fang Yuan any help. The main reason why Transformation Path could reach such a level was because of Reckless Savage's true meaning. Providence wanted to get rid of Fang Yuan, so it schemed continuously to raise the power of calamities and tribulations to the limit allowed by the heavenly Tao. Fang Yuan had passed 2 earthly calamities, but the power of these earthly calamities had already surpassed normal and could match many heavenly tribulations. Thus, even Reckless Savage's true meaning was drawn out by many times. Blessings and disasters were accompanied by blessings and disasters. Calamities and tribulations had a rule. That was, blessings and disasters were equal. The greater the calamities and tribulations, the more dangerous it was for Fang Yuan. But after passing them, he would gain even more benefits. Fang Yuan's Transformation Path Grandmaster had experienced 3 infusions of Reckless Savage's true meaning. The first was He Lo Lan's 10 Extreme Immortal Ascension. The last 2 were his own earthly calamities, drawn out by the killer move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture. Thus, to reach Grandmaster level, he had accumulated enough. Even though becoming a Transformation Path Grandmaster is worth celebrating, the current situation is not good. Fang Yuan was deeply worried. The calamities and tribulations were getting stronger each time. After passing the second earthly calamity, Fang Yuan already knew how much stronger the following calamities and tribulations would be. The second earthly calamity was very dangerous. He had only passed it. Along the way, the snow moon appeared. If not for Fang Yuan's decisiveness to attack, the consequences would have been unthinkable. At the final stage, Dang Hun Mountain was reduced to a mound. He had so little immortal essence that he could not even use an immortal killer move. He had to rely on the desolate beast to pass. It could be said that Fang Yuan had used up almost all of his trump cards. During the first earthly calamity, Reckless Savage's true meaning split a small portion of the calamity and tribulation's power. Providence's snow monsters did not have the initiative. During the second earthly calamity, Providence's plan was very thorough. It even took into account Reckless Savage's true meaning. It even made use of it and influenced it to transform into the snow moon, increasing the power of the wind flower tribulation. Providence can think of the third earthly calamity. It must have considered Dang Hun Mountain and my current immortal killer moves. There are also the Desolate Beast and Gu Immortal Zhou subordinates. Know yourself, know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Fang Yuan underwent tribulation after tribulation. He had a deeper understanding of Providence. On the other hand, Providence was the same. It also probed deeper into Fang Yuan's information. Currently, Fang Yuan had 7 methods to undergo tribulation. The first was to undergo tribulation in the northern icy plain, using Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture Killer move to draw out Reckless Savage's true meaning and divide Providence's control over the calamity and tribulation. The second was to use Dog Shit Luck, using Luck Path to weaken the calamity and tribulation. The third was Attitude Gu, Dark Limit Gu, and Change Form Gu. There was also Familiar Face, which could transform into countless forms and confuse Providence. The fourth was Strength Path, Sword Path, Blood Path, and other Immortal Gu, as well as Immortal Killer moves. They were direct confrontation methods. The fifth was Dang Hun Mountain. It had a huge geographical advantage. The sixth was the complete otherworldly demon identity. Providence could not influence Feng Yuan's thoughts. The seventh was some external forces. For example, desolate beasts like the spine-fin star dragonfish and shark-fin wolf, Featherman Gu immortal Zhozhong, Langya sect's hairy man Gu immortals, and so on. All these methods and trump cards. The will of the heavens was already clear. At most, the seventh external force will have some changes. But these external forces are not reliable. My enslavement path attainment level is not high. I am not proficient in enslavement methods. Spinefin star dragonfish, shark-fin wolf, and so on. They can be enslaved by me, but they can also be used by Providence to regain freedom through calamities and tribulations. Thus, when I undergo tribulation, I only hid these outside because I was afraid Providence would use them instead. There is also the Featherman Gu immortal Zhozhong. He is a variant human Gu immortal. He has sufficient intelligence. If he regains freedom, he will be more dangerous than desolate beasts. Unless I have no other choice, I will not expose the sovereign immortal aperture's secret to him. Most importantly, he had once used heaven's wish to descend into Tai by blessed land in the form of an earthly calamity. If he is like the snow monsters, easily influenced by Providence and turned against me, that would be terrible. At this rate, my third earthly calamity will be a situation where I have a slim chance of survival, and my fourth earthly calamity will be a hopeless situation where I will die. Feng Yuan was clear about his situation. Even though he passed the second earthly calamity, Jewel Yellow Skies was not opened. His cultivation would not have much progress without the help of resources. Gu immortals undergoing tribulations were in such a situation. The calamities and tribulations get stronger each time. The Gu immortal had to work hard to increase their strength beyond the increase of the calamities and tribulations. The weaker the Gu immortal's aptitude and foundation, the weaker the calamities and tribulations, the longer the interval, it was not difficult to continue cultivating. But Feng Yuan's aptitude and foundation were number one since ancient times. He had the sovereign immortal fetus and could cultivate in all sects. That was why the calamities and tribulations were so terrifying. The increase in strength was unheard of, and the interval between each calamity was only 2 months. If it were any other Gu immortal, they would have died long ago. Only Feng Yuan's aptitude was strong, and he had painstakingly preserved a considerable amount of cultivation resources, allowing him to last until now. Thinking about how many immortal Gu Feng Yuan had, how many immortal killer moves, how many Grandmaster attainment levels he had, as well as Danghun Mountain, Langya sect, and other external factors that he could use. But even so, Feng Yuan's future was not looking good. The closure of Jewel Yellow Skies has completely disrupted my plans and rhythm. At this rate, I will not be able to survive. What troubled Feng Yuan was Jewel Yellow Skies. If Jewel Yellow Skies opened, everything would be smooth sailing for him. But when would Jewel Yellow Skies open? Nobody could say for sure. Maybe at the next moment, maybe in a few months. With Feng Yuan's situation, if Jewel Yellow Skies opened in a few months, he would definitely die. Unless he had a fortuitous encounter and his strength rose sharply. Day after day of waiting, Jewel Yellow Skies did not show any signs of activity. Feng Yuan's injuries had already healed, but his immortal aperture's development had not improved at all. Langya sect's development had also been obstructed. Land Spirit of Langya had summoned Feng Yuan many times, discussing the matter of taking down the falling star hound. Feng Yuan naturally did not agree. The relationship between the two continued to deteriorate. Land Spirit of Langya lowered the reward for Feng Yuan's mission of guiding the hairy man Gu immortals to the lowest point. Feng Yuan had almost no gains. Under Sixth Hair's instigation, the other hairy man Gu immortals also started to feel indifferent towards Feng Yuan. They even started to hate him. Even though the second earthly calamity was over, Feng Yuan's situation was getting worse. Should he wait for Jewel Yellow Skies to open? Or should he change and adapt? Feng Yuan was facing such a difficult problem now. Chapter 1107. Feng Yuan thought about it for a long time. He chose to wait. After the second earthly calamity, he gained a deeper understanding of Providence. Taichio seems to be safe, but Providence has already made arrangements. They are just waiting for me to go there. Earlier, When Langya's sect was developing in Taichio, everything was going smoothly. It was most likely because of Providence's enticement. After that, the falling star hound appeared. It was Providence's probing and pressure. They wanted to use Langya's sect to force me out. In that case, it's even more impossible for me to go. Maybe Feng Yuan was overthinking things? Maybe Providence was not so resourceful. Maybe Providence did not have the time to make arrangements in Taichio? Feng Yuan thought about this, but he got rid of this wishful thinking. He could live until now because he was vigilant. He did not want to get lucky. Everything should be prepared for the worst. He did not want others to love him. He did not want the world to be kind to him. He did not want fate to favor him. He had to rely on himself. He waited. Feng Yuan calmed down. He waited for jewel yellow skies to open. He had to consider everything. This was the safest and most advantageous method for him. Time continued to pass. Soon, half a month passed. Jewel yellow skies did not show any signs of activity. Sixth hair was jumping around. The hairy man Gu Immortal's attitude towards Feng Yuan was getting worse. Someone even pointed at Feng Yuan's nose, scolding him for having ill intentions, saying that even though he joined Langya's sect, he was not truly contributing to the sect. I have my own difficulties in all of this, Feng Yuan explained plainly. From then on, he stayed in Cloud City and rarely moved about. He also rarely took on missions to guide hairy man Gu Immortals in battle, because the rewards of this mission were too low due to the land spirit of Langya. He could not manage his immortal aperture and was barely proficient in transformation path methods. Feng Yuan did not idle. He used wisdom path methods to make many deductions. But there was no light of wisdom. This made Feng Yuan feel a huge difference. The progress of the deduction was rather slow. Compared to the instant results of the light of wisdom, it was like the difference between clouds and mud. What does the attitude of others matter? As long as I join the Langya sect. It's not against the sect's rules. Why would Langya land spirit violate his own rules first and remove my status as a guest grand elder? The possibility is very small. Feng Yuan continued to wait. Even though the environment around him was putting more and more pressure on him, he remained unmoved. 10 days later, Northern Plains, Myriad Bean Garden. The land here was fertile, and the weather was beautiful. Green fields were irrigated by spring water, and the roads were crisscrossed. When Chudu arrived, he looked around and couldn't help but feel much better. He said loudly, "Fellow Taoist Tian Xiaxian." As expected of the number 1 wisdom path Gu Immortal in Northern Plains. The outside world of Northern Plains is already filled with bloodshed, but you are farming here leisurely. You are truly an unworldly expert. In the hundreds of thousands of acres of green fields, there were many figures who were bent over farming. Most of them were Inkmen. They had black skin and white hair. They were a type of variant humans. One of them was a human. He was dressed like an old farmer and had a slightly hunched back. He looked to be in his 50s or 60s. He had deep wrinkles on his face, and his coarse hands were holding 2 peculiar bean sprouts. His trousers were rolled up. He was stepping on the muddy water. He did not have the demeanor of a Gu Immortal. He was like a mortal. But after hearing Chudu's words, he raised his head and stood up. Facing the famous domination immortal of Northern Plains, he did not show any fear or uneasiness. Instead, he smiled lightly. "Chudu, you think too highly of me. How can I be called the number 1 wisdom path Gu Immortal in Northern Plains? There is always someone better than you. Who knows how many capable people are hidden in Northern Plains Gu Immortal world? I inherited old Immortal Tian Yuan's true inheritance, but I was not skilled enough and my foundation was exposed. In my early days, I fought with Dongfang Naganori and lost to him by more than a little. Forget about the title of number 1. Forget about it. This wisdom path Gu Immortal Tian Xia Xin was originally immortal. He could not even be considered a Gu master. But due to a fortuitous encounter, he obtained a huge immortal opportunity. Eventually, he inherited the true inheritance of the famous wisdom path great expert old Immortal Tian Yuan and became a wisdom path Gu Immortal. Back then, when Dongfang Naganori revived his tribe and led Dongfang tribe to rise up, he naturally had to infringe on other people's benefits. Even though Tian Xia Xian inherited the true inheritance and became a Gu Immortal, His aptitude was ordinary, his immortal aperture was ordinary, his calamities and tribulations were not intense, and because of his nature, he did not have any ambitions. He had been cultivating at home, but Dongfang tribe's expansion disturbed his peaceful life. Even though Tianxia Xian was unwilling, Dongfang Naganori was too domineering. After losing to Dongfang Naganori, he was chased out of Myriad Being Garden and had to roam outside. While roaming, he interacted with other Gu immortals, letting Northern Plains Gu immortal world know about him. Later on, when Dongfang Naganori died, Dongfang tribe's headquarters were destroyed. Countless cultivation resources were plundered by others. As a superforce, Dongfang tribe was like a red flower of the past, vanishing in a single day. Without Dongfang Naganori, Dongfang tribe completely collapsed. Tianxia Xian took the chance to return to his former home, becoming the owner of Myriad Being Garden. Even though his aptitude was ordinary, the true inheritance he inherited was very impressive. Northern Plains Gu immortals respected him as the #1 person after Dongfang Naganori. With Dongfang Naganori's death, he naturally rose and became the publicly recognized #1 wisdom path Gu immortal in Northern Plains Gu immortal world. But he did not have any grand aspirations or ambitions. He was willing to be ordinary. He did not want to give up his mortal life after becoming a Gu immortal. He personally went to the garden to farm every day. Of course, Myriad Being Garden was huge. Most of the labor was done by inkmen. Gu immortal Tianxia Xian's inkman slaves were famous in Northern Plains Gu immortal world. Chu Du smiled. He walked in front of Tianxia Xian. Brother Tian is magnanimous. If I had Brother Tian's wisdom path attainment, I would have claimed to be #1 long ago and looked down on Northern Plains. Let's see who can match me in this world. Tianxia Xian squinted, laughing heartily. Brother Chu, you are an overlord among immortals with great ambitions. I cannot compare to you. What? Brother Chu, do you also want to profit from that He tribe? So you came here today to ask me to deduce something for you? Chu Du nodded, before shaking his head. He tribe is about to be destroyed, just like Dongfang tribe. Right now, almost all of Northern Plains Gu immortal world is attacking and plotting against He tribe. However, I do not want to go over and get involved in this mess. I am here. I have something more important to ask Brother Tian to deduce for me. A look of admiration appeared on Tianxia Xian's face. Good. As expected of domination immortal Chu Du, you do not go with the flow. Such perseverance. What do you want me to deduce? I want you to deduce a person. This is a clue. Chu Du said as he handed an immortal Gu to Tianxia Xian. This immortal Gu was like a silver-winged dragonfly. Its wings were shining with silver light. Tianxia Xian's gaze turned cold. A rank 7 sword path immortal Gu. He was slightly surprised. A profound aura emanated from his body. He gave the answer himself. This is flying sword immortal Gu. Bo Qing used it before? As expected of Tianxia Xian, that is indeed the case. Chu Du praised, explaining his purpose. It turned out that he wanted to obtain the immortal tribulation tempering aperture method from Feng Yuan, to draw out reckless savages' true meaning to help him cultivate. Compared to the tempering aperture method, his previous method of nurturing strength path Gu masters to become immortals, it was too cumbersome and inefficient. Even though he kept Feng Yuan's flying sword immortal Gu, he could not catch up to Feng Yuan. He could only compromise with Feng Yuan. But after that, Feng Yuan left. Even though he gave Chu Du his contact details, Chu Du could not get a reply. Occasionally, Feng Yuan would reply, but they were all perfunctory. Chu Du became increasingly anxious, especially when Jewel Yellow Skies closed a few months ago. Chu Du completely lost contact with Feng Yuan. Chu Du was also one of the Gu immortals who was looking forward to the opening of Jewel Yellow Skies. But thinking about it, he felt that even if Jewel Yellow Skies opened, Feng Yuan would not care about him. It was quite unbelievable. What kind of person was Chu Du? He actually had to beg a Gu immortal to pay attention to him. But the immortal tribulation tempering aperture method was very important. It was Chu Du's opportunity to cultivate. Chu Du even ignored He tribe's storm. He wanted to find Tianxia Xian. He wanted to use his method to deduce Feng Yuan's location. Since you're ignoring me, then I'll take the initiative to find you. Chu Du thought. This was the domination immortal style. Tianxia Xian continued to deduce. After a while, he said, "Good. This immortal goo is still the target, Brother Chu. You did the right thing by not forcefully refining it. This way, I have a 50% chance of deducing his location." Chu Du frowned. "Only 50%? If the other party is hiding in his immortal aperture, I will not be able to deduce him. A 50% chance is already very high." Tianxia Xian said. Chu Du nodded helplessly. "Then, Brother Tian, please do it. Let's go somewhere else. I need about 3 days." Langya blessed land. Fang Yuan returned to his cloud city. Earlier, he was summoned by the land spirit of Langya, but this time, it was not to urge him to attack the falling star hound, but to tell him that something big was happening in northern plains. "Hey tribe," Fang Yuan muttered as his gaze flickered. Hey tribe was facing the danger of being destroyed. It was not good. Speaking of which, Fang Yuan was one of the main culprits in this situation. Let's review the development of the situation. Fang Yuan destroyed 88-point Zhenyang Tower and destroyed Imperial Court Blessed Land. Northern Plains' righteous path was incomparably shocked and furious. They tried to find him by all means possible. But at that time, Shadow Sect helped to conceal him. Fang Yuan also worked hard and managed to deceive them for some time. Next, He Chung joined Shadow Sect. Shadow Sect and the Celestial Court Gu Immortals, led by Feng Jiaga, engaged in the 100 Days battle in Luopa Valley. He Chung abandoned the Immortal Gu House Dark Prison and escaped. He was dealt with by Fang Yuan. Next, Blazing Heaven Demoness dealt with Old Ancestor Xue Shan. Both sides reached a compromise. Blazing Heaven Demoness repelled He Tribe's 4 Supreme Elders' Green City rampage, while Old Ancestor Xue Shan took the chance to steal immortal materials from He Tribe's headquarters, earning a huge fortune. Finally, during the Battle of Etian Mountain, Shadow Sect was destroyed. Nobody covered for Fang Yuan. Celestial Court exposed Fang Yuan's secret to the public. The truth of the Imperial Court case was revealed. Northern Plains Gu Immortals naturally wanted to get rid of Fang Yuan, but they could not deduce Fang Yuan's location. Firstly, Wisdom Path Gu Immortals were too rare. Secondly, Fang Yuan was a coward. He always stayed in Langya Blessed Land. Thirdly, this damned scoundrel actually had extraordinary Wisdom Path attainment. Northern Plains Gu Immortals could not find He Lulan and Tai by Yunxing either. Fang Yuan was the main culprit. They were the accomplices. But they were following Ying Wuxia now. Central Continent's Celestial Court made a move, but could not catch them. Northern Plains Gu Immortals were furious. Especially the Righteous Path Gu Immortals, those dominating super forces and Huangjin tribes. Their lives were originally very beautiful. Relying on their ancestor giant sun Immortals' blessings, they could bully Demonic Path and Lone Immortals, and play the Imperial Court contest game once every 10 years. It was quite exciting. All in all, the Righteous Path was prosperous. The Huangjin tribes dominated Northern Plains. The overall situation could not be shaken. But Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed. 88-point Zhenyang Tower collapsed. All of this beautiful foundation had completely collapsed. The culprit could not be found. The accomplices could not be found. So they could only look for He Tribe, who asked He Lulan to be a member of He Tribe. If He Tribe did not take the blame, who would? Chapter 1108. He Tribe is in such a situation. Should I interfere? Fang Yuan considered the feasibility of this. Even though He Tribe was a superforce, a Huangjin tribe, among the superforces of Northern Plains, it was still weak. Furthermore, it was surrounded now. It was facing the entire Northern Plains Gu Immortal world. Its ending was self-evident. It would definitely end up with a broken family and dead people. Even if He Tribe was unwilling, how could they resist the entire Gu Immortal world alone? Unless they had the protection of a rank 8 Gu Immortal, but He Tribe did not have such a person. He Tribe's 4 Supreme Elders could form the ancient battle formation Green City Rampage. To a certain extent, it could match rank 8 battle strength. But this was the only trump card He Tribe could take out. Fang Yuan got more excited as he thought about it. To him, the current situation was chaotic. Everyone wanted to take a bite out of He Tribe. In such a situation, there were bound to be opportunities. Don't forget, Fang Yuan had a huge advantage. He had the Gu immortal captive He Chung. He Chung was a Gu immortal. He was different from ordinary He tribe Gu immortals. He had authority. He was deeply trusted by the 4 supreme elders. He tribe's 4 supreme elders were cultivating the ancient battle formation Green City Rampage. There was a flaw. They could not split up. They could only delegate their authority. He Chung was the representative they were satisfied with. He Chung managed He tribe's daily affairs. He knew everything about He tribe. He Chung was in Fang Yuan's hands. He could search his soul, will, and all sorts of methods. Fang Yuan was a wisdom path grandmaster. He Chung could not resist him. Right now, Fang Yuan knew a lot about He tribe. He knew more about them than those Huang Jin tribes that were fighting He tribe. He knew more about them. He knew more about them. He had so much information to back it up. Fang Yuan had a huge advantage to begin with. There was another crucial point in He tribe that attracted Fang Yuan the most. That was He Fan's true inheritance. He Fan was also a He tribe Gu immortal. He was a famous historical figure. He had died long ago. But in the past, He Fan cultivated Time Path to rank 8 level. He controlled He tribe, allowing He tribe to dominate a region at that time. It was also one of the top super forces. It was very powerful and glorious. However, one's lifespan was limited. After He Fan died, He tribe gradually weakened. Some of the other superpowers prospered. He Fan was dying. He left behind his Zhou Ao true inheritance, but none of He tribe's descendants could inherit it. A rank 8 Gu immortal's true inheritance, if successfully inherited, might be able to nurture a rank 8 Gu immortal. If He tribe really had a rank 8 Gu immortal, the current situation would not be like this. In the world of Gu immortals, rank 6 Gu immortals were at the bottom, rank 7 Gu immortals were in the middle, and rank 8 Gu immortals were at the top. If He tribe had a rank 8 Gu immortal, if He Lulan became the culprit behind the destruction of 88-point Jinyang Tower, He tribe would be able to bear the consequences. Were there any rank 8 Gu immortals? The deterrence of a superpower was on a completely different level. Even if this He tribe rank 8 Gu immortal was besieged by other rank 8 Gu immortals, they would at most have to pay a huge price and pay resources and compensation. The tribe would at least be able to survive. Not like now. Even though He tribe had many Gu immortals, they could not protect the tribe. He Fan true inheritance. Fang Yuan muttered to himself, bright light flashing in his eyes. In my current situation, the biggest obstacle is providence. And providence's strongest method is calamities and tribulations. Every calamity and tribulation is like the gates of hell. I am too easily targeted by providence. It is too dangerous. And the interval between each calamity and tribulation is only 2 months in the outside world. This is too short. If he had more time, Fang Yuan would be able to face the test of the calamities and tribulations more easily. But Fang Yuan had such aptitude. The sovereign immortal fetus was too monstrous. This was a heaven-defying creation. Heaven and earth could not tolerate it. However, man was the spirit of all living beings. Gu immortals had unparalleled intelligence. Regarding the interval between calamities and tribulations, predecessors had thought of countless methods. Among them, the most mainstream method was time path delaying methods. Langya Blessed Land was like this. Long-hair ancestor had once invited a time path great expert to greatly reduce the time flow in Langya immortal aperture. This way, the interval between calamities and tribulations was even longer. After long-hair ancestor died, this blessing was also passed down. This allowed the land spirit of Langya to have sufficient time to react and prepare to deal with every calamity and tribulation. I don't know any time path Gu immortals. Even Tai Bai Yunsheng could not slow the time in the immortal aperture. Fang Yuan knew about Tai Bai's inheritance because he had once soul-searched Tai Bai Yunsheng in Imperial Court Blessed Land. But the truth was, not all time path Gu immortals had methods to slow the time in the immortal aperture. Tai Bai Yunsheng was an obvious example. Even if I know any time path Gu immortals, or take the initiative to get to know some time path experts, my sovereign immortal aperture is too secretive. It is an important matter. How can I let these time path Gu immortals know about it? They are hard to trust. Instead of relying on others, I should rely on myself. If I can obtain He Fan's true inheritance and slow the time in the immortal aperture, that would be amazing. Ordinary time path true inheritances might not have methods to slow the time in the immortal aperture. But Hei-Fan's true inheritance was not ordinary. It was left behind by the rank 8 Hei-Fan. In Hei tribe's history, it was clearly recorded. When Hei-Fan was alive, he helped many Hei tribe Gu immortals to slow the time in their immortal apertures. This way, Hei tribe's Gu immortals could deal with calamities and tribulations easily. Their chances of passing tribulations were greatly increased. As time passed, Hei tribe's Gu immortals surpassed the other super forces. Above them was the rank 8 Gu immortal Hei-Fan, who dominated northern plains, and below them were a large number of Hei tribe rank 6 and 7 Gu immortals. They had the advantage in numbers. This created the dominance of Hei tribe in history. Fang Yuan knew about Hei tribe's history through the captive Hei Chung. Blazing Heaven Demoness also knew about this. She had a time path injury. Time flowed very quickly. She had no choice but to turn into an immortal zombie. To heal her injuries, Blazing Heaven Demoness made a scheme to let her sister Su Xian Air infiltrate Hei tribe, to obtain Hei-Fan's true inheritance and heal her injuries. But to think that Su Xian Air's act turned into reality, she fell in love with Hei Chung and gave birth to Hei Lulan, creating a scene of love and hate. All in all, as long as Fang Yuan obtained Hei-Fan's true inheritance, he would be able to slow the time in his immortal aperture. Once the time in his immortal aperture was prolonged, Fang Yuan's situation would change drastically. Even though the time in his immortal aperture was prolonged, the cultivation resources inside would be produced slower, and his cultivation level would not grow as fast as before. It was safe and stable. Fang Yuan's cultivation pressure and difficulty would decrease by more than a level. The advantages definitely outweighed the disadvantages. Hei-Fan's true inheritance. The more Fang Yuan thought about it, the more excited he got. To him, this was the key to breaking out of this predicament. If I leave and go to Hei tribe to participate in this chaotic battle, there are many ways to do that. Knowing valuable information is my first advantage. Secondly, I have dark limit immortal Gu. I can conceal my aura. Providence cannot sense me. Thirdly, I have familiar face and change form immortal Gu to disguise my identity. I can take advantage of the chaos. Should I go or not? Fang Yuan thought about it for a while, but he still chose to watch from the sidelines. He did not move immediately. Hei tribe's situation was too chaotic. Righteous path, demonic path, and lone immortals all wanted a share of the loot. The situation was chaotic. All sorts of people appeared one after another. Among the rank 6 Gu immortals, there were low-level Gu immortals like Old Lu. There were also ordinary Gu immortals like Qing Xianzi, as well as Zhuozhan, Divine Lord Tiandu, Shiho, and other experts. Among the famous rank 7 experts, there were Free Scholar and Pai Shuihan. According to some vague rumors, Heavenly Lord Baizu was showing signs of appearing, and old ancestor Shui who was also not willing to be left out. Fang Yuan assessed the situation. He felt that the time was not ripe yet. This was only the early and middle stages. All sorts of forces and Gu immortals were devouring Hei tribe's resource points. These Gu immortals were still a long way from the main camp. All sorts of forces were hindering each other. It was chaotic. Countless people were fighting against each other. If they could not determine who was stronger, how could they seize the resources? If Fang Yuan went in now, he might be implicated, no matter what identity he disguised himself as. Moreover, Dark Limit Immortal Gu's protection could only last for a while. It could not last long. The most crucial thing was Providence. Providence was likely to make arrangements against Fang Yuan. What did Providence know? Spring-Autumn Cicada had Providence. Spring-Autumn Cicada had followed Fang Yuan for so long. Providence probably knew everything. In the transaction with Sixth Hair, Shadow Sect told Fang Yuan, Providence was vast, it was everywhere. Providence itself covered the 5 regions and 2 heavens. This advantage was unparalleled. It knew a lot of information and secrets. All sorts of reasons prevented Fang Yuan from acting or attacking casually. He decided to wait for Hei tribe's situation to clear up a little. He would be able to see the situation clearly and gain the upper hand. The key to this operation was speed. After accumulating strength and striking with one strike, he would leave. There was no more suitable and correct battle tactic than this. Fang Yuan waited patiently, using Langya sex channels to understand the outside world situation. Days passed. The battles surrounding He tribe were getting more and more intense. Countless Gu immortals were involved. They had their own victories and defeats. There were endless schemes and plots. It was like a huge whirlpool. The whirlpool continued to expand, drawing in even more people. This way, the whirlpool itself became even more chaotic. Many secluded cultivators could not resist the temptation. They showed themselves. Of course, there were also people like Feng Yuan. They did not act. Several days later, in Myriad Bean Garden, I have tried my best, but the other party seems to be inside his immortal aperture. There is no result. Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Tianxia Xi inside. He had a guilty expression. So that's it. Chu Du showed an unconcealable look of disappointment. However, I have gained something else on my side. Tianxia Xian suddenly changed the topic. Oh? What do you mean, Brother Tian? Chu Du was confused. Shortly after, he saw Tianxia Xian return Flying Sword Immortal Gu to him. He pointed at this Immortal Gu and said, "This Flying Sword Immortal Gu is not simple. There is an imprint on it. I have already analyzed this imprint. It is the key to opening an immortal true inheritance." What? There is such a thing. Chu Du was greatly surprised. His heart pounded. Is this sword Immortal Bo Qing's sword path true inheritance? Chapter 1109. No, no. Hearing Chu Du's guess, Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Tianxia Xian shook his head. This insignia is an information path method. According to my deductions, it should be an information path true inheritance, and the location of the true inheritance is not in Northern Plains, but Eastern Sea? Eastern Sea, information path true inheritance? Chu Du frowned. His expectations fell by a lot. Originally, he had little hope of cultivating a sword path true inheritance. Because he cultivated strength path, he had a huge foundation of strength path Dalmarks. It was very difficult for him to cultivate other paths. But sword path had strong offensive capabilities, and it was related to the legendary pseudo-venerable Bo Qing. Chu Du was naturally very curious. But now that he heard information path, this curiosity decreased by many times. With Chu Du's knowledge and experience, he knew the advantages that information path could bring to his cultivation. But he had a direct personality, he had great ambitions, he preferred to have more offensive methods. He was called Domination Immortal. There was a saying, "There are only wrong names, but no wrong nicknames." Since Chu Du could not cultivate sword path, he could not cultivate information path. In this world, from ancient times until now, only Feng Yuan could cultivate all the sects. Other Gu immortals who cultivated two paths would have to spend a lot of time and effort. Unless there was a special situation and they had a good immortal Gu, most situations would have more disadvantages than advantages. It was not a wise move. Seeing Chu Du's expression, Tianxia Xian knew what he was thinking. He urged, "Brother Chu, don't underestimate this insignia. According to my deduction, I only engraved Flying Sword Immortal Gu later. This information path method is simply unheard of. It has broadened my horizons. It is not ordinary." Chu Du's expression became solemn. Once he was reminded, he felt that Tianxia Xian's words were not false. If it was engraved on ordinary rocks, clouds, or water, it was not strange. But engraved on Gu worms, this was very rare. Because this Flying Sword Immortal Gu was a rank 7 sword path Gu. Man was the spirit of all living beings. Gu were the essence of heaven and earth. Gu immortals underwent tribulations time and time again, adding down marks to their bodies. As for the immortal Gu themselves, they were fragments of Dao marks of different paths. They would cause internal friction, conflict, and rejection. This insignia was an information path method. It was also a trace of information path Dalmark. It was actually able to imprint on a sword path Dalmark fragment and even survive for a long time. He was like a lone boat in the midst of a tsunami, unwavering. Looking at it this way, this kind of information path method was simply shocking. "Brother Chu, how about I negotiate with you?" Tianxia Xian suddenly said. Chu Du smiled lightly. Even though he was not a wisdom path Gu immortal, he could guess Tianxia Xian's thoughts. Chu Du waved his hand and interrupted Tianxia Xian. "Brother Tian, please don't blame me. This flying sword immortal goo is not mine. It belongs to my friend. To tell you the truth, this friend of mine has been missing for a long time. I am worried, so I asked you to calculate his whereabouts. The immortal fate on it naturally belongs to him. The deduction of a wisdom path goo immortal. It couldn't be obtained out of thin air. One needed to have a basic clue. And the more clues there were, the easier it would be to deduce and evolve. Thus, wisdom path goo immortals often yearned for information path methods. Tianxia Xin was originally not interested in most information path methods because his master was old immortal Tianyuan, and his wisdom path inheritance was extraordinary. As a result, his horizons were raised by many levels. But this information path true inheritance in front of him was too outstanding. Even a goo immortal like him who was willing to live a normal life was moved. In that case, I was rude. Hearing Chu Du's direct rejection, Tianxia Xion's tone was very dejected, but he still returned flying sword immortal goo to Chu Du. This rank 7 sword path immortal goo was only a crucial clue for the deduction. It was not Chu Du's payment to Tianxia Xion. Of course, Chu Du asked Tianxia Xion to deduce for him. The payment was very generous. This deduction did not achieve Brother Chu's goal. According to the rules, I will return half of the payment. Tianxia Xion looked at flying sword immortal goo being kept in his immortal aperture by Chu Du. He sighed and said. Chu Du shook his head and laughed. No need, even though I did not achieve my goal, I did not leave empty-handed. Brother Tian is indeed the #1 wisdom path goo immortal in Northern Plains. The payment was worth it. I will take my leave now. Chu Du was known as the domination immortal, but he was not arrogant to the point where he did not know how to behave. Tianxia Xion was one of the few wisdom path great experts in Northern Plains. He might need his help in the future. How could Chu Du let go of this relationship so easily? Tianxia Xion hesitated. However, Chu Du had already left. He did things swiftly and decisively, very straightforward and efficient. When he left, he was actually very happy. The rank 7 flying sword itself could attract a goo immortal's attention. Now that there was an information path true inheritance clue, Chu Du felt that Feng Yuan would not give up no matter how he thought about it. This way, he had a higher chance of blackmailing Feng Yuan. The method to draw out reckless savage's true meaning, I must obtain it. The fire in Chu Du's heart burned intensely. Tianxia Xion looked at Chu Du's departing figure as he sighed helplessly. If it were anyone else, he might have tried to snatch it. But the other party was the domination immortal. Chu Du only cultivated strength path, while Tianxia Xion cultivated wisdom path, but Tianxia Xion could not muster the courage to deal with Chu Du's strength path was declining, but wisdom path had always been noble and rare. But since ancient times, there had never been a path to decide who was stronger. There was only the strongest goo immortal. There was no strongest goo worm or path. Man was the spirit of all living beings. Goo were the essence of heaven and earth. To humans, goo worms were just tools. Time passed. Northern Plains was in a turbulent situation. The encirclement around He tribe was gradually closing in. Like Feng Yuan had guessed, He tribe was fighting against the entire Northern Plains goo immortal world alone. How could they have any chance of winning? Even though He tribe's goo immortals resisted intensely, they were still losing time and time again. The bloody aura of battle and the huge benefits that He tribe represented attracted more and more hyenas and vicious sharks. He tribe's headquarters, Iron Eagle Blessed Land. At this moment, He tribe's goo immortals gathered together. They were gloomy and gloomy. He tribe's 4 supreme elders were at the highest positions. He Chung was already captured by Feng Yuan. His good friend He Bai was injured. Besides them, there were 6 other He tribe goo immortals. They were all ranked 6. The atmosphere was very tense. The tribe is facing a great calamity. Everyone here is the backbone of our He tribe. Tell me, how can we survive this calamity? First Supreme Elder spoke first, breaking the silence. But He tribe's goo immortals looked at each other. No one spoke for a while. This was not the first time they had discussed this. During the previous discussion, they had spoken up enthusiastically. Someone suggested they had to retaliate strongly. Towards those who dared to extend their hands into He tribe's territory, they had to punish and attack them severely. Of course, their main goal was to seek peace. Any kind of peace had to be fought. Hay Tribe's Gu immortals were not fools. They naturally knew this principle. Unfortunately, even though the principle was clear, after Hay Tribe used it, they could not fight four hands. Even though they retaliated strongly, they were forced to retreat again and again. Right now, almost everyone in Hay Tribe was injured. There was even a rank 6 Gu immortal who had died. Second Supreme Elder sighed. If not for the four of us making a mistake in cultivating Green City Rampage, we would not have been separated from each other. Otherwise, the current situation would be much better. Hay Tribe occupied a lot of resources, but Hay Tribe had few Gu immortals. Most of them only had rank 6 cultivation level. As far as the surrounding forces were concerned, Hay Tribe had few troops. Their battle strength was also not high. They could not control the situation. It is all Hay Cheng's fault. This person is the main culprit of our Hay Tribe. What kind of daughter did he raise? She made such a huge mistake. He even lost the tribe's immortal Gu House Dark Prison. He deserves to die. A Hay Tribe Gu immortal cursed in pain. That's right, that's right. Hay Cheng has committed a heinous crime. At once, Hay Tribe's Gu immortals spoke up. Everyone was agitated. Hay Cheng lost the immortal Gu House Dark Prison. This was a huge mistake indeed. Otherwise, with Dark Prison, together with the four Supreme Elders' Green City Rampage, they would not be in such a passive situation. First Supreme Elder was silent. Dark Prison was originally owned by him. He had lent it to Hay Cheng. But Hay Cheng had lost Dark Prison. First Supreme Elder was also responsible for his negligence. Normally, the four Supreme Elders trusted Hay Cheng deeply and let him manage the tribe's affairs on their behalf. Hay Tribe's Gu immortals were cursing and criticizing right now. They were actually vaguely dissatisfied with the four Supreme Elders. It was just that they could not vent it out directly. After a while, Third Supreme Elder finally lost his patience and said, "All right, at this point in time, the matter has already happened. What use is cursing? If the tribe's crisis of survival was lessened by these curses, I would have already cursed to the heavens. Everyone has the same surname Hay. We all have the same bloodline. If the tribe perishes, there will be no intact eggs in the nest. You should all understand the logic." Once he said this, the cursing subsided. Fourth Supreme Elder coughed. Regarding the current situation, anyone can speak their mind. The immortals were silent. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great. It was hard to have any effective countermeasures. I have some opinions. At this time, a rank 6 Gu immortal suddenly spoke. Everyone looked at him. It was Hay Bai. This immortal cultivated wood path. He had rank 6 cultivation level. He was called Hay Tribe's Rockman when he was young. He was clumsy with words and had a simple and refined personality. He was usually the closest to Hay Cheng. They had a deep friendship. Speak, we are all ears. Let's see what unique opinions you, Hay Bai, have. The Gu immortals' words were sharp. They hated Hay Cheng to the core. Even Hay Bai was disliked by them. Hay Bai's expression did not change. He was like a rock. He spoke in a low voice. I do not need to say much about the current situation. Everyone is clear about it. Not only Righteous Path and Demonic Path Gu immortals, even Lone Cultivator Gu immortals have appeared, wanting to take a bite out of our Hay Tribe. In the end, it is all about benefits. Everyone gives the wall a push when it is down. The survival of the tribe is the most important thing. As long as we can survive, resources, benefits, reputation, they are all external things. We can give them up. Are you proposing to surrender? Unfortunately, traitors like Hay Cheng and Hay Lulan appeared in our tribe. Imperial Court Blessed Land is destroyed. Do you think the other Huangjin tribes will let us off easily? A Gu immortal sneered and mocked. Hay Bai slowly shook his head. The Huangjin tribes naturally won't, but in Northern Plains, there is one person who can help our Hay Tribe escape this calamity. Who? Hay Bai slowly said a name. The immortals heard this and were all shocked. Chapter 11:10. The sun was setting in the west, and the sky was dyed red like fire. It was too beautiful to behold. A gentle breeze blew, causing the golden wheat on the ground to ripple. This is the wheat field that Hay Tribe nurtured. It is quite grand. Gu immortal Lu Qingming floated in the sky, looking down as he said plainly, Hay Tribe planted large amounts of wheat here. This type of wheat was called golden wheat. It matured once every 2 years, but what it produced was not barley for human consumption, but a kind of metal called gold essence. This place was originally a barren wasteland. Because it was rich in minerals, it even formed bare ore, so not a single blade of grass grew. Hay tribe planted the golden wheat and used this method to mine here. Not only did they use ingenious ideas, they also put in a lot of effort. That was why this vast wheat field was formed. Even Lu Qingming couldn't see the end of the wheat field even from high up in the sky. There was another person standing beside Lu Qingming. This person was called Su Guang. He was a light path Gu immortal. His eyes were filled with fervor as he looked at the wheat field under his feet. Hay tribe's wheat field is already famous in northern plains. Every time it was produced, at least 500,000 kilograms of gold essence could be harvested. These gold essences had always been a huge source of income for Hay tribe. Although these golden essences are only rank 5 mortal materials, and we don't use them much, if we collect them and sell them, we can get a good price. Lu Qingming smiled and nodded. It's indeed worth it. I advise the two of you not to make a mistake. This place has already belonged to my Guan clan. A figure appeared out of nowhere and stood in front of Lu Qingming and Su Guang. His face was solemn. He was brimming with fighting spirit. The third eye on his forehead was extremely eye-catching. Lu Qingming and Su Guang exchanged glances and immediately reached a consensus. They had already sensed that there were Gu immortal auras here. Earlier, he said he would not move. It was to lure out the other Gu immortals. So it is Guan clan's Gu immortal, Guan Xinjiao. Lu Qingming said politely. I've long heard of the famous 3 elites of Earth. But in the Battle of Dongfang Naganori, Han Dong had already died in Taichio. If the two of you insist on making a move today, I'm afraid the name of the Earth-traveling 3 elites will be completely erased. Guan Xinjiao wasn't polite at all. He was a Guan clan Gu immortal. Guan clan was a super force. Gold family. Therefore, he was full of confidence. Su Guang laughed heartily. You are of the righteous path, while us brothers are of the demonic path. The righteous and the demonic Tao are opposing each other. How can we retreat so easily? Naturally, we have to fight to determine the winner. Guan Xinjiao snorted coldly and directly attacked. In that instant, immortal energy swept outwards, radiance erupting. Both sides began to fight in the sky. 2 figures, one big and one small, flying close to the ground. Grandpa, where are we going? The younger one, who was only a young man, asked curiously. Hee, my good grandson, the place we are going to is the gushing spring forest. Do you know? The large figure was an elderly Gu immortal wearing a yellow robe. His wide sleeves fluttered wildly in the wind. The youth rolled his eyes. The gushing spring forest is an underground fountain that forms a forest of water columns. It is said that there are countless water path Gu worms and earth path Gu worms there. It is an important place for Hay tribe. Not bad. Grandpa did not teach you for nothing. My good grandson, aren't you cultivating the water Tao? This time, we are going to gushing spring forest. What water path mortal Gu do we need? If he was lucky, he might even be able to plunder more springs. They are planted in Grandpa's immortal aperture. When you become an immortal one day, Grandpa will give these resources to you. The old Gu immortal said. The young man was moved, but said worriedly, Grandpa, you are only a bottom-tier rank 6 Gu immortal. If you attack Hay tribe's important place, what if you lose your life? The young man spoke bluntly, but the elderly Gu immortal did not get angry. He instead smiled and reminded his grandson. More than 10 days ago, Hay tribe's Gu immortals had already holed up in their headquarters. Right now, there are no Gu immortals guarding Hay tribe's important places outside. Hay tribe's Gu immortals are not here. What if there are other Gu immortals? Didn't we hear yesterday that even an old demon like Pai Shuihan appeared? The young man was still worried. You don't understand. The elderly Gu immortal was confident. Gushing Spring Forest might be Hay tribe's important place, but compared to the others, it is the lowest. An old demon like Pai Shuihan would not be interested in this place. The super forces closest to Hay tribe are Lu tribe, Guan tribe, and Yao tribe. We cannot snatch the resources from these 3 tribes. We will not attack those places that are too close to Hay tribe's headquarters. Those important treasure lands are being fought over by experts, we will not be able to get them. Even if we watch from the outside, we might lose our lives. Thus, Gushing Spring Forest is the most suitable choice for us. So that's it, the young man realized at once. Wind blew, the grandfather and grandson got closer to Gushing Spring Forest. Suddenly, the elderly Goo Immortal's expression changed. He heard the sounds of intense battle. Oh no! The elderly Goo Immortal's expression sank as he flew into the sky. Right now, the sun was shining brightly. The sunlight was scorching hot. Gushing Spring Forest entered the grandfather and grandson's vision, but they found that this place was already in a chaotic battle. The originally paradise-like Gushing Spring Forest was now in a mess. It was extremely chaotic. Spring water splashed everywhere, and explosions could be heard endlessly. At a glance, close to 10 Goo Immortals were involved. At once, the grandfather and grandson looked at each other and smiled bitterly. What they could think of, others had already thought of. There were many wise bottom-tier Goo Immortals. In the sky, dark clouds were gathering and it was raining. Two groups of people were facing each other in the sky above this ordinary grassland. Guan Tribe and Lu Tribe. 3 Guan Tribe Goo Immortals, 2 Lu Tribe Goo Immortals. The atmosphere was not heavy. Instead, the leaders of the two sides were talking enthusiastically. If it weren't for the unsuitable weather, it would have been a tea party to reminisce about the past. Lord Third Supreme Elder, our side has the advantage. Why don't we take this chance and occupy this place? On Guan Tribe's side, Goo Immortal Guanshan Zhao finally lost his patience and transmitted his voice. Guan Tribe's Third Supreme Elder was talking enthusiastically with the other side, but he transmitted his voice to reject Guanshan Zhao. You are muddle-headed. Have you forgotten the lesson from a few days ago? Recklessly attacking. In the end, it caused an even bigger commotion. We could not protect the golden wheat field and were robbed clean by other demonic path Goo Immortals. This place hides a fragment of immemorial red heaven. It is an extremely important place. Who knows how many people are secretly paying attention to this place? But our Guan Tribe and Lu Tribe are considered to be local tyrants. That's why our two clans are competing openly. At this moment, we cannot be anxious. We cannot lose our sense of propriety and attack recklessly. Once we attack, the situation will go out of control. It will be easy for others to snatch victory. Guan Zhao was reprimanded. He could not help but feel ashamed. He hurriedly transmitted his voice. My lord is right. Zhao was too rash. Eastern Sea, on an inconspicuous nameless island. Ing Wu Xie, Shirnu, Heilulan, and Tai Bai Yunxing appeared. This is the island. Ing Wu Xie looked around, letting out a breath of turbid air. Fang Yuan, this should be the turbulent Flosi area, right? Tai Bai Yunxing guessed. He had once roamed Eastern Sea for a period of time. It was normal for him to have Eastern Sea mortal goo that could tell directions. Ing Wu Xie smiled. That's right. This is the secret camp that Master gave me not long ago. We will rest here. Currently, he was still using Fang Yuan's identity to deceive Tai Bai Yunxing. Among the 4 Goo Immortals, only Tai Bai Yunxing did not know the true details. Ing Wu Xie silently mobilized his thoughts. After a while, he waved his hand. Follow me. Instantly, a certain arrangement that was hidden here was activated. Heilulan's group's vision changed. When they focused their eyes again, they were already under the island. This place had already been excavated. A luxurious palace with 5 floors was in front of them. This looks like an immortal goo house. Heilulan exclaimed internally. Shadow Sect was huge. They had arrangements all over the 5 regions. Even though they lost Etion Mountain, their remaining forces were not to be underestimated. But what happened next shocked her even more. The 3 immortals followed Ing Wu Xie. Inside the palace door opened by itself, evidently acknowledging Ing Wu Xie's identity and welcoming him. This is? So many immortal goo. After entering one of the palaces, Shirnu and Tai Bai Yunxing could not help but exclaim. Ing Wu Xie smiled as he explained, the turbulent Flosi area has a great advantage. It gathers all kinds of water in the world, including the tributaries of the River of Time. Precisely so, even though this is not a blessed land, it is a rare treasure land in the 5 regions. My shadow sect had already found out the location of this tributary of the River of Time many years ago. Thus we made arrangements on this island, digging out the island and placing an immortal goo house inside. We could also absorb the power of this tributary of the River of Time to refine goo. Thus, every once in a while, an immortal goo would be refined. Tai Bai Yunsheng had already guessed it. He could not help asking, "Don't tell me, this goo immortal goo house is the legendary regret pool?" Ing Wuxia nodded before shaking his head, but for most parts of regret pool, even though it recreates the most powerful goo refinement ability of regret pool, its offense and defense are very weak. Moreover, once it is placed, it cannot be moved. Tai Bai Yunsheng heard this and trembled in excitement. There are 3 pools in the world: Heavenly Pool, Regret Pool, and Wine Pool. They are famous in the 5 regions and have left their names in history. To think that I would have the fortune of seeing Regret Pool today. Hei Lulan's knowledge was lacking. Her understanding of time path was naturally not as deep as Tai Bai Yunsheng. Refining immortal goo is extremely difficult. This regret pool can actually refine so many immortal goo with just one immortal goo house. Ing Wuxia smiled as he explained. Regret pool is a time path immortal goo house. Its goo refinement ability can be huge or small. My shadow sect's goo immortals can refine immortal goo here, and if they succeed, the success mark will be preserved here. When the immortal goo is destroyed, regret pool can be activated, using the power of the tributary of the River of Time and the preserved success mark to refine the immortal goo again. The success rate is usually 50 to 60%. 50 to 60%? Hei Lulan was extremely shocked at such a high number. There are also many drawbacks. For example, after the goo refinement succeeds, the preserved mark will disappear, and the goo immortal will need to replenish it. Also, if not for the tributary of the River of Time hidden here, activating this ability will require a huge expenditure. It cannot be used often. Ing Wuxia added. Hei Lulan still had some shock on her face. She looked at all the immortal goo in front of her and sighed from the bottom of her heart. Even so, it is extremely strong. Chapter 11:11. The remnant forces of Shadow Sect were not to be underestimated. There were more than 10 immortal goo in front of Hei Lulan and Tai Bai Yunsheng. But looking at these immortal goo, the joy that had just appeared on the two's faces gradually faded. I have the great strength true martial physique, but there is not a single strength path immortal goo among these immortal goo. Hei Lulan shook her head and sighed, her tone filled with regret. Sigh. Fang Yuan, you know that I cultivate time path if I use these immortal goo. Tai Bai Yunsheng's situation was the same. There was no time path among these immortal goo. Most of the immortal goo belonged to soul path. Shirnu was silent. He was an earth path goo immortal. There were 2 earth path immortal goo here, but his immortal goo had not decreased. Ing Wuxia nodded. The smile on his face did not change. He knew that these immortal goo were destroyed in the Battle of Etion Mountain. These days, Immortal Goo House Regret Pool had been operating on its own, using the previous success mark and the tributary of the River of Time here to refine these immortal goo. Thus, Soul Path was the majority. There was originally a Time Path Immortal Goo, but the refinement failed. As for Strength Path Immortal Goo, there was none. That great strength true martial physique, Immortal Zombie Dali, was a rare dual cultivator of wisdom and strength in history. Unfortunately, when he refined the Strength Path Immortal Goo, Shadow Sect had not rebuilt Regret Pool yet. He could not leave behind any successful goo refinement mark. Don't worry. You're just worried about the internal friction between the Dao marks, but I have a wonderful method here that can allow you to cultivate another path. Moreover, the Dao marks of this path will not conflict with the Dao marks that you're cultivating. There is such a method in this world? Tai Bai Yunsheng's eyes bulged in shock. Shirnu's gloomy expression also changed. This kind of method was simply unheard of. Hei Lulan narrowed her eyes. She suspected that Ing Wuxia was using this chance to increase his control over them. She felt that this was a scheme. She lightly said, "How can there be such a good thing in this world? There are gains and losses. Such a method has many drawbacks, right?" Ing Wuxia laughed. "I guarantee that there will be no side effects." He took a deep look at Hei Lulan, but his gaze darkened. Naturally, he thought of Fang Yuan and could not help but feel depressed. Compared to sovereign immortal fetus Gu, the Tao marks of the two sects did not interfere with each other, so what was there to be surprised about? Shadow sect's sovereign immortal fetus Gu could cultivate all Tao marks at the same time. They did not interfere with each other. Spectral soul was inside the door of life and death. He devoured countless Gu immortal souls and obtained a vast amount of cultivation experience. After 100,000 years of preparation, he had pushed the realms of countless schools to the level of martial grandmasters. A long time ago, the Shadow sect had been practicing the dual cultivation method for a long time. It was the initial version that had been researched. His highest achievement was Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. In order to refine Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu, Shadow sect had spent 100,000 years. They used up the entire Shadow sect and Zombie Alliance's foundation, and even used Spectral Soul's main body to barely succeed. But Heaven's plans supersede man's, even though Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu was refined. At the crucial moment, Feng Yuan took the fruits of his labor. Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu was a one-time consumable Gu. Feng Yuan had used rebirth. There were no more Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu in the world. In theory, it could be refined again. But to refine a second one, the price and risk was simply too great. Even Ing Wuxie did not have the courage to do so. Thus, Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu was basically extinct. Unless I capture Feng Yuan and use him as the main immortal material to reverse refine. But now is not the time to deal with him. I need to strengthen myself first, gather the remaining forces of Eastern Sea, and save my main body as soon as possible. Ing Wuxie sighed internally. Shadow sect and Feng Yuan's grudge had to be settled sooner or later, but there were priorities. Now was not the time to be entangled with Feng Yuan. Time passed quickly. Northern Plains, Langya blessed land. It had been over a month since Feng Yuan's second earthly calamity. Jewel yellow skies did not open. There was no movement. Feng Yuan's plan to develop his immortal aperture was severely obstructed. He had no choice but to cultivate and deduce as much as he could. While paying attention to the chaos in Northern Plains, he also placed He Fan's true inheritance in his plan. There were only 2 months between the earthly calamities. Now, over a month had passed. In less than a month, Feng Yuan would face his third earthly calamity. This world was not long, but it was not short either. Feng Yuan could almost smell the aura of the calamities and tribulations. What made Feng Yuan worried was that the third earthly calamity would be stronger than the second. Up until now, his strength was basically no different from the time of the second earthly calamity. If I can obtain He Fan's true inheritance, I can use Immortal Gu to delay the time in my immortal aperture. That way, not just the third earthly calamity, even the future calamities and tribulations would be beneficial. Feng Yuan obtained a lot of information from He Cheng. He Fan's true inheritance was very impressive. It came from the rank 8-time path great expert He Fan. If he could inherit this true inheritance, he would be able to enter He Fan Grotto Heaven. Not only would he become the owner of the Grotto Heaven, he would also be able to obtain many-time path Immortal Gu there. Many Gu Immortal True Inheritances only had Immortal Gu recipes or Immortal Killer moves. They lacked Immortal Gu. This was because the feeding of Immortal Gu was a problem. It was hard to leave Immortal Gu to the inheritor. But He Fan's True Inheritance was different. Because the Immortal Gu that He Fan left behind were all stored in his Immortal Aperture. The first requirement for a Gu Immortal's Immortal Aperture to be developed was to satisfy the feeding requirements of their Immortal Gu. Gu Immortals like He Fan were equivalent to the current Northern Plains rank 8 Gu Immortal Yao Huang. Their Immortal Aperture development was absolutely perfect. If Feng Yuan obtained He Fan's true inheritance, his strength would rise, even multiply. Once he slowed down the Immortal Aperture's time flow, the dangerous situation would be alleviated. It would turn for the better. It would not be like now. He was walking on the edge of a cliff. If he was careless, he would die. Over these days, with the help of Langya sect, Feng Yuan learned a lot about the chaos in Northern Plains. This was not to say that Langya sect was good at gathering information. On the contrary, because of the Hairy Man Gu Immortal's status, it was hard for them to gather information. They could not compare to Fairy Li Shan. The main reason was that the chaos in Northern Plains was too huge. It involved almost the entire Northern Plains Gu Immortal world. Their battle might be hidden from mortals, but to Gu Immortals, it could not be concealed at all. It could not be concealed either. There was no need to gather information. It was all out in the open. Even though Feng Yuan was in Langya Blessed Land, he had been paying attention to the entire situation. He tribe was the scapegoat this time. It was too huge. They were already at the brink of impending disaster, and their clan was at the brink of extinction. Gu immortals from the righteous path, demonic path, and lone cultivators swarmed over like a pack of hungry wolves. Looking at the map of Northern Plains, He tribe was located in the southeast area of Northern Plains. It had a huge territory and controlled a large amount of resources. These resources attracted countless wolves and leopards. Initially, these bandits were still restrained, but soon, with huge profits, the demonic path Gu immortals started to fight. The conflict between the righteous and demonic paths continued to intensify. The symbolic event was the battle between Guanshan Zhao and the Earth-traveling heroes. Guanshan Zhao was outnumbered. His golden wheat field was snatched by two demonic path Gu immortals. Next, a large number of Gu immortals appeared. The demonic path Gu immortals were the Earth-traveling heroes, Old Lu, Half-Moon Brutemaster, and Zhuozhan. They plundered He tribe's resources. The situation was chaotic. The righteous path was caught unprepared. It was under such circumstances that the gushing spring forest suffered a destructive plunder. It was a pity that He tribe's hundreds of years of meticulous planning was lost. The righteous path Gu immortals quickly became vigilant. They started to come to a tacit understanding. Even when fighting for the fragment world of immemorial Red Heaven, such an important resource, they restrained themselves and did not attack wantonly. The Gu immortal world had always been dominated by the righteous path, especially Northern Plains righteous path. They all had the Huang Jin bloodline. They had the same origin. The demonic path Gu immortals' momentum fell. But soon, as half of the resources were divided, Free Scholar, Pai Shui Han, and other demonic path rank 7 experts appeared one after another, causing another round of chaos. It was unprecedented. The demonic path's momentum actually suppressed the righteous path. Initially, He tribe's Gu immortals split their forces to defend, but soon, after suffering, they gathered all their Gu immortal battle strength and hid in their headquarters, not appearing again. This undoubtedly encouraged the demonic path Gu immortals' arrogance. Of course, other than this, there were other reasons. For example, a long time ago, old ancestor Shui who defeated Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Baizu, becoming the #1 person in Northern Plains Gu immortal world as a demonic path expert. And most importantly, the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower caused immortal Gu to fly everywhere. A large number of demonic path and lone cultivator Gu immortals benefited greatly. After that, Qin Bai Sheng held an auction, allowing many Gu immortals to obtain suitable immortal Gu. Their battle strength rose by a lot. This caused the strength of the entire demonic path and lone cultivators to rise by a lot. They could compete with the righteous path. I destroyed 88-point Jinyang Tower and Imperial Court Blessed Land. In just a few years, this influence has already spread to the whole of Northern Plains. The current situation in Northern Plains is completely different from 500 years ago. Feng Yuan sighed internally. Because of him, the whole of Northern Plains had changed beyond recognition. The other large regions were still fine. But in Northern Plains, Feng Yuan had already lost a large portion of his rebirth advantage. Of course, ever since he learned of Providence, he had some doubts about his rebirth advantage. Feng Yuan had been waiting patiently. He tribe had many resources that moved him, but he did not move. The most important resource in He tribe was He Fan's true inheritance. Feng Yuan was very clear about this. Several days passed. Finally, Feng Yuan received news that Northern Plains Gu immortals were attacking He tribe's headquarters. He Fan's true inheritance is hidden in He tribe's headquarters. It is time to move. Feng Yuan immediately left. He left Langya Blessed Land through the teleportation formation. Land Spirit of Langya supported his actions. After all, this was a good chance to observe Northern Plains Gu immortal world closely. It was a good chance to find out the strength of the various forces. At the same time, if he was lucky, he could gain a lot of benefits. Land Spirit of Langya did not dare to send Langya sect's hairy man Gu immortals there, but Feng Yuan was a pure human. He was extremely crafty. He was the most suitable candidate. Fang Yuan used the same method. Once he appeared in northern plains, he used dark limit and familiar face to conceal his identity. At the same time, he used sword escape, immortal goo, and blood torrent to travel. He moved very quickly. He did not encounter any trouble. Northern Plains Goo immortals were all gathered at He tribe's headquarters. Fang Yuan had no obstructions along the way. Not long later, He tribe's headquarters were already in sight. He Fan's true inheritance, here I come, Fang Yuan thought to himself. But who could have thought that at this moment, jewel yellow skies would suddenly reopen? It was bustling. The reopening of jewel yellow skies made all the Goo immortals who had been waiting for a long time burst out with enthusiasm. Fang Yuan halted his steps, falling into hesitation on whether to advance or retreat. A message came from jewel yellow skies. Fang Yuan opened it. It was from Chu Du. Chapter 11:12. 2 days later. The sun shone brightly in the blue sky and white clouds. The surroundings were boundless, and a stretch of jade stretched for thousands of miles. 2 Yao clan Goo immortals floated in the sky. They did not conceal their figures. They were openly displayed in front of everyone. The female Goo immortal Yao Ju looked up, a smile appearing on her round face. The weather is really good today. I can't help but feel happy. Beside her, Yao clan's female Goo immortal Yao Zihan sighed. The weather is good. We are in a good mood. But He tribe's Goo immortals are the complete opposite. Purple light surged in her eyes as she looked at the empty grassland beneath her feet with relish. On the other side of the clouds, there were also 2 male Goo immortals. Both of them looked like middle-aged men with thick beards. They wore armor on their backs, their arms exposed, and their muscles bulged. His feet were also without boots, and his trouser legs were also very high, almost revealing his knees. The only difference was that one's skin was charred black, while the other's skin was dark yellow. Only another Huang Jin tribe in northern plains had such attire. That was the Meng family. Meng Ji's skin was dark yellow. He stared at the 2 Yao clan female immortals and said, "That is Yao Zihan." The purple light in her eyes is clearly Yao clan's inherited killer move, purple jade eyes. This purple jade eyes is able to see through the paradise and heavenly caves. The Yao family can be said to be able to see through the situation of Iron Eagle Paradise. On the other side, Meng Si looked up and said casually, "It's no big deal. When it comes to snatching, we'll have to talk with our fists." At this point, he suddenly raised his head and looked to the east. Multicolored light shot into the sky from the east. Golden splendor flickered as a magnificent palace slowly flew over. The Gong family is here. Amazing, they even brought their clan's immortal Goo house Golden Dawn Hall. This shows how determined Gong clan is. The Gong family has always been like this, paying attention to extravagance. Let's not bother about him. The righteous path Goo immortals conversed secretly. Most of the people's gazes were still focused on Iron Eagle Blessed Land. Iron Eagle Blessed Land was He tribe's headquarters, a public blessed land. If the door was not opened, it would be impossible to see it from the outside world. Unless there was an immortal killer move like Yao Zihan's purple jade eyes. The righteous path Goo immortals were waiting patiently. Because according to what they knew, the demonic path Goo immortals had already joined forces. He was the first to attack. As it turned out, the chaos in northern plains had drawn out a rank 7 demonic path expert called Huang Di. This person had high cultivation level. He had inherited a legend of northern plains in history. Earth path expert, Old Earth's true inheritance. He had a way to break into the blessed land. As for Iron Eagle Blessed Land, it was a public blessed land that was pieced together. Naturally, its defense could not be compared to ordinary blessed lands. Demonic path Goo immortal Huang Di took the lead this time, gathering a large group of demonic path and lone cultivators to act together. If they fought to a certain extent, Iron Eagle Blessed Land would collapse sooner or later. This way, there were loopholes everywhere, even if the door was not open. Righteous path Goo immortals could freely enter and exit. Fellow Taoists, Gong Air invites everyone to come to the palace for a chat, to fight against He tribe together. Outside Gong clan's immortal Goo house, Golden Dawn Hall, an elderly rank 7 Goo immortal appeared. He wore a golden robe and spoke in a calm tone. It's that old bastard Gong Air. The clan's information is correct. It's really him. Hee hee. This Gong clan wants to lead the masses? If we enter the palace, he will definitely consider himself as the leader of the alliance. This is an old problem of Gong clan. But Gong clan brought an immortal Gu house this time. They are probably the strongest force in our righteous path. Who would be foolish enough to go up? Let the Gong family lead us? The righteous path Gu immortals sneered internally. None of them moved. Gong clan was a Huang Jin tribe, a super force. Gong clan's supreme elders were very ambitious. They wanted Gong clan to become the overlord of the righteous path. But among the Huang Jin tribes, no one was willing to submit. But earlier, Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu worked together but lost to old ancestor Shuehu. And the only remaining rank 8 Gu immortal in the righteous path, Prince's Impatience, was a member of Gong clan. Gong clan spread the news that only Prince's Impatience could match old ancestor Shuehu in the righteous path. Thus, their arrogance soared. Gong Air stood in front of the immortal Gu house, thinking that the righteous path would respond. But after a long while, no one moved. There was not even a response. Even though he was old and had experienced a lot, his expression turned unsightly at this moment. Bai Zhu tribe's Gu immortals greet senior Gong Air. Right at this time, 3 Gu immortals flew over, getting close to Gong Air. Among these 3, the leader was a rank 7 Gu immortal, while the other 2 had rank 6 cultivation level. The 3 immortals were very low profile. They had smiles on their faces and were emitting kindness from all over their bodies. Gong Air's expression relaxed. He felt that these 3 Gu immortals from Bai Zhu tribe were quite amiable. Most importantly, he had a way out of this embarrassing situation. He quickly invited these 3 immortals into Golden Dawn Hall. Seeing this, the righteous path Gu immortals had complex expressions. It turned out that this Bai Zhu tribe was not of the Huang Jin bloodline. It was a super force that had just entered the righteous path. Its source was the famous rank 8 Gu immortal, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu was originally a lone cultivator, but after Imperial Court Blessed Land collapsed, he saw the hope of establishing a super force. But in Northern Plains' current situation, the righteous path super forces were almost all Huang Jin tribes. In order to enter, Bai Zhu Heavenly Lord took the initiative to befriend Yao Huang. They even worked together to deal with old ancestor Shuehu, even though they fought 2 against 1 and lost. But Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu's original goal was achieved. After obtaining Yao Huang's friendship and Yao tribe's recognition, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu used his own bloodline descendants as the main force and successfully established Bai Zhu tribe. Bai Zhu tribe's Gu immortals were all nurtured in Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu's grotto heaven. Even though they were few in number, with the chaos in Northern Plains, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu sent 3 to participate in this grand event. Bai Zhu tribe, humph. These Bai Zhu tribe Gu immortals are as crafty as Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu. We were at odds with Gong tribe, but in the end, Bai Zhu tribe gained the upper hand. The righteous path Gu immortals were basically of the Huang Jin bloodline. They had occupied Northern Plains for a long time. Even though there were many internal conflicts, they were more against outsiders like Bai Zhu tribe. It is a pity that Bai Zhu tribe is protected by Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu. They cannot make a move. Even so, we have many methods to deal with them. To establish a super force in Northern Plains, it is not so easy. At once, the other righteous path Gu immortals contacted each other, discussing how to deal with Bai Zhu tribe. Boom. The immortals had just discussed. Before they could come up with any ideas, they heard a loud sound. Countless gazes landed on it. Sure enough, on the grassland, space had exploded like a shattered mirror. The shattered light and shadow covered an area of several thousand li. The scene in Iron Eagle Blessed Land. It was directly displayed in front of the immortals. Right now, there was no need for killer moves like purple jade eyes. The immortals could directly see all kinds of scenes. The righteous path immortals' attention was attracted. Inside Iron Eagle Blessed Land, there was already a chaotic battle. Large numbers of demonic path Gu immortals were fighting over He tribe's resources and treasures. Some were looting, some were fighting intensely. Crack, crack. Lightning shot everywhere. Rocks and soil flew everywhere. There were deep pits everywhere. It was a charred scene. Divine Lord Tiandu's body was covered in lightning. He shouted, "The lanterns here are all mine. Who dares to snatch them from me?" Old Lu and the rest turned around. They looked at each other, seeing the wariness on each other's faces. Divine Lord Tiandu gained 2 lightning path immortal goo. His battle strength has risen sharply. Let's retreat. Right. There are treasures everywhere. Why should we fight to the death with him? These goo immortals were all bottom-tier rank 6 goo immortals. They quickly transmitted their voices and wisely retreated. At another location, the desolate beast Iron Crown Eagle cried out weakly. It was stepped on by a pig. A demonic path goo immortal was sitting on the pig's back. He was fat and muscular. He wore armor and held a pair of bronze hammers in his hands. He had a smug expression. "Damn it. A feathered beast like you dares to sneak attack me?" Just as he said this, his expression suddenly froze as he looked towards the east. A peacock flew over from the east. It had an overflowing immortal aura and spoke in human language. Its voice was crisp and clear. "Zhuozhan." "Fairy Shirua, it's you." Zhuozhan's expression immediately changed. He smiled as he tried to curry favor with her. "Peacock Flying Immortal Shirua, rank 6 Transformation Path Goo Immortal. How about exchanging the desolate beast under your feet with me? I just happened to capture a desolate beast shadowless horse." Shirua suggested. Zhuozhan's eyes shined with bright light. He quickly nodded. Of course. Fairy, Zhuozhan is very willing to accept your request." On the other side, the wind was like green willow trees. It was visible to the naked eye. Lumps of wind were moving endlessly here. "A figure descended from the sky," he said excitedly. "To think that there is a rank 7 immortal material, green jade wind, here." It was the rank 7 goo immortal expert Pai Shuihan. "Brother Pai, I have already taken over this immortal material. You should go somewhere else." A figure appeared. It was a scholar with an elegant demeanor. Pai Shuihan's pupils shrunk. He said coldly, "So it is you, Free Scholar." Free Scholar smiled calmly. He was also a rank 7 expert. His reputation and methods did not lose to Pai Shuihan. "Last time in Taichio, we did not have a clear victor. Let's spar this time." Pai Shuihan actually challenged him. Free Scholar's smile faded a little. "I heard that Brother Pai comprehended a new immortal killer move. I want to see it." All sorts of scenes were reflected in the eyes of the righteous path goo immortals. Because of the demonic path goo immortal Huang Di, these demonic scoundrels gained the upper hand. No matter. Iron Eagle Blessed Land has a unique structure. It is famous for raising desolate beast Iron Crown Eagles. The land here is sparse, but the sky is vast and tall. It is large at the top and small at the bottom. The truly valuable things are still in the spherical wooden eagle nest in the sky. A bunch of mobs. Hey Tribe's goo immortals have not even appeared. They have not even touched the true core resources, but they have already fallen out. The righteous path goo immortals were restless. Right at this time, a figure flew down like lightning. He was so fast, in an instant, he entered Iron Eagle Blessed Land. Who is he? He has sword path cultivation. A junior from Nian Air tribe. I think he is called Nian Air Pingji. The righteous path goo immortals were shocked. This person had been hiding in the sky. He had not communicated with them earlier. Who is it? In the blessed land, Qing Xianzi sensed something. He raised his head and shouted. A sword light flashed. It was too fast to cover one's ears. Qing Xianzi's head fell to the ground. Chapter 11:13. Even though Qing Xianzi only had rank 6 cultivation level, he had passed one heavenly tribulation. He could not resist it at all. Nian Air Pingji killed him on the spot. At once, the expressions of the righteous path goo immortals changed. Qing Xianzi's head fell to the ground, separated from his body. Blood spewed out of the headless corpse as it twitched. Qing Xianzi died with a grievance. His eyes were still wide open. Nian Air Pingji's sword light continued to shoot forward with a shocking aura. The next to die is you, Nian Air Pingji said plainly, his voice resounding in the sky. The second unlucky person was also a demonic path goo immortal. But Nian Er Pingji was already exposed. This commotion attracted attention. Thus, this demonic path Gu immortal situation was better than Qing Xianzi. He quickly retreated. But Nian Er Pingji still caught up to him and killed him. The righteous path Gu immortal's expressions changed again. Lu tribe's Gu immortal, Lu Zhuanshan, suddenly smiled, looking at the sky. Nian Er Fu, this is the new sword son of your Nian Er tribe? Bam! Smoke burst out. A fat voice could be heard from within the smoke. This was a rank 7 Gu immortal, but from his appearance, he looked very young, like a fat boy of 5 or 6 years old. The fat boy chuckled. He looked around the righteous path as he said in an old tone, I am ashamed, ashamed. After this lad obtained the sword Saint True inheritance, he was restrained by my first supreme elder for 10 years. Coming out this time has made him crazily excited. Lu Zhuanshun and the rest's expressions changed again. They transmitted secretly. Nian Er Sword Saint. We were just discussing earlier. This person is a rank 8 Gu immortal of Nian Er tribe. His historical status is like He Fan of He tribe. He led Nian Er tribe to become the leader of Northern Plains righteous path. Nian Er Sword Saint was a legend. He once cultivated light path. Later on, he successfully converted to sword path. After his death, he left behind the sword Saint True inheritance, but because of the dangerous test, there are very few inheritors. I heard that this sword Saint True inheritance has 3 rounds, split into 3 parts. After passing the first round, one will obtain the first part of the sword Saint True inheritance. They will be called Sword Son. I didn't expect that after more than 300 years, the 92 family would have another true sword son. The righteous path Gu immortals felt vigilance rising in their hearts. If this child was allowed to develop, he would become the future leader of Northern Plains righteous path. There must be his active figure. If he could advance further and reach rank 7 and pass the second round, he would inherit the second part of the true inheritance and become a true inheritance swordmaster. Nobody in the whole of Northern Plains Gu immortal world would dare to look down on him. In fact, the rank 6 sword son was no longer someone to be underestimated. How long had it been? He had actually killed another demonic path Gu immortal. Nian Er Pingji let out a long roar. He was in high spirits. His speed was extremely fast. He became one with his sword. Only sword rays could be seen, but his figure could not be seen. The sword light deflected. Then it pounced towards the nearest demonic path Gu immortal. The sword light pierced this demonic path Gu immortal's body, but he smiled coldly. Junior, I killed a few weaklings. Have you become so audacious and arrogant to the point of challenging this old man? Old Monster Corpse Poison said. A purple mist rose up from the terrifying injuries on his body. The purple mist dissipated. His healed body was revealed. In contrast, Nian Er Pingji's sword light dissipated, revealing his staggering figure. Everyone saw Nian Er Pingji now. He was a handsome young man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. Ugh! He suddenly covered his mouth with his hand, but he could not conceal the purple poisonous blood that was flowing out of his mouth and nose. Fight again! Nian Er Pingji was heavily injured, but his eyes seemed to be burning with fire. Then I will kill you first before searching for treasures. Old Monster Corpse Poison laughed sinisterly. Hee hee. Youngsters nowadays are really like newborn calves that are not afraid of tigers. Nian Er Fu glanced at them from afar and retracted his gaze. Next, with a swoosh, his figure vanished in the air, appearing beside Qing Xianzi's corpse at the next moment. Nian Er Fu stretched out a chubby hand, waving at Qing Xianzi's corpse. Immediately, Qing Xianzi's head and body were lifted up by an invisible force, flying into Nian Er Fu's immortal aperture. Youngsters are really arrogant. They don't even want their battle spoils. This is a Gu immortal corpse. Even though the immortal Gu are gone, the Dao marks are not for nothing. TSK, TSK, TSK. Nian Er Fu shook his head. Even though he was a rank 7 senior of the clan, he was greedy. Even when Nian Er Pingji fought with rank 7 Old Monster Corpse Poison and fell into a tough battle, he did not help. Instead, he collected the Gu immortal corpses that Nian Er Pingji killed. Kill. Kill. This is mine. Don't even think about taking it. Meng Ji is here. Who dares to fight? The scene became more chaotic, because after Nian Er Pingji took action, the righteous path Gu immortals also moved into Iron Eagle blessed land. This way, there was a huge commotion everywhere. All sorts of cultivation resources were being fought continuously. Eagle cries rang out incessantly. A desolate beast peacock raised its head, its eyes showing a human-like desire. It was Peacock flying immortal Hirua. So many Iron Crown Eagles. Hay Tribe's Iron Eagle blessed land truly lives up to its name. Hirua thought, if I can capture all of these desolate beasts. Iron Eagle blessed land had a huge area. The precious resources on the ground and underground were all lower in value than the sky. Hay Tribe's Gu immortals did not show themselves, but they mobilized all of their Iron Crown Eagles to seal the sky. Large numbers of desolate beast Iron Crown Eagles were flying in the sky. Anyone who dared to violate them would be hunted down by them. Precisely so, most of the demonic path Gu immortals chose to move on the ground. They had to fight for all the resources on the ground first. A bird in hand was worth 1,000 in the bush. To Hirua, the Iron Crown Eagles were extremely attractive, because in her cultivation plan, the next transformation was the Iron Crown Eagle transformation. The desolate beast peacock flew quickly. In a while, Hirua attracted the attention of several Iron Crown Eagles. Hirua was vigilant. She quickly retreated after attracting the Iron Crown Eagles. She was alone. She could not defeat so many desolate beast Iron Crown Eagles. She planned to lure one away and deal with it alone, before slowly devouring it. This is the affinity wood? Murong Ching Si landed and looked at the rootless wood floating in the pond, her eyes shining brightly. Fairy Murong has good eyes. This is it. A lone cultivator Gu immortal answered. His name was Yun Liang. People called him Young Master Yun. He had arrived earlier than Murong Ching Si. He was currently concentrating on collecting the affinity wood. Murong Ching Si looked at young Master Yun Liang but did not stop him. She only watched. She waited patiently until Zhu Liang succeeded in handling the wood of fate and successfully collected it. Fairy has waited for so long. I am ashamed. Young Master Yun Liang bowed with a gentle attitude. Murong Ching Si smiled. I won't hide it from young Master Yun. Although this affinity wood is only a rank 6 immortal material, it is compatible with my path. I wonder if we can spar. Young Master Yun laughed. Before Murong Ching Si finished, he continued. Affinity wood is fragile. There must be no interference during the collection process. If Fairy did not wait for a while, how could I successfully collect it? In this spar, if Fairy Murong wins against me, I will give all the affinity wood to you. Murong Ching Si shook her head. No need for all, just half will do. Fairy, please. Young Master, please. The two of them exchanged blows, but they were evenly matched. Young Master Yun Liang gave half of the affinity wood to Murong Ching Si. The two left in satisfaction. Righteous path Gu immortals usually had poise and restraint. Nian Er Pingji and Nian Er Fu of Nian Er tribe were actually anomalies in the righteous path. Although Northern Plains Gu immortal world was prosperous, suppressing demonic path and lone cultivators, the righteous path Gu immortals who came this time could not match the demonic path and lone cultivators in terms of numbers. The reason was, the other Huangjin tribes had their own territories and resources that needed to be guarded. Although righteous path Gu immortals had a lot of numbers, they could only send these people over. In contrast, demonic path and lone cultivators did not have such worries. There was another reason. Super forces had huge businesses and had mortal forces outside. Thus, demonic immortals and lone immortals who traveled alone were usually restrained. As long as there were no huge benefits involved, they would not fight to the death. Gu immortals were not easy to kill. If they became enemies with a Gu immortal, they could use guerrilla tactics to retaliate. It would be a headache for super forces. As the saying goes, the barefooted do not fear the barefooted. At another place, the victor between Free Scholar and Pai Shui Han had also been decided. Although Pai Shui Han had a new immortal killer move, he could not match Free Scholar's signature method, 1,000 disintegrations. Pai Shui Han snorted coldly and immediately retreated, without any hesitation. It was not worth fighting to the death for a mere cultivation resource. Although demonic path Gu immortals were free, because they were often alone, they could only rely on themselves to resist calamities and tribulations. unlike righteous path forces who had Gu immortals in their tribes to trust and obtain help from. Thus, demonic path Gu immortals and lone cultivator Gu immortals were concerned about calamities and tribulations. They would coldly calculate the costs. They could fight for resources, but if they expended too much immortal essence, it was better not to engage in unprofitable transactions. In the sky outside Iron Eagle Blessed Land, the immortal Gu House Golden Dawn Hall was still floating on the spot, emitting a dazzling radiance. Gong Tribe's Gu immortals and Baizu Tribe's Gu immortals did not make a move. They were drinking tea and chatting in the hall. Gong Tribe's Gu immortal Gong Air was already anxious internally, but he did not show it on the surface. He casually mentioned, "The immortals are fighting over it. Iron Eagle Blessed Land's surface and underground resources are almost gone. Are you still not going to act?" Baizu Tribe's Gu immortals looked at each other, shaking their heads as they smiled. Iron Eagle Blessed Land's precious resources are almost all in the sky. If He Tribe's Gu immortals do not appear, this battle will only be at the middle stage. Gong Air was puzzled. Although the Baizu clan was part of the righteous Tao and had the protection of Heavenly Lord Baizu, their foundation couldn't be compared to the Huangjin clan. At this moment, Baizu Tribe's Gu immortals were acting like they were at the top of their heads. They were calm and collected. Many people could not understand them. Chapter 11:14. The fourth. Peacock Flying Immortal He Ruo captured another Iron Crown Eagle. She was very happy. Desolate beasts were not ordinary. In the 10 great fierce areas of northern plains, desolate beasts were everywhere, but few Gu immortals would go to these places. Moreover, wild Iron Crown Eagles and those raised by He Tribe had a huge difference in battle strength. Adding on Peacock Flying Immortal's tactics, she had great gains, capturing 4 Iron Crown Eagles alive. He Tribe raises Iron Crown Eagles. They are famous in northern plains. They are indeed amazing. I wonder how they nurture so many Iron Crown Eagles. He Ruo sighed to herself, looking at the sky. There were still large numbers of Iron Crown Eagles flying in the sky. The 4 captured by He Ruo were nothing compared to the entire flock of eagles. Strange. He Tribe's Gu immortals have not appeared at all. Even if I captured 4 Iron Crown Eagles, are they not going to do anything? He Ruo was still very vigilant. She was not overwhelmed by the joy of victory. Whistling sounds could be heard. A figure charged towards the eagle group with the momentum of wind and lightning. He Ruo's pupil shrunk, recognizing the person. This is New Air Gu. Heh, looks like he is going to suffer. New Air Gu came from New Air Tribe. The latter also had Huangjin bloodline, a superforce. New Air Gu had a large stomach and head. His body was not symmetrical. His eyes were protruding out. His limbs were thin like twigs. His skin was pale like a sick person, without any color of blood. But one could not judge a book by its cover. He was a famous rank 7 Gu immortal expert. He was on par with the demonic path's free scholar and Pai Shuian. New Air Gu's attack. This angered the Iron Crown Eagle group in the sky. At once, over 100 Iron Crown Eagles charged towards him. New Air Gu was shocked. He did not expect himself to attract so much hatred. The eagle group flew over, casting a heavy shadow that covered New Air Gu's vision. In the midst of danger, New Air Gu quickly activated his tribe's signature immortal killer move. His stomach suddenly expanded. In the blink of an eye, it expanded by 5 to 6 times, making New Air Gu look like a pregnant woman. New Air Gu stretched out his hands, slapping his stomach. Boom! With a loud sound wave, the eagle group's charge slowed down. Boom, boom, boom. There were 3 consecutive loud bangs, and the sound waves came one after another. The eagle group's momentum was hindered even further. The dense formation became uneven. New Air Gu let out a strange cry, and the surrounding Iron Crown Eagles suddenly felt dizzy. Then, he hurriedly flew through the gaps in the flock of eagles and finally escaped the encirclement of the eagles. After chasing for a while, the flock of eagles returned to the sky. New Air Gu had already landed on the ground. He was sweating profusely as he looked up at the sky. His stomach had gone down, but there was still a lingering fear in his heart. A teasing voice came from the side. New Ergo, why are you in such a sorry state? New Ergu followed the voice and saw that the person was over 8 feet tall, with scarlet eyes, dark blue skin, purple hair, and a mouth full of sharp teeth. New Ergu snorted coldly. "Don't be sarcastic, Guancho." He had guts. "You should do the same thing as me." Guancho sneered. "2 fists are no match for 4 hands. I'm not as stupid as you." "You." New Ergu was enraged. He glared at Guancho, his eyes spewing fire. Guancho sneered and looked at him fearlessly. New Ergu was a famous righteous path rank 7 expert. He cultivated sound path. And Guancho was not weaker than him. He cultivated transformation path. These two were Gu immortals from New Air Clan and Guan Clan respectively. Their background and forces were about the same. As expected of a famous expert. Even though he is in a sorry state, he is completely unharmed. Hirua saw this scene and quickly retracted her gaze. New Ergu is here, and Guancho is also targeting these Iron Crown Eagles. It seems that the cultivation resources on the ground are almost all gone. Hirua quietly retreated. She only had rank 6 cultivation level and was a demonic path Gu immortal. She did not dare to get too close to these 2 righteous path experts. The battle situation in Iron Eagle Blessed Land continued to change. The flames of war raged in the sky. Battles of all sizes were happening in every corner. Some battles only ended in victory or defeat, while some were life and death battles. Some had huge gains, while others were escaping with heavy injuries. The cultivation resources on the ground and underground of the Blessed Land were getting lesser and lesser. Some bottom-tier Gu immortals were also eliminated. They were either dead or injured. Some wisely chose to retreat. While some seemed to have methods to preserve their lives, they concealed themselves and observed the situation. More and more Gu immortals were looking at the sky. Countless greedy gazes were unrestrainedly sizing up the Iron Crown Eagle group in the sky. There was also the vague spherical wooden eagle nest that was concealed by the Eagle group. The Eagle group was huge. This was the accumulation of He tribe for many years. They had spent a lot of effort, energy, and wealth. It could be said to be the #1 resource in Iron Eagle Blessed Land. Even the likes of New Ergu would find it hard to block the Iron Crown Eagle's attacks. There were simply too many of them. Of course, it was also because New Ergu did not want to expend too much immortal essence. His pair of goldfish eyes looked around. Seeing that more and more Gu immortals were gathering, he shouted, "There are too many Iron Crown Eagles. He tribe's Gu immortals have not appeared yet. Everyone, let's attack together and divide this eagle group." "I agree with that." Free Scholar was the first to respond. The two were of the righteous path and demonic path respectively, but in the current situation, they had reached a tacit agreement to deal with the eagle group and get the benefits first. The eagle group was huge. There were also many Gu immortals. If they attacked together, these Iron Crown Eagles would be meat on the chopping block. It was unknown who made the first move, but the battle between humans and eagles began. The sky was filled with attacks, one after another. Waves of eagle cries were sharp like diamonds. Human voices were equally loud. Earth, water, wind, and fire surged. Lightning flashed, and golden light flew. Outside the Blessed Land, Gong Air sat in Golden Dawn Hall, looking down. In his vision, there were all sorts of colors. It was like fireworks that were blooming in the sky. But these fireworks concealed terrifying killing intent. From time to time, Iron Crown Eagles would lose their lives. Their flesh and blood would be torn apart. There were also Iron Crown Eagles that were captured alive. Gong Air's eyes shined with bright light. All sorts of battles, scenes of righteous path, demonic path, and lone immortals fighting, were all secretly used by him. He recorded them down in detail. This information was very precious. Ever since the collapse of 88-Point Jinyang Tower, a large number of immortal Gu were obtained by Northern Plains Gu immortals. After Qin Bai Sheng's auction, the Gu immortals exchanged for the cultivation resources they wanted. After this period of preparation, many Gu immortals' methods had changed. Their battle strength could not be compared to the past. There were Gu immortals who acted the same way as Gong Air. There were many. Everyone had the same thoughts. Information was very important. Be it super forces or lone Gu immortals, they would not be able to resist. Most of the time, knowing what the enemy's immortal Gu was, one could easily deal with them. Even if there was no way to deal with them, it was good to be prepared. The Gua mortals dealt with the Iron Crown Eagles while observing the surroundings, collecting information. Under the intense battle, there were turbulent undercurrents. The Gua mortals evaluated themselves and their opponents. They confirmed their position in the current Gua mortal world. After this period of cultivation, were they strong or weak? Who could they bully, and who could not be provoked? The Iron Crown Eagles were only for the immediate benefits. The information gathering was for the future. Gong Er watched for a while, feeling increasingly impatient. The 3 Baizu tribe Gua mortals beside him had fought with He tribe until now. They were not showing any signs of moving. This time, he brought Gong tribe's Golden Dawn Hall. He wanted to obtain the greatest benefits. It was worth the trip. Gong Er could not bear it anymore. He pointed downwards, saying to the Gua mortals around him, "Iron Eagle blessed land is getting worse. There are over 1,000 holes. But right now, none of He tribe's Gua mortals are here. There is something fishy. Go down and help your comrades. Guard against He tribe's schemes. Our Gong tribe is the leader of the righteous path after all. We have the responsibility to protect it." Yes. The 2 Gong tribe Gua mortals acknowledged the order. The 3 Baizu clan Gua mortals sitting at the side found it funny. This He tribe battle had a predetermined outcome from the start. Even if there was something fishy, there was no danger. Gong tribe's Gua mortal style was like this. They were clearly acting for their own benefits, but their excuse was righteous. At the same time, at the highest point of Iron Eagle blessed land, He tribe's Gua mortals were gathered, looking at the battle below them with heavy moods and unsightly expressions. Why is that person not making a move yet? At this point, there is no movement at all. Don't tell me the previous agreement is no longer valid? Several He tribe Gua mortals questioned, feeling uneasy. That person has agreed. With his status, he should not go back on his words. Let's watch first. This time, we have set up 3 lines of defense. The Iron Crown Eagles are only the first. He tribe's first Supreme Elder and second Supreme Elder spoke, calming the immortals down. He Ruah turned into a desolate beast peacock, flapping her wings as she fought against the 3 Iron Crown Eagles. This was a small corner of the huge battlefield, and she was only an inconspicuous member among the countless Gua mortals. Without rank 8s, rank 7 experts were in the limelight. There were also some rank 6 experts who were trying to take advantage of the situation. Suddenly, a strange fragrance drifted over. Hirua's heart jumped. She quickly held her breath. "I'm poisoned." Realizing this, Hirua quickly used her goo worms to heal herself. The 3 Iron Crown Eagles cried out in pain. Suddenly, they could not muster up any strength. They fell to the ground powerlessly. A figure flew into the sky, catching these 3 Iron Crown Eagles and stuffing them into his immortal aperture. It was Old Monster Corpse Poison. He laughed strangely, purple chi coiling around his body. After taking care of the 3 Iron Crown Eagles, he looked at Hirua with a gaze filled with evil desires. Hirua's heart shook. She felt a bone-chilling cold. Little girl, come over here." Old Monster Corpse Poison blew a breath of air at Hirua. Hirua had just suppressed the poison in her body, but when Old Monster Corpse Poison blew at her from afar, she lost control of her body and fell down powerlessly. "I was too greedy. I wanted to get more Iron Crown Eagles. Most of my attention was on the Iron Crown Eagles, but I was ambushed by Old Monster Corpse Poison." Seeing that she was about to fall into Old Monster Corpse Poison's hands, Hirua felt despair. Right at this time, a sword light flew over. It was as fast as lightning. The sword light was powerful. After piercing Old Monster Corpse Poison's body, it flew out 100 steps and turned into Nian Er Pingji. Old Monster Corpse Poison flew into a rage. "You little brat! How dare you keep pestering me?" Chapter 11:15. With this interruption, Hirua suppressed the poison and escaped, regaining her life. Nian Er Pingji's body was tattered. One of his arms was rotten to the point only white bones were left. His face was covered in purple chi. He was deeply poisoned. But he raised his head and looked at Old Monster Corpse Poison, saying in a calm and arrogant tone, Before the victor is decided, I cannot leave. Old Monster Corpse Poison was furious. There was a trace of regret in his anger. How did he offend such a lunatic? Which swordchild in history is not a lunatic? But this one here is even crazier. Far away, Nian Er Fu shook his head, waving his chubby hand. An iron crown eagle cried out in fear, flapping its wings as it tried to escape. But the power of Space Path was activated. The iron crown eagle vanished into thin air, entering Nian Er Fu's immortal aperture. Old Monster Corpse Poison attacked Nian Er Pingji ruthlessly, but he placed most of his attention on Nian Er Fu. Nian Er Pingji only had rank 6 cultivation level. Even though he inherited a portion of Sword Saint's true inheritance, he could not match a rank 7 expert like Old Monster Corpse Poison. Nian Er Pingji was able to survive until now because of Nian Er Fu's help from afar. This Nian Er Fu was a Space Path Gu immortal. He had unfathomable cultivation level and countless methods. He plundered resources and made a huge profit, while protecting Nian Er Pingji, preventing Old Monster Corpse Poison from dealing a fatal blow. Old Monster Corpse Poison felt more and more regret as he fought. There was a great opportunity in front of him, but he was fighting with a Gu immortal, allowing countless resources to be taken away by others. Old Monster Corpse Poison had been famous for many years. He had a huge background. He had once joined a Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch as a living person, before betraying them. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance had tried to capture him but failed repeatedly. As Nian Er Pingji fought against Old Monster Corpse Poison, his fighting spirit soared. No matter how pathetic he was, he had already become famous. From now on, the entire Northern Plains Gu immortal world would know that Nian Er tribe had such a person with incredible potential. Actually, if it were other Super Forces Gu immortals, they would not offend a demonic path Gu immortal like this. But Nian Er tribe was different. This Huang Jin bloodline super tribe was different from other Huang Jin tribes. Their clansmen lived in their blessed lands or grotto heavens. They did not occupy any territory in the outside world of Northern Plains. In this way, he had less to worry about. Even if the demonic path Gu immortals wanted to attack, it would also be very difficult for him to succeed. After all, there were very few methods to enter immortal apertures. Even if they managed to enter, they would lose a lot of advantages in the opponent's home ground. Youth is truly beautiful, Nian Er Fu sighed. His voice was filled with vicissitudes of life, but his appearance was that of a chubby little boy. The combination of the two was very strange. Only Old Monster Corpse Poison knew how terrifying he was. In just a short period of time, Nian Er Fu had already made dozens of moves. Not only did he save Nian Er Pingji's life, he also successfully ambushed Old Monster Corpse Poison a few times. After capturing a few more Iron Crown Eagles, the road in front of Nian Er Fu's eyes was clear. A huge, spherical wooden eagle nest was floating steadily in the air. There was nothing to guard against. I've long heard that He tribe has a unique rearing method. They can use all kinds of metals, ores, and other immortal materials to increase the Iron Crown Eagle's reproduction rate and speed up their growth. What rare ores and immortal materials are inside this eagle nest? Nian Er Fu was about to move when his expression froze. A figure flew out of the eagle nest in front of him like a gust of wind, flying far away. Demonic Path Gu Immortal Hui Feng Zi. This person was a rank 7 Wind Path expert. He was publicly recognized as the fastest person in Northern Plains. Even Yao Huang could not do anything to him. He had joined Shadow Sect and Celestial Court. His identity as a traitor had not been exposed yet. In this chaotic battle, Hui Fengzi was like a fish in water. He was not just fast. He was also agile. He displayed the greatest advantage of Wind Path to the extreme. Soon, Nian Er Fu saw Hui Fengzi easily pass through the layers of obstacles and enter another eagle nest. Sigh, this lad. You are simply blocking my path to riches. Nian Er Fu looked at Nian Er Pingji as he sighed to the sky. The battle between humans and eagles was coming to an end. The number of Iron Crown Eagles decreased. Gu immortals entered the spherical wooden eagle nests one after another. Good, good, good. It is actually the rank 7 Immortal Material Domination Copper. Gu Immortal Shi Ho shouted in joy. He had great gains. Damned Hui Fengzi. He dared to steal my things. Mingji shouted angrily. His eyes were wide open as he stared at Hui Fengzi, who was flying far away. Hui Fengzi did not say anything, but he was feeling very puzzled. I did not touch that eagle nest. It seems that there are many Gu immortals like me. I am the scapegoat for them. In each of the spherical wooden eagle nests, there was a rank 7 immortal material. They were either metal or veins. And most importantly, there was a lot of it. The Gu immortals had great gains. They all had joyful expressions. This was simply a feast. He tribe's painstaking effort was going to be split among them. The stronger the Gu immortal, the greater their gains. The strong preyed on the weak in the Gu immortal world. This was a perfect example. He tribe's Gu immortals were silent. They looked at the spherical wooden eagle nests. Some were emitting thick smoke. Some had fallen to the ground. Some were damaged and spinning in the air. These eagle nests were once the pride of He tribe. They were the symbol of their tribe's strength. But now, they were being trampled and looted by others. Anger, unwillingness, hatred, fear. All sorts of emotions were weighing down on He tribe's Gu immortals. They could not even breathe. Enough. A He tribe Gu immortal suddenly stood up. He had a large body. He looked around fiercely before fixing his gaze on First Supreme Elder. How long are you going to wait? Are you still counting on him? Can't you tell? That person pretended to agree to our terms. We will not take away any resources and will be trapped in the blessed land. We cannot leave. This is clearly a scheme. He is toying with us. Everyone, where is your courage? Are you not angry? Are you not filled with hatred? Are you going to sit here and wait for death, or fight bravely? This is our home. But now, these outsiders are plundering and looting us. Taisheng, Second Supreme Elder, had a complex expression. He called out to this He tribe Gu immortal who was scolding the immortals. First Supreme Elder, say something. He Taisheng's gaze was imposing. He stared at He tribe's First Supreme Elder. The immortals' gazes gathered on First Supreme Elder's face again. He tribe's First Supreme Elder was silent for a while before speaking. In this situation, resources are all external objects, so what if we give them up? If not for that person, He tribe would have no place in Northern Plains at all. Let's wait and see. He Taisheng heard this and his body shook. He breathed in deeply as he stabilized himself. At once, he did not feel anger in his heart. Instead, he felt a sense of sorrow. Seniors, this junior is untalented. I think Lord He Taisheng is right. At this time, a rank 6 Gu immortal from He tribe stood up. This junior thinks so too. If we do not fight now, when will we? At most, we will die. More and more He tribe Gu immortals walked out. He Taisheng felt a surge of energy in his heart upon seeing this, and his eyes regained their sharpness. The Second Supreme Elder's face was filled with astonishment. The First Supreme Elder remained silent. He Taisheng suddenly raised his head and laughed. 3 lines of defense? Even if we have 30 lines of defense, what can we do in this situation? Let's go. Let us face these enemies. How can He tribe's glory be tarnished? He tribe's things are not so easy to take. They will pay the price in blood. He Taisheng walked with his head held high. He turned around and left the hall. 7 or 8 He tribe Gu immortals were silent. They had stern expressions as they followed behind him. First Supreme Elder, are you not going to persuade them? Third Supreme Elder was restless. Forget it. Let them go. First Supreme Elder sighed. He seemed to have aged 100 years. He tribe's first line of defense was broken. The Iron Crown Eagles were either dead or injured. None were left. The Gu immortals flew into the sky. They saw the Dragon Eagles. A large number of Dragon Eagles formed the second line of defense. So many Dragon Eagles. Someone's eyes shined. Even though the number of Dragon Eagles is not as large as the Iron Crown Eagles, it is still a huge fortune. Someone evaluated. Some impatient Gu immortals had already started to attack. The Gu immortals gasped. Many of them had surprised expressions. They gradually found something strange. There is something wrong with these Dragon Eagles. That's right. I have interacted with ordinary desolate beast Dragon Eagles before. How could they be so troublesome? The life force of these dragon hawks is stronger and they are faster. Could it be that the rumor is true? The immortals were reminded of this. They recalled that 50 to 60 years ago, there was a rumor in Northern Plains Gu immortal world that Hay tribe had a huge breakthrough in raising dragon eagles. They had created a brand new desolate eagle. It looked like a dragon eagle, but it was not. These are not dragon eagles. They are resonance eagles. These eagles were not created by Hay tribe. They are the blood and sweat of my Chao tribe. A Gu immortal cried out in pain. Everyone looked. It was Chao Dong. This immortal was also a righteous path Gu immortal. He was Chao tribe's first supreme elder. Chao tribe was Hay tribe's vassal. A long time ago, Chao tribe wanted to leave Hay tribe, but Hay Chung stopped them and taught them a lesson. No wonder Chao tribe and Hay tribe were in conflict. There was an inside story. The immortals had different expressions, but they did not say anything about this. Big fish eat small fish eat shrimps. This was very normal. Moreover, this Chao Dong could become an immortal because of Hay tribe's support. Now that Hay tribe was in trouble, he came to attack Iron Eagle blessed land. Most of the righteous path Gu immortals and Huang Jin tribe's supreme elders looked at Chao Dong with cold and hostile gazes. They were very disgusted with such a traitor. But behind Chao Dong was Lu tribe's Gu immortal, Lu Zhuanshun. It was obvious that Chao Dong had sided with Lu tribe. Lu tribe and Hay tribe had a bad relationship. Chao tribe was Hay tribe's vassal. But now that Hay tribe was about to fall, it was not strange for Chao Dong to side with Lu tribe. Traitor, die. Right at this moment, a thunderous explosion suddenly sounded out. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.